good, shorty.
Whole time. Today I'm bringing out the.
Damn, my nigga.
Let's go.
Right now on my Patreon, you can find an extended, uncut, uncensored version of this video. So if you want to see that version, head over to patreon.com right now. Now, let's get on with the video. Los Diablos is one of the most infamous gangs in Puerto Rico. That reputation has been well earned. From the streets to the music, all of it is connected. From facing federal indictments from Pennsylvania to New York to Puerto Rico and across the country, they're allegedly responsible for an international drug trafficking ring and are part of one of the most powerful narco empires in the Caribbean. On Friday, October 24th, 2025, federal authorities in Philadelphia descended on Waymo Street in Kensington. A 33-man indictment followed. Puerto Rico has a great story, one of indigenous heritage, Spanish colonization, and eventual transition to U.S. territory, marked by a rich cultural fusion of Taino, African, and European influences that created a distinct national identity. Initially inhabited by the Taino people, the island became a Spanish colony in the early 16th century, playing a strategic role in absorbing African slave labor and Spanish settlers. After over 400 years of Spanish rule, Puerto Rico was acquired by the United States in 1898, followed by the Spanish-American War, and its people were granted U.S. citizenship in 1917. There's a great video by Johnny Harris about the motives and consequences of the U.S. acquisition of the island. The United States recognized the importance of Puerto Rico's strategic position in the Caribbean and used a combination of coercion, military force, spying, and exploitation of the lands and resources to entrench its control. This mix of Boricua heritage and Spanish language and culture and the U.S. influences Puerto Rico has resulted in a unique culture, and it's developed an almost incredible amount of talent. Puerto Rico's music shows perfectly that mix between Taino, Spanish, and African influences like we mentioned earlier. From Arietos, Bamba, and Salsa to reggaeton. Blending dancehall and hip-hop. Even though this music style actually originates from Panama, it was quickly adopted and broadly popularized in the island during the 90s. Afterwards, artists like Daddy Yankee and Bad Bunny have made Puerto Rico a global music powerhouse. Popularly known as La Isla del Encanto, or the Charming Island, Puerto Rico has a population of over 3 million people who, since 1917, have been U.S. citizens. This U.S. territory status and the citizenship that comes with it has caused a really widespread diaspora to emerge all over the United States, with approximately 6 million people of Puerto Rican origin in the states, making it the largest Hispanic group. The Northeast and Florida are home to the majority of the population in the mainland United States.
Yo, what's the
Cities
word?
like
What's the
New
word?
York, Orlando, Miami, and Philly having the most significant concentration of Puerto Ricans in the major cities. So how does this culturally rich, paradisiac island in the middle of the Caribbean turn into this? Over the years on this channel, we've tried to understand and expose how, while senseless violence in the streets is not random, Decades of easy access to firearms, a failed/underfunded school system, redlining, and disproportional poverty concentration in certain neighborhoods of Philly can arguably be pointed at as some of the biggest factors leading to the violence the city has experienced in the last couple of decades. This is true for most, if not all, big urban areas in the U.S., where poverty and inequality are oftentimes denominators for the areas with the highest violent crime rates, as shown and proven by many studies. We've talked on how all these factors, combined with poor judgment, lack of guidance, and emotional management, can result in these young men who only know the violence and pain that comes with the lie of the street. When we combine all of that with the prevalence of social media in the last few years and the rise of drill rap, what we get is a recipe for disaster. Switches and ski masks, ops and rap disses, pain and death. This is the lie a lot of young men in urban areas fall into, and the consequences of these generational weights that keep a good portion of this population playing catch up with the non-criminal society. Whether you live in Puerto Rico or Philly, the effects of drill culture is the same.
Detrás del artista están la gente que está invirtiendo, están la gente que creyó en el artista y que son de la calle, sus chavos son de la calle, son un chilero, un narco, un esto, un lo otro y...
Seguimos mandándonos otro cabrón y son 30 para el que se pase. Y apenas es verano y mis palos sonando por toda la metro.
Perico.
Figura como persona de interés en el asesinato del policía Eliezer Ramos Vélez.
La familia nunca muere, los que mandan por...
Yo, chao, what's the word here?
Se alega que lanzan cuerpos humanos a los animales.
Even
Yo,
though
F, man, you
the
in
last
there,
couple
John? Talk to
decades,
me, my
Puerto
nigga.
Rico has become way safer, and its murder rate in 2024 was one of the lowest amongst Caribbean countries and territories. Violent crime statistics have remained high on the island, even relative to the rest of the U.S. According to authorities, around 80% of this violent crime is directly correlated to gang rivalries and drug trafficking. And while the general violent crime rate has been seeing a slow but steady decline, these gang-related clashes escalated to the point where, according to studies, over 1.7 million people, 52% of the population, are exposed to these gang wars. The island's privileged geographical location makes it the perfect transshipment point for moving drugs from the south to the north of America. Since it's a U.S. territory, once the drugs land in this natural paradise in the Caribbean, they are, to all effects, already on U.S. soil. This status as the perfect narco-trafficking on-ramp fuels the violence in Puerto Rico. The streets run deep on the island. With all crime and violence, the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation was operating on a tight rope. And there was one prime example of the dangerous and fragile state of Puerto Rico's prison system. Rio Piedras, also known as El Oso Blanco or White Bear, with sometimes up to 20 inmates sharing a cell, an extremely violent environment with countless inmate murders, beheadings, and gang rapes on top of abusive power from the COs and their total impunity for all sorts of corruption.
Aquí es que duermen alrededor de 20 presos, aquí tirados en el piso en malas condiciones, ustedes pueden ver.
Yo me rompo con esa toalla.
Vean, como ustedes pueden ver, esa agua negra, ese canto de planchuela que está hinchando ahí, que se le puede caer encima a uno en la cabeza, puede estropear a uno de nosotros.
Esta es la galera que más está perjudicada y la sumaria abajo, que tampoco tienen ventilación. El problema que tenemos con la ropa, que tenemos que ponerla ahí, acomodar el lugar, cuando llueve se moja mucha de ella, por borín que hay.
Solamente tenemos la facilidad de que tenemos los toilets y un solo lavamanos.
Que ninguna juez pueda convivir aquí, ya que el hacinamiento, pues, es algo que es macabro aquí dentro y constituye lo que yo diría aquí el desorden y el crimen dentro de las mismas cárceles de Puerto Rico. Yo diría que el mismo pueblo de Puerto Rico tiene conocimiento de esto. Nos ha llevado a nosotros a convivir en una forma que yo creo que aparte de ser inhumana es como a nivel de decir de animales en general.
Remontándonos a la década de los 80 y hasta el presente, el hacinamiento en el Oso Blanco es inhumano y desató lo que se conoce como el caso Morales Feliciano, confinado ya fallecido, que demandó al gobierno de Rafael Hernández Colón por no solo hacinamiento, sino por cuidado médico inapropiado, falta de un sistema de clasificación y una planta física en deterioro.
Inmates didn't have any other choice but group in gangs in order to protect themselves from other inmates, gangs, and even the guards. There are stories about inmates playing soccer with another inmate's head.
Cuentan del asesinato de un confinado en la guerra de las gangas, precisamente aquí en el Oso Blanco, en penitenciaría estatal. Resulta que a este confinado lo acorralan en una de las viviendas, lo matan y lo descuartizan y dejan el cuerpo regado por la vivienda en algunos sitios. Pero lamentablemente la extremidad encefálica, entiéndase la cabeza, la bajaron abajo y los presos comenzaron a jugar pelota con la cabeza. En un momento dado se da la orden y todos los presos vuelven a subir a las viviendas y la pelota se queda en la cancha. Los presos le dicen a un oficial de custodia: gobierno, mire, la pelota, que la necesitamos para mañana, que no se la vayan a perder, que la otra ganga no se la lleve. Y el compañero, pues, decide bajar abajo y buscar la alegada pelota. Cuando se está acercando, él comienza a entender que la alegada pelota no es otra cosa que la cabeza del confinado. Tanto fue el impacto emocional y psicológico en ese individuo que salió corriendo de la cancha. Hay algunos compañeros que me dicen que él cruzó los portones corriendo y gritando y tener una crisis nerviosa.
That's how, in the late 70s and early 80s, two of these gangs would be born, Los Nietas and Grupo 27. Even though they shared the same general goal, looking for safety and a somewhat better life inside those walls, they definitely had different approaches, at least publicly. Los Nietas were founded and led by Carlos Torres Iriarte, aka La Sombra, or Shadow, as not only a gang to provide protection from other gangs in the COs, but also a political activist movement calling for the right of every Puerto Rican inmate to have humane living situations, following a series of riots, uprisings, and strikes in prison.
Sombra tenía costumbre de pelear con los guardias, porque él decía que él era Ayatollah Khomeini, decía que era Don Pedro Viso Campos y decía que era Che Guevara. Y empezaba a gritar, neta, Puerto Rico tiene que ser libre. Empezamos a unirnos, y Sombra a gritar, neta, neta, neta. Bueno, que la asociación era para vivir en armonía, pelear contra el sistema carcelario, en las condiciones infrahumanas que se vivían antes.
That's obviously their version of events. On the other hand, Grupo 27, or Group 27, founded in July 1980 by Luis Pinella Pizarro, aka Chino Pinella, had a different strategy. According to the indictment, their main source of income consisted of extorting other inmates, charging taxes to those who brought drugs into the prison, or forcing inmates to make regular payments. They were also linked to the distribution of cocaine, heroin, marijuana, fentanyl, and other drugs within Puerto Rican prisons. Apparently, the gang also received substantial assistance from prison officials and from members of the organizations who were free on the outside. This methodology would eventually be copied, adopted, and expanded, becoming the model for prison gangs as we know them today in the United States. On March 30th, 1981, the leader of G27, Rafael Ayala Ortiz, aka Manota, allegedly, with the help of paid-off authorities, plotted Sombra's murder, helping to destabilize the Nieta. That afternoon, Sombra, who was accompanied by an officer who was in on the plot, was attacked on his return from the chapel, which was located just west of the recreational yard. He was stabbed in the chest, stomach, and back, and then shot by a .38 caliber pistol. He was pronounced dead sometime after sunset.
30 de marzo de 1981, lo mataron a Carlos La Sombra. Los muchachos bajan, lo cogen creyendo que está vivo, pero ya el hombre estaba muerto. Ya no había más nada que buscar. Ya el hombre era cadáver, pues tenía más de 6 o 7 puñales encima. Y el tiro en la frente. ¿Quién se va a salvar con eso? Nadie, difícil.
After the burial of their leader, the Nieta exploded into an all-out rampage and took over several wings of the prison compound. They brutally retaliated against G27's leader, Manota. After a few days of digging and chiseling their ways through the prison walls with spoons and their bare hands, they broke through the wall of Manota's prison cell and stabbed him over 150 times and cut his body into 84 pieces, allegedly. There were rumors that certain parts of his body were mailed to selected people. A severed finger to his mother, his ankle and foot were sent to the warden of the institution, and there were stories of his eyes being sent to G27's second in command. The rest of his body was never recovered. Both gangs grew exponentially and eventually expanded their reach, first into the streets of Puerto Rico and then the prison systems and the streets of the East Coast of the mainland United States. They each had their own colors, moral codes, and gang signs and chants. Honestly, we can make a whole video just about El Oso Blanco, Nietas, G27, and everything that went down in the living hell that was that prison. It's a lot of crazy situations. So if this is something you would want to see in a video later on, let us know in the comment section. Back to the streets, the gang and drug-related violence between the different caseríos or housing projects would only intensify, like I said before. These all-out wars for the control of the streets have taken countless lives all over the island. In some cases, offering public housing up to 7,000 people, these caseríos became the perfect breeding ground for violence fueled by these drugs and gangs. Caserías like Sabana Abajo, Manuel A. Perez, Juana Matos, and many others have been suffering the effects of these conflicts for decades. This was extended all across the island, but its effects were especially brutal in the metropolitan area of San Juan. Powerful drug kingpins ran a lot of these projects, with turf wars causing a devastating increase in crime on the whole island. Law enforcement was both underfunded and corrupt equally, and the fight against these powerful enterprises was virtually impossible. The violence got to the point where even some of the most powerful and feared drug kingpins, or bichotes, on the island tried to establish some order in the chaos that the streets had become. The group La Ono was originally formed by Jose Lopez Rosario, also known as Coco Blin Blin. From there, Angel Ayala Vasquez, aka Angelo Miñones, or El Buster, and Pito Paz had joined the organization. The idea was for all drug traffickers to stop their turf wars and work together with a set of rules and regulations in order to form a powerful empire that cannot be overthrown by the Puerto Rican police. La ONU, a play of words with Spanish for United Nations, was established in 1995. La ONU controlled local gangs like Los Extranjeros, Los Anomales, and Bin Laden Records, coordinated shipments from Latin America, and by 2004, dominated drug trade across Puerto Rico. In 2009, Ayala Vasquez and 65 members were arrested with over $100 million taken in assets.
Ángel Ayala Vázquez llegó a controlar la organización de narcotráfico más poderosa en Puerto Rico, según oficiales federales y locales. De acuerdo con la acusación en su contra, dominó puntos de drogas y suplió narcóticos en casi toda la isla, además de exportar a Estados Unidos.
Era como una leyenda urbana, un urban legend.
Según la acusación federal, Angelo Millones lavaba sus ganancias comprando autos de lujo y de carreras, así como botes y casas. Lo hacía bajo los nombres de otras personas. Además, costeaba fiestas de Navidad con enormes tarimas y la presentación de reconocidos cantantes. Ninguno de esos artistas fue acusado.
Violence continued, including revenge killings targeting family members. Key leaders' deaths and arrests marked the group's decline, but members still remained involved in murders and trafficking. The stain of all that violence started to switch the focus of some urban artists who saw a void in the music game that until the early 2000s mainly featured danceable music for clubs, typically focusing on romantic and sexual themes. All that pain, death, and violence quickly translated into the music, especially with the fast rise of the urban genres like reggaeton, giving birth to its gangsta counterpart, Malianteo, with diss tracks being a very focal point. This was not only a way for artists to tap into a new and rapidly growing market in Puerto Rico's music industry by speaking about street affairs and even incorporating voice messages from local kingpins into their diss tracks.
Fadel, déjatela caer que usted está con nosotros. Atentamente la ONU, Pito Paz. Pito Paz.
But also a way for wealthy street businessmen to launder their illegal profits through a legitimate business, with some even founding their own record labels. A lot of underground, up-and-coming young artists in Puerto Rico started hopping on this trend, which would steadily consolidate itself as a dominant style within the reggaeton sphere. Artists like Tempo, Baby Rasta, Ñengo, Kendo Capone, Archangel, Mexicano, 777, Don Omar, Tego Calderon, or Daddy Yankee, among many others, made their signature sound from and to the streets. This was especially true for one of the pioneers of this movement, Hector Luis Delgado Ramon, better known by his artistic street name, Hector El Father. In 2004, he transitioned from a duo career with Tito El Bambino, where the music was aimed primarily to the clubs and appealing to the female audience, turning into the embodiment of the genre itself. Hector was well respected and was one of the prime figures of the early steps of this movement. He was infamously backed up and also probably funded by none other than Angelo Miñones, aka El Buster, Pito Paz, and their ONU syndicate. He referred to them on countless occasions in music by many different names, like the legendary Combo 70 or the Gang of 70, or they were also called the Disco Breakers.
Bling bling. Esta es para el pana tuyo. Dile que Puerto Rico 100 por 35 y mandamos nosotros. Atentamente, la ONU. Oíste. Y cuando rompo discoteca, vamos para la calle hoy.
En nuestra familia, las reglas son las reglas. Y el que la rompa pagará las consecuencias. Buster, déjalos que se tiren. The Godfather. Dile a tu gato que yo no corro con feca. Ando con el combo de los rompe discoteca. No son capos y hasta me han llorado. Los papas que están.
Needless to say, having some of the most infamous names in the streets of Puerto Rico as basically his private security gave El Father a little bit of a god complex, often abusing his power to mess with artists' careers and dissing everyone. He also felt totally untouchable, having basically the equivalent of a small military company protecting him.
Padre, déjatela caer que usted está con nosotros. Atentamente la ONU, Pito Paz. Para Fadel, él sabe quién soy yo. En nuestra familia las reglas son las reglas y el que la rompa pagará las consecuencias.
Si lo vieran, como roncan y me tientan, pero se me embarran cuando vengan los 70.
This changed when some of the strongest allies and friends were either murdered or arrested and imprisoned over the years. All those years in the streets were catching up to Hector, and his ties with Angelo Miñones and the other Bichotes, and also being accused of starting a shooting at one of his concerts. And it was at that moment when he decided to find God. In 2008, Hector El Father would retire, leaving behind his career as a reggaeton star, and he became an evangelic pastor, and he has been predicating the gospel ever since. And his influence in Puerto Rico's urban music genre is undeniable, with tons of artists quoting, mentioning, and paying homage to El Father.
Cuando ustedes me ven, yo sé que tiemblan. Tú no me te cabras a la mambiche. Tú no me te cabras a la mambiche.
Baby Father como para los tiempos el Buster.
Antes de los diablos estaban los menores. Y antes de los menores estaban los rompediscotecas.
Actually, he's indirectly responsible for one of the biggest changes in the music industry's monetization on digital platforms, due to one massive viral hit that, ironically, Hector never even made. I bet you that even if you've never heard of him before, you've heard his voice many, many times without even knowing it.
Con los terroristas. El terror con los terroristas.
That's right, that voice saying.
Con los terroristas.
That sampled at the beginning of one of the first viral sensations almost 13 years ago, the Harlem Shake, is Hector El Father. Maybe in the future we could do a deeper dive into La ONU and Hector El Father's story if you guys think it would be interesting. With the fall of ONU's higher-ups, a huge power void would be created on the island, on the drug scene, a void that would quickly be filled by other organizations like Los Menores and Las FARC. The urban genre will only grow to new heights globally from here, and the connection between the music and streets would last and grow stronger to this day. During the early 2010s, complemented by the rise of Chicago drill, Malianteo would become a staple of Latin music, and endless artists would grow along with the genre. In a sense, Malianteo was drill rap before drill rap, They actually started talking, for example, about Glock switches way before their Chicago counterparts ever mentioned it.
Is right here. They actually keep this separated from the rest of the firearms. What did you call it? A chip. It's a chip, like a hack for your Glock. They put it right here, fits right in, and it makes this thing full auto, which is a felony.
Don't get no passes with your OG, it's still one of them. We got them glitches with the switches, this bitch stuttering.
And with the second coming of drill rap reaching new heights in popularity, a new wave of young Boricua artists would emerge, talking about their struggles in the streets and ready to take the genre by storm. One of these hungry young artists was Julian Enrique Ramos Carbia, better known by his rap name, Yaruza. Born August 8, 1998, in Bayamon, Puerto Rico, along with his twin brother Hector, who would end up being known as the producer Hydro. Both brothers grew up surrounded by the love of music and the harsh realities of the street. Their father was somewhat of an early buzz in that still premature reggaeton scene. Back in '96, Yaruza's father was artistically known as Bobby Jack, and he was part of the duo with the artist Chinito. They had a hit with the compilation album by DJ Chiclin, Los Más Buscados, or Most Wanted. Bobby and Chinito really had a buzz in that early reggaeton scene, and you can consider them even somewhat pioneers of the genre. In 1997, Chinito would get arrested in LA when he was trying to, quote, traffic some weed from the States back to Puerto Rico, when it's usually the other way around. With his arrest, the duo's career would be set on standby since Bobby refused to continue without his partner. But once Chinito was free and back on the island, their buzz was far gone, and the duo simply couldn't find that success again. So they just turned to the streets. In August 1998, Bobby Jack would welcome his twin children to this world, Hector and Julian. He would imbue in them his deep passion for music, which years down the road would definitely pay off. In 2007, the whole family moved to Florida. However, that same year, Bobby would be shot in his torso during a fight over a drug corner. The bullet hit one of his lungs, and Bobby was medicalized for over a month. Unfortunately, he wouldn't make it and died in the hospital at 27 years old. Now, a single mother had 3 children to take care of after such a tragic event. They would decide to move to Arizona, where the family would settle down. Here's where Hydro and Yaruza would take their first steps in the music themselves. Hydro would start making beats and Yaruza writing bars. The Puerto Rican sound their father had inculcated in them would get mixed with the American influences of trap and drill. It would be this particular sound that in 2017 would get Hydro's name some relevance as a producer in the Puerto Rican scene, getting signed by the Hear This Music Records, and would finally start getting production credits and songs with big artists like Bad Bunny, Anuel, Becky G, Tempo, and many others. Even though he could have used his brother as an easy way into the industry, Yaruza had a different plan. He was talented and had clear vision. When he returned to the island to pursue his rap career, he didn't have any real connections. Still, he was well respected in his father's native Levittown.
Soy Yaruza, estoy aquí apoyando a los brothercitos, más activos. Nací en Santurce, me crié en Carolina. Puesto para la música también.
También lo estás metiendo.
Puesto para la música.
Ok, tú dices que tú conoces a alguien que yo conozco también.
Conozco mucha gente que tú conoces, pero no vamos a hablar de eso.
After uploading a few freestyles, he began to gain notoriety and eventually dropped his first official release, a remix of Bryant Myers' song, Nganga. In his first drop, Yaruza had already established a clear brand that would continue during his whole career, with his Moneyway label and movement being mentioned since this first release. From here, Yaruza, along with his brother Hydro, would start building a company, Moneyway, signing new artists from around their area like Russell, Sayer, and collaborating in many songs like Negro with Russell.
Tú dices que no tienes miedo a morir, pues ven que la ca quiere darte un pasaje. Sí, bang, 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 bang.
Yaruza would go to jail for 3 months, where he would start repping G27, and the color red would always be present in his videos, even putting it as part of his Moneyway brand. It was then that, through mutual friends, Hydro would meet a young Puerto Rican rapper who was living in Florida on a basketball scholarship and who would end up being one of the biggest artists on the island. This rapper was none other than Young Chimmy. Born in San Juan, Puerto Rico in 1996, Chimmy grew up between La Casa and
Baby,
Yorin
no,
Torres
no
and
quiero, like,
Santorce.
DCC no
According to
tiene,
himself,
sí,
Chimmy would start
Among
rapping
no
at
tiene
17
un
years old,
fuletazo y lo
recording
amo,
songs that he would
Eric,
never
traen
release,
un blog,
even though some of them would somehow get leaked years later. Chimmy, as I mentioned, received a scholarship to play basketball in California at 19, and it was there in Orange County where he met Yamal, a student from Chicago who would be his roommate and who was also a rapper himself and had a homemade studio where he would record. Chimmy started to take music more seriously and stopped pursuing basketball as much.
Yo me fui a jugar baloncesto para allá, becao.
¿Qué?
Te lo juro por Dios, jugar básquet, becao para California. Y la mierda fue que me salí. Pegué a joder. Me encontré California, ya tú sabes que la marihuana hay un meneo cabrón allá. Me involucré en esa vuelta. Y me salí de la universidad y me quedé como 5 años por California. Me olvidé de Puerto Rico por el carajo. Esa esclavitud de estar entrenando y jugando básquet todo el tiempo, no estaba en esa, en verdad.
He allegedly recorded a couple songs fully in English, but it wasn't until 2019, after leaving Cali and going back to the island, when he would see an opportunity in the bubbling Latin trap wave that had the island on lock. Yaruza and Chimmy met and instantly clicked. They would hang out in the studio and streets, and it was Yaruza's recently found success that would make Chimmy start uploading freestyle videos to Instagram. Yaruza would grow closer to Chimmy, and they would start hanging around the guys from Yorin Torres. Shortly after these freestyles started gaining some traction, Yaruza convinced Chimmy to actually go to the studio. There, they would record Bloody in 2020, even though the song wouldn't drop until years later. Yaruza's name was trending since he had already dropped 3 songs, with him being one of the very first artists to ride the drill wave that expanded worldwide after Pop Smoke's stellar rise, solidifying the sound in Puerto Rico. At this point, he was basically seen as the face of the new generation. Eventually, Chimmy would reconnect with an old childhood friend he used to play ball with, Davey, who, after seeing Chimmy's IG freestyles, would invite him to record in New York. You can see Chimmy in the background of Davey's first video. They would record an EP, Los Del Dribble. Up until this point, everything looked amazing for the whole Moneyway music side of things. They were ready to take the Latin music world by storm. But on November 19, 2020, everything would change when, in a dramatic turn of events, on the same basketball court in Levittown where Bobby Jack once met Chinito back in the day, Yaruza would die after being shot. Yaruza was killed in an incident reported around 9:14 p.m. on Thursday 19th, 2020 at the basketball court located in Calle Cinco in El Naranjal housing complex in Levittown, according to police. Authorities found the body of 22-year-old Yaruza at the scene after receiving a 911 call reporting gunshots.
Las autoridades reportaron un tiroteo anoche en Levittown donde un hombre falleció y otro resultó herido. Al momento se desconoce la identidad de las víctimas. La policía se encuentra investigando los hechos para dar con el móvil de este incidente.
The circumstances around Yaruza's death are still kind of unclear, and the murder was never solved as far as I could find. But word on the street is that Yaruza was trying to bust a trap and it went wrong, and the situation escalated to fatal heights. Also, the people who did it allegedly met a similar fate shortly after. There are just rumors, however, but I felt like I had to mention. The internet's reaction to the news of Yaruza's passing was instantaneous, with tons of friends, family, and fans sending condolences and showing their respects to who would be considered by many the face of PR drill from now on. 2 weeks after Yaruza's death, all his fellow Moneyway artists and friends like Sahir, Jonah, Palermo, Russell, KK, Davey, and Chimmy would collaborate in the tribute song Rest in Peace Yaruza. All the verses pay homage to Yaruza's vision and show love to their fallen friend.
Morigua y la ruta el dinero. Arriba el pulgar y pañuelo rojo, que Dios te reciba el imploro.
Oh, pa' arriba, pañuelo rojo, quitamos de luto. Colan los diablos de rojo y esos cabrones van a quedarse brutos.
Pues yo le canto al que vive porque muerto no me va a escuchar. Por un error ellos pagaron y tú no quieres morir igual, ya te lo dije, probo Villaca.
Yo le canto al que vive porque muerto no me va a escuchar. Por un error ellos pagaron y tú no quieres morir igual. Ya te lo dije, probo Villaca.
This was Chimmy's first appearance in an official release. In his verse, he reflects on the news and promises to continue Yaruza's legacy and the Moneyway movement, making it global.
Ya ni escucho Bloody,
Me dan ganas de llorar, pero confía el video como quiera lo vamos a sacar. Y vamos a coronar, acá abajo te voy a recordar. Vas a ser mundial, con tu música te lo van a mamar. Del money tenemos la ruta, el bro nos dejó la batuta.
Spoiler, Chimmy actually kept this promise. Chimmy would get even closer to Hydro, and they started working hard to make sure Yaruza's legacy would live on. His death was a pivotal moment for Chimmy's career, and it would be in February of 2021 when Chimmy would finally make his solo debut with the song Glizzy Walk, which currently sits at 3.2 million views, and it was a hit. This track would set the expectations for Chimmy, talking about drugs, guns, and crime over an Atlanta trap type beat.
Te damos los tiros a suerte, así en el Lambo Mario Kart, un BBN en swipe de card. Por eso con los míos soy bien discreto. Todo lo que pasa se queda en secreto. Y sí como yo, como el coro completo.
But this wasn't really what Chimmy's sound would end up like at all, to be honest. But his second song, Blizzy, though, is a lot more style defining for Chimmy. This was yet another Hydro beat, this time a New York drill beat. He's a lot more braggadocious and talks about Satorce's streets, and this is also the first time we hear Chimmy really speak about being around bosses, trafficking kilos, and murder. He mentions Lo Del Dribble and Moneyway, and more importantly, his Casario, Llorens Torres, and the gang that would eventually define his career, Los Diablos.
Fronteira y sacamos las glizzy, o en el norte con las blicky. Ganshi boy, relacionado con los diablos, cabrón, pregunta dónde soy. Hablando de cata con los mexicanos, hablando de kilos sentado con los domis. Si no es por bote por el océano, un túnel de tierra como bombones.
His third drop, ATL, would be a show of versatility on Chimmy's end. With an old school reggaeton beat, also produced by Hydro, the song was well received by fans, and Chimmy started gaining some real hype around his name.
En la disco con los que mandan, en el VIP con merengue, más estado que los de Atlanta. De Lloren hasta Playita, las casi las margaritas, los canales, las motoritas, el Glock y las ermitas, el Trio 5, con Moneyway con los del Dri, el ambiente está pesado, en el VIP todo el mundo armado.
En la
A lot
disco
of people
con lo que
started looking at the
manda.
young
En el
artist
ti-
from Llorens as the next prospect.
Okay.
And to understand what will come after this, I think first we need to learn a bit about the Residencial Luis Llorens Torres. Built in the 1950s in the Santurce neighborhood in San Juan, the public housing complex, Llorens Torres is the biggest caserío in Puerto Rico with 2,600 apartments distributed and 140 towers with an estimated 7,000 to 8,000 inhabitants. But some sources like Univision give population numbers of up to 25,000 people. After its initial inauguration in 1953, Llorens Torres rapidly became a site of concentrated poverty and structural inequality, representing the result of over a century of exploitative U.S. housing and economic policies carried out at the island's expense. Despite dangerously failing infrastructure, frequent flooding, and severe damage from Hurricane Maria in 2017, the neighborhood remains home to vibrant, tight-knit communities that continue to adapt and to overcome these structural and socio-economic challenges. And of course, with both the municipal and federal government's poor handling of the situation, the projects became a hotspot for drug dealing. During the late 90s and early 2000s, while Hector El Father was still on his wild run in the industry, the boss, or Bachete in Llorens, Luis Rodriguez Isaac, better known as Chacal, would be part of the ONU organization and act as Hector's private security with El Campo del 70. The alleged owner of several stash houses had his headquarters in Calle 4/4th Street and was said to have a firm grip on the project, allegedly controlling 80% of the market and making millions. Over the years, Chacal would get arrested for several charges ranging from gun possession to murder and would be immersed in several turf wars. Chacal's Calle 4 gang would allegedly be responsible for over 25 murders in this war and other unrelated conflicts. The consequences of this lifestyle would finally catch up to Chacal in February of 2010 when he would die in a triple homicide shooting in front of a bar in Isla Verde.
La matanza de 3 individuos vinculados al narcotráfico se dio a plena luz del día en la marginal Villamar cuando desconocidos presuntamente le bloquearon el paso al vehículo donde se transportaban las víctimas, iniciando la balacera. Entre los occisos se identificó al presunto dueño de uno de los puntos de drogas en el residencial Luis Llorens Torres.
En esta escena hay 2 personas muertas. Uno de ellos, Luis Rodríguez, conocido como el Chacal, que era el dueño del punto de droga de Calle 4, el Llorens Torres, una persona que había sido arrestada y estuvo presa federalmente.
El sábado, la guerra por el control del narcotráfico y lo que parece ser una venganza por una muerte ocurrida hace un tiempo, revivió en el residencial Lloren Torres de San Juan, cuando a Luis Rodríguez Isaac, de 29 años, apodado El Chacal, un ex guardaespaldas de reggaetonero El Fader, y alegadamente quien mantenía control de los puntos del sector del caserío conocido como la Calle 4, cayó muerto ante una lluvia de disparos lanzados desde una van que le interceptó y de donde se bajaron 4 individuos enmascarados con armas largas. Murieron en el hospital sus acompañantes Carlos Rubén Morales, Encarnación, de 26 años, su papá de 45, y resultó herido Christopher Cruz, de 26, apodado Tuti, quien se mantiene estable en centro médico. Se supo que la policía, que llegó rápido al lugar, evitó que sicarios se llevaran los cuerpos.
Chacal's death definitely heated up the streets in Llorens, and his funeral was huge and had a massive police presence, even closing part of a highway for the funeral procession.
Policías estatales y municipales de la capital escoltaban la comitiva fúnebre por tierra y aire, comitiva que salió hacia la Valdoriotti de Castro, evitando pasar por donde opera el grupo de los 21 y las Balbinas, con los que los occisos tenían. Valdoriotti de Castro, por donde serían transportados los féretros, fue cerrada al tránsito hasta la salida al túnel Minillas. Los vehículos pasaron a toda prisa por los elevados, pues es en esa parte del residencial donde operan las organizaciones rivales. La importante vía estuvo cerrada por unos 15 minutos. La comitiva llegó al cementerio municipal de San Juan al mediodía.
After Chacal's fall, with Calle Cuatro's main players out of the picture, Calle 20 quickly grew in numbers and control of Llorens, with Rafael, aka Chio Barita, being one of the most feared and infamous faces in this gang. He was friends with legendary artist Kendo Capone, and would appear in songs showing his backing for the rapper. Under Cheo Beretta's leadership, Calle 20 would be a part of the powerful and feared nationwide drug syndicate known as Fuerzas Armadas Revolucionarias de Cantera, or short for Las FARC, even though its power would extend across the whole island and even internationally. Unlike La ONU's consensus-based structure trying to protect each other against the government and authorities, Las FARC was formed by several independent local factions that controlled different areas of the island, without a head leadership, but rather territorial bosses. Different parts of the gang are in a constant power struggle amongst each other for control of the trafficking routes. Originally formed in 2006, Las FARC adopted the motto La Familia Nunca Muere, or the family never dies, which they use in music and chains, amongst other places. Mentioned and referenced by endless artists through the genre's history, Las FARC is still one of the most powerful groups in the whole Caribbean to this day.
Ando con un full como el oriental de la falda.
El gobierno me quitó el caserío, pero nos expandimos. Atentamente la FARC, Bayamón.
La familia no muere la FARC y no te tengo que roncar.
Par de cabrones que me quieren dar, pero guerrear conmigo es guerrear con la FARC.
En la familia nunca muere, ¿oíste? Ya.
Somos muchos y eso les duele. Que la familia jamás se muere.
The gang is most known for its violence, and according to the FBI, they're involved in at least 50 murders since 2006. Rumors and legends abound. One story says they would leave their victims' corpse in hidden areas in Laguna de San Jose, where alligators or caimanes would dispose of the bodies, but this has never been confirmed.
Empezamos a investigar a esta ganga violenta, nos llamó la atención que cogían a sus víctimas y los cuerpos, cuando los mataban, se los tiraban a los caimanes. De hecho, este caso primero se llamaba Operación Cocodrilo. Ahí están viendo la violencia de esta peligrosa ganga.
Internal disputes were a key sticking point for the group. There was one in November of 2015 that would lead to Cheo Beretta's death in a shooting incident on the streets of Santurce. This was allegedly one of those inner divisions within Las FARC, led by Vladimir Natera Abreu, which ended up taking control over Llorens Torres. Ever since 2015, Las FARC has been in control of the housing complex, Vladimir had been living in the Dominican Republic since 2018, evading capture. Dominican authorities, acting on an arrest warrant, tracked him for several days before arresting him along with his lieutenant, Josette Rivera Verdejo. His capture was challenging due to his slippery nature, frequent changes in appearance, and movement through wealthy neighborhoods in Santo Domingo. Authorities believed he was not running things from the Dominican Republic, but sometimes conducted operations from there.
Era alrededor del mediodía de este domingo cuando fiscales y agentes adscritos a la DNCD se presentaron a la Torre Roma 20 del exclusivo sector Evaristo Morales. ASIN están identificadas como Joseph Omar Rivera Verdejo y Vladimir Natera Abreu.
He is also suspected of a hit on infamous third in command of Las FARC, Carlos, aka Tonka, in 2017, and artist Kevin Frett in 2019. Also, influencer Isadora Pinky Curvy, who was 24, was shot dead in Hato Puerto Rico while leaving a restaurant. She had been indicted in 2019 for alleged ties to Las FARC.
En las imágenes grabadas con una cámara de vigilancia se ve un auto rojo persiguiendo la camioneta Tacoma, donde viajaba la influencer junto a su actual pareja. En medio de la ráfaga de balas se ve al chofer correr y entrar a un negocio para pedir ayuda. El vehículo recibió más de 80 impactos de bala que terminaron con la vida de Pinky Curvy. Ella no sobrevivió al ataque armado de presuntos sicarios. La vida de alias Pinky Curvy no estuvo libre de controversias. Según informes de la policía, detrás de su vida en redes se escondía un historial criminal. En febrero de 2019 se entregó al FBI y fue enjuiciada bajo acusaciones de narcotráfico junto a 75 personas más, pertenecientes a la pandilla de narcotraficantes conocida como Fuerzas Armadas Revolucionarias de Cantera. El auto de los criminales fue hallado con orificios de bala también. La policía aclaró que Rivera Pérez, pareja de la influencer, no tenía récord criminal y se encuentra recuperándose en un hospital bajo la protección de la policía. Según él, los sicarios habrían querido rematarlo en el centro médico.
Yarens Torres would fall under the Caguas area of control. Carlos Miguel Cotto Cruz, aka Oasa, who was facing multiple charges including drugs, guns, and even domestic violence. In addition, he had 2 arrest warrants for murder. He would be arrested in Orcovis in a joint effort by Puerto Rican police and the FBI on May 7, 2021.
Desde 2018 estaba fugitivo de las autoridades, tiene 2 órdenes de asesinato. 20 de enero de 2021 sobre el asesinato ocurrido en el pueblo de San Lorenzo. Tentativa de asesinato y ley de armas para ese tiempo. En adición, tenía orden de arresto, una revocación de probatoria federal. Era buscado por las autoridades. Sumamente peligroso. Este individuo está el líder de una organización criminal en Caguas y tiene también ramificaciones en el área de Cantera, en Atorrey. Hoy el trabajo, al intervenir con este individuo, se ocuparon 2 kilos de heroína, 10 kilos de cocaína, 6 libras de marihuana, 10 cargadores de pistola, 2 cargadores de rifle, una pistola Glock alterada para disparar y alrededor de 1000 municiones de rifle.
And it was here with the fall of Wasa when his 2 lieutenants, Gordo Casco and Luis Daniel Garcia Hernandez, aka Elede or Enano, would step up. Elede, also known as Megatron, would be a key figure for the career of the latest, most promising artist from the Caserío, Yarens Torres. He would back up Chimmy's career and would eventually be his manager. Chimmy would start flexing his connection with Elede's small set within Las FARC, Los Diablos, and songs, but didn't commit to fully embrace Los Diablos as his own brand at first, at least not yet. On August 20th, 2021, Moneyway would roll out Yaruza's posthumous album, La Ruta del Dinero, Moneyway, a highly anticipated release by the fans. The album has a ton of Moneyway features, but his feature with Young Chimmy, called Bloody Remix, was his first song with Yaruza and a standout.
Tráigame la soda y el baking. And I'm a whip that bitch. Él está vendiendo más que Wish.
It would also include the song La Cara del Drill, The Face of Drill, a song that would further solidify him as one of the pioneers of the genre. But the day before the single came out, veteran PR rapper Tempo would drop the song El Rey del Drill, which was a pretty obvious shot at the late Yaruza and the whole Moneyway movement, especially if we consider that, as we mentioned earlier, Tempo and Hydro had worked together in the past. So He was more than likely well aware of the situation with Hydro's twin brother, Yaruza. Chimmy didn't take kindly to the disrespect that the title and timing posed for his dead friend's legacy, and it would only be 3 weeks later when, on September 14th, he would respond to Tempo and defend Yaruza in Drill's Elder, dissing Tempo, addressing the situation, and asserting Yaruza's place as the real face of drill in Puerto Rico. He would also mention a very specific slogan and group for the very first time, making it obvious his street affiliations were rapidly growing. The diss song from this up-and-coming artist towards a staple name of the genre went viral, and it would mark the beginning of Young Chimmy's run to stardom. And as he promised to Yaruza on his tribute song, this rise would be quicker than anyone could have expected. Elede would really start back in Chimmy's career, since he recognized this as a good opportunity to get into some clean, legal dollars, and Chimmy would return the favor, showing more and more support for his friend's street gang. In October of 2021, Chimmy would drop Glizzy Walk 2.0, and this would set the tone for what would be Young Chimmy's persona all throughout the rest of his career. We see Chimmy posted in Llorens with his guys and a lot of bikes behind him. We also finally hear him personally claim Los Diablos de Llorens.
En Lloren soy como los baby en Atlanta. A ti no te creen nada de lo que cantas. Las moli te borramos el rostro. Bien.
Entraron al residencial Luis Llorens Torres, aunque no eran bienvenidos.
Dólares que en Santurce Lloren, los diablos con la
Lo que encima.
Doble L, 140 Tower, los diablos. Doble Lloren, que puta, los diablos de la metro. ¿Qué?
Chimmy's career would take off from here, and that's when he, along with his powerful new manager, Megatron, would found their own independent record labels, Glizzy Gang and 140 Towers, named in honor of the 140 towers that make up the housing projects. They would set up recording studios in the heart of the Caseríos, which they would baptize as The Bunker. The Bunker was made to appear to be a bar.
Pero aquí es donde graba Young Chimmy. El búnker. La familia
nunca muere. Ese es el eslogan de ellos. 140 Tower es el sello como tal. Ese es el sello creado por LD.
And with Chimmy's next release in February 2022, Baby Father, we would see Chimmy's transformation complete and history go full circle. Over this Detroit beat, produced by Hydro, Young Chimmy would totally embrace Los Diablos de Llorens, showing off big racks, Lamborghinis, riding ATVs with the gang around the housing project, and famously declaring himself the baby father, comparing him to the way Hector was moving like a boss on the island almost 20 years ago, and even mentions the infamous drug pen and leader of the ONU, Angelo Meñones, aka El Buster.
El baby father como pa' los tiempos el Buster, la ganga en el club, los diablos lloren, security ni chequeó. Les quiero ver la cara cuando traigo un Lambo a calle 4 y celebremos con Buchanan y los Dracos en el bando. Vamos a limpiar los chavos cantando en el buff y todas las putas están llamando. No, en el bunker facturo con el enano.
And to be fair to him, we can all agree we were starting to see some parallels already. And we could also see Eladio Carrion, a prominent name in the genre and friend of Hydro, seen in this video, foreshadowing a future remix of this song which would forever change Chimmy's life. But we are getting a little ahead of ourselves. The song went absolutely crazy, and Young Chimmy was already becoming a well-known name in the Latin music world, with his combo Los Diablos de Llorens becoming somewhat of a viral sensation. The next few releases would solidify Chimmy's image by appearing with Elede in music videos and starting to wear LFNM/Las FARC chains. On March 26th, during a police raid in Llorens Torres, 5 people were arrested, including a 15-year-old minor at the bar/recording studio. Officers seized 11 guns, over 600 rounds of ammunition, more than $7,000 in cash, drugs, 2 cars, and 2 motorcycles. Hydro escaped charges this time. They would later continue using the studio or El Bunker regardless. It would be on April 4th, 2022, when Chimmy would drop the remix Glizzy Walk 2.5 with Eladio Carrion. This music video would be recorded in NYC, and it was there where he would link up with one of the future members of Los Diablos, Slater. From here, Chimmy would finally be seen as the hottest new artist in the genre, even getting to remix his other hit song, Baby Father, with legends of the movement like Nango Flow, who came up with Hector himself, and Archangel, who infamously was slapped by Hector El Father back in the early 2000s, and apparently still held the grudge against the now long retired rapper turned evangelist pastor. He since changed his lyric and even the hook to remove any references to El Father from his whole verse, switching it up to Baby Arca instead.
En el Hellcat te prendemos el helicóptero, el Baby Arca como
Shimmy was nothing short of an international star at this point, and his name was getting hotter and hotter. The success that him, Hydro, and the late Yaruza were searching for all these years was finally at their fingertips. And obviously, as it always is the case with these stories from the streets, this is when everything would go south. On May 17, 2022, a federal grand jury in Puerto Rico indicted 41 gang members from San Juan for drugs, guns, and conspiracy charges. The FBI, Puerto Rican police, DEA, ICE, and the U.S. Marshals collaborated for this major drug bust in different housing projects. Authorities said the group sold kilos to the U.S. mainland. The group used Airbnb rentals and abandoned apartments to store drugs, money, and weapons, using violence as a main tactic to maintain control. Among those charged were Gordo Casco and LD. According to police reports, during the investigation, members of Los Diablos received drug shipments transported by boats arriving from Venezuela and the Dominican Republic. If convicted on the drug charges, could be sentenced from 10 years to life. If convicted of both the drug and firearm charges, the people arrested face 15 years up to life in prison. It's presumed that they were forced to forfeit over $58 million. Elade would be mentioned on many occasions by Chimmy and them, appearing in a jail video call, audio recordings, and by gifting Chimmy the Megatron chain. The imagery of Los Diablos continued taking shape. Chimmy even dropped a song called Megatron, using one of the phone calls with his incarcerated boss as the intro. It's also worth mentioning, LD would also drop a few songs himself, bragging about his status and activity in the streets.
Aguanta ahí.
With the boss, LD, now incarcerated in federal prison, it would be Christopher Pabon, or El Chef, who would command the Caserío. It would be via El Chef that Los
What the fuck is this nigga Rock doing?
to Philly. Chimmy would continue to have an amazing 2022 and beginning of 2023 in music, where he would collaborate with some of the biggest names in the game, like Ningo Flow, Luar L, and even being the first
let me call my brother's girl,
along with legendary DJ Drama. On this mixtape, we can find Chimmy's first song with an up-and-coming Puerto Rican artist who, even though would be friendly with Chimmy for years, would eventually turn into the face of the other side of the war, Hades 6'6". At this point, it's fair to say that Chimmy was at the top of the Latin drill/trap music industry. He'd get features with the biggest names in the game, like Archangel and Bad Bunny. He was doing interviews with every outlet, and his name was guaranteed clicks. It was at this point where Chimmy would meet some of the new artists and producers that would shortly click up and become tightly affiliated to, if not part of, Los Diablos. Amongst other young rappers from the Sabana, Abajo, Caserío, and Catalina, Cito Bleta, also known as El Diablo Blanco or the White Devil, who had risen to local celebrity for uploading IG Reels popping willies with his bars used as background music. He started taking his craft more seriously in 2023 and started dropping solo songs that rapidly gained him a reputation amongst the island's new school artists. Chimmy and Cito Bleta would become very close, and in October 2023, they would drop KDP, a song that would propel both artists.
Los Diablos. Toconche, Los Diablos. Toconche, Los Diablos.
Williams Santana Garcia was born in Puerto Rico. His father was killed when he was just 1 year old, and his then 17-year-old mom moved to New York City. Slater was already trying his luck as an artist, but would mainly rap in English. He has a couple songs featuring somewhat known artists in the United States rap game like Sada Baby and Youngin Ace, but more notoriously, he was in a 2021 song with two New York drill staples, 26 AR and K Flock, in the heights of the Bronx drill wave.
Keep a 4-5 on me, I ain't fighting. Back then I was terrorizing indictments. All I do is get high and dodge indictments. So my brothers stay smart, not dangerous. Cause a dangerous nigga get whacked, and a dangerous nigga might lack. EBK, DOA, GBG babies. We told choppers like this shit to Navy. All my niggas scammers, all they robbers. Pull out the 30, give me $1. I'll take your wifey, put her in Prada. Pop the perky on my way to get some lean in Jersey. She gave me head for like 10 minutes, then I fuck for 30.
In August of that year, he would drop Zombies, a music video recorded in Philly where we can see Pressure and his brother, Panza. At around the same time, in that same small street called Weymouth in the Kensington neighborhood in Philadelphia, 2 young artists would emerge out of nowhere and be added to the roster. Obviously, I'm talking about Sombra and Pressure, who had both just dropped their respective debut songs, Pantracito and VVS Switch, that would quickly make the Philly duo a strong name. The circumstances around how these two came up, especially Pressure, were shady to some. Accusations of botted views flew, with VVS Switch being his first song that immediately went viral and received millions of views, sitting at over 70 million views at the moment of this recording. The fact is that Pressure was already wearing the Megatron chain, and mentioning Los Diablos in his first ever music video was noteworthy. It's also worth mentioning that El Chef, Pressure's manager, is from Llorens Torres. He actually got shot in April 2023 with an intense shootout that left 3 young people injured near the Luis Llorens Torres projects.
Una posible venganza. Ese es uno de los ángulos que investiga la policía sobre la balacera ocurrida anoche en el residencial Luis Llorens Torres, acá en la zona metropolitana, y que dejó el saldo de 3 personas heridas, una de ellas de gravedad. Estas víctimas han sido identificadas hasta el momento como Jirel Santiago Colón, de 19 años, Christopher Pavón Pietri, de 21, y Christopher Cruz Carrasquillo, de 23 años. Según la policía, testigos aseguran que vieron a varios sujetos llegar al lugar en distintos autos y comenzaron a abrir fuego contra un grupo de personas. En la escena se ocuparon múltiples casquillos de bala de distintos calibres, así como un cargador.
This connection, Puerto Rico to Philly, would go on to call themselves Los Diablos de la W, and would be key in the upcoming wars Los Diablos would find themselves in, both on the island and in the United States. All of these artists, along with producers like Yeko, would sign to Glizzy Gang, Chimmy's personal label, and would form a really dangerous group both in and outside the music game. It's worth mentioning that, like Yoruza and Megatron before them, most of these artists, including Chimmy, also claimed the prison game, G27, and would reference it constantly in their music.
Glizzy Walk, los tiro en la garganta. El R rojo 27 como Santa.
Rojo 27, me canto si caigo preso, ey, ey.
Ay, el bitch and disrespectful. Tengo un intrate full. Siempre de rojo 27 como Deadpool.
Cito Bleta is the only exception in Los Diablos, identifying himself as Nieta instead. In August 2023, Moneyway would release Yoruza's second posthumous studio album titled Coda. It was accompanied by a promotional trailer that featured probably the only wholesome moment in this whole documentary, where we can see Yoruza's son, who lost his dad when he was just a baby, being held by his uncle Hydro, while a nice marble bust of Yoruza is revealed. This would also be featured on the album's cover art, where we can see Baby Euro softly strokes his dad's face again. However, the wholesome times wouldn't last long, as on October 31st, 2023, Cito Bleta, one of the recent additions to Los Diablos lineup, would get arrested along with 3 other young men during a raid at the Cafe Claro nightclub in Santurce. Following a search warrant for a Cherokee SUV, authorities seized 2 9mm guns modified with switches, as well as magazines, ammunition, and a pig mask. They refused to talk, but signed something allowing the feds to check their phone's content. And the feds got pictures and messages, including pictures of guns that would later be related to a cop's murder. This decision would come back to bite the whole gang in the ass. Chimmy would allegedly take care of all lawyer expenses for this case, and Cito Bleta would be put on probation wearing an ankle monitor, which infamously ran out of battery on this podcast.
Si no fuera así, estuviéramos pegados. El grillete. Sonó.
Diablo.
El grillete, mi gente,
en poca, puñeta.
El primer grillete que suena en un podcast.
At this point, Los Diablos were in a pretty good spot in their careers, frequently collaborating with big names in the industry. Chimmy was doing interview after interview, and he infamously got carried away in one of them in December of 2023, going extra fed for absolutely no reason.
siempre cuentan en sus historias cómo ellos se dejaron dominar de la calle o cómo ellos estaban dentro de la calle y a pesar de estar en la calle, hacían su música, su maleanteo y tenían problemas. A fulano le mataron que sé yo cuánto desde el combo de él, a fulano. Y siempre veíamos esa historia de que la calle estaba metida en la música. Tú que eres parte del presente, yo quiero saber si todavía esa realidad existe aquí en Puerto Rico, si todavía la calle está dentro de lo que es la industria.
Verdad que sí, porque detrás del artista están la gente que está invirtiendo, están la gente que creyó en el artista y que son de la calle, sus chavos son de la calle, son un quilero, un narco, un esto, un lo otro, y sabes, si tú tienes algún tipo de situación con ese artista, la estás teniendo con el hombre de la calle, ¿me entiendes? Pero si tú te pones a pensar, De La Ghetto estuvo con gente de la calle, Arcángel también, Anuel también, Ozuna también. Pues la real es que los bichotes son los que pagan todo. Y a los bichotes le ponen las motoras, las cadenas, los carros, todas esas cosas, ¿me entiendes? Que no todo a veces como tú piensas, ¿me entiendes? Y hay gente detrás que son de la calle.
With Young Chimmy leading the way and the viral growth that every artist around him was experiencing, Cita Bletta went back home and everything was looking bright for Los Diablos. But you see, back in Philadelphia, things between Weymouth and their close allies, YO, and the guys from 7th and Russell were heating up. We have a whole 45-minute long video explaining the conflicts between these two groups in Philly. Hade 66 is an artist from Morovis, Puerto Rico, who goes back and forth from the island to Milwaukee and claims Los Popos, or Seis. Hades started his career uploading freestyles to the page Freestyle Mania, where he quickly gained popularity and eventually would transition into a full-on music career where he soon found success. This other collective, Los Popos, includes rappers like Slick La Mina, who lives in Milwaukee, Black Any from Caguas, Puerto Rico, and Anubis, who is also friends with Hades from the beginning of his career. They all go by Los Popos, Seis, La M, or La Siete Records. It's rumored that a powerful drug kingpin from Milwaukee is the one funding this side, but we will dive deeply into Los Popos in a dedicated video. Slick, Black Any, and the rest are connected to the 7th and Russell block in Philly, while Sombra and Pressure are linked up with their op, connected Los Popos in a dedicated video. Slick funding this side, but we will dive deeply into Los Popos in a dedicated video. Slick, Black Any, and the rest are connected to the 7th and Russell block in Philly, while Sombra and Pressure are linked up with their ops, YO. Chimmy and Hades would continue dropping music together and basically excluding themselves from the conflict. That fragile equilibrium would soon be broken. At the beginning, things seemed fine between both groups. They would frequently feature in each other's songs. We could see Chimmy, Hades, and Slick Lamina together in this music video for the remix of Bloody with Yaruza. It was in one of these features, the remix to Ooh by ROA and Hades. That would include new verses by Luar La El and Cita Bletta. Allegedly, after catching up to the news about the conflict back in Philly, Hades 66 would take Cita Bletta off the song. Cita Bletta would respond on Instagram, and so there it goes. Los Diablos and Los Popos would finally start going at each other. 2 weeks later, the remix of Trap Phone, a track by Anubis featuring Casper, Juanca, Slick La Mina, and Cita Bletta was set to be released. As you can see, there's a problem here. Cita Bletta would go on to be removed from this song even though he appeared in the official music video. It was taken down just a few hours after its release and then re-released without the appearance of the Diablo. After the multiple back and forths on the internet over the Cita Bletta verses being cut, and with the streets hot back in Kensington on January 11th, 2024 at an album release party in Puerto Rico, Slick La Mina from Los Popos would run into Midnight and Dime West, two artists under the Moneyway umbrella, and they jumped them. At this moment, Chimmy and Hades were still collaborating, but 2024 would be the year when a war, both in music and in the streets, would explode openly between Los Diablos and Los Popos. In March of 2024, Pressure would drop VVS Switch remix with huge names in the industry like Anuel, Noir, Cita Bletta, and initially Hades 66. However, after allegedly Hades' label would strike the video of his collab with Slater and also Hades' verse on VVS Switch remix, the song would then be re-uploaded without Hades. Cita Bletta's case would get lost in the inefficiency of the court system. So now, on March 28, 2024, his ankle monitor would be removed, still waiting for his preliminary hearing.
Los poli me picaron el grillete.
But that wouldn't last, since only 2 days after getting his ankle monitor removed, on March 29, 2024, Puerto Rico police officer Eliezer Ramos Velez, who was off duty but still wearing his uniform and vest, was fatally shot after following a group of armed men that were in a car firing at a motorist. The officer was found dead in his vehicle, and his service weapon and radio were stolen. Allegedly, the perpetrators also tried to take off his vest, but were unable to. Ramos Velez was a 12-year veteran of the Puerto Rico Police Department, admired for his dedication, and had been named Officer of the Year 3 times. He left behind a young son.
Poco después del mediodía del Viernes Santo, las autoridades comenzaron a entrevistar a ciudadanos que podrían tener información o estar relacionados con el asesinato del policía Eliezer Ramos Vélez, adscrito a la División de Detección de Disparos.
El mensaje a estas personas es: no me los maten, entréguennos, no nos vamos del residencial hasta que no nos entreguen.
The response of the authorities to the murder of the police officer took no time. The feds reopened Citobleta's gun case and would get an arrest warrant for him and 3 other men. The arrest was allegedly due to the October 2023 gun charge that was left on standby, but they were just gaining some time to build up a case for the police officer's murder. On April 1st, 2024, Citobleta would turn himself in to the federal and state authorities, and he would be sent to jail. According to those authorities, even though not charged for the officer's murder yet, Citobleta's arrest was fundamental for the investigation.
Contra el joven de 21 años ya pesaba una orden de arresto federal por posesión de un arma alterada para disparar de manera automática. Además, figura como persona de interés en el asesinato del policía Eliezer Ramos Vélez viernes en el residencial Sabana Bajo.
Caso específico del cantante, ¿verdad? Trapero que se llama Citobleta, porque era una persona de interés. ¿Él está vinculado o no está vinculado?
No, es una persona de interés en el caso del asesinato del sargento Eliezer Ramos.
This was pretty much all the information we got from the authorities, but after a little digging, we found out that Citobleta's case is way deeper than it seemed, being part of a 56-person federal indictment with charges that range from distribution of kilos, allegedly amounting to up to $31 million, and to at least 3 murders, including Officer Ramos Velez and 2 teenage girls. If found guilty, he could face up to life in prison and even the death penalty, depending on the charges. Citobleta's case gets very deep, so if that's something you want to see, let us know in the comments. On May 2024, Chimmy and Hades would collaborate for the last time on producer Yeko's The Big Boss of Beats mixtape and even record a video for the song Murder City. But more infamously, on that same mixtape, Sombra would directly attack Hades for the first time in the song Problematical.
¿Dónde están? ¿Dónde están? Estoy loco, secuestrado un cantante. Entramos pa' Morovi, parle fuletazo con la 40, pa' que tiren puya en las stories.
He would explain why weeks later on the podcast.
¿Qué pasó con Jade y tú que tuvieron ese esto por lo de Citobleta? ¿O fue por otra cosa?
Está eso y también que chamaquito en verdad, tú sabes, como si ahora mismo yo hago una loquera, tú sabes que Chimi va a venir y me va a decir, baby, bájale. Pues tú sabes que él tiene su escuadrón, ¿verdad? Él no controla los de él. Y para tirarle un trilly, mejor le damos el tronco para que se caigan las hojas, ¿no?
Pressure would go on to diss Hades on stage in one of his shows. And Hades would respond by changing his Instagram profile picture to a picture of the Optimus Prime killing Megatron, a clear statement against Los Diablos, who, after their now incarcerated boss, Elede, would identify with this name, calling themselves Los Decepticons, rocking Megatron chains, etc. In July 2024, both Los Diablos and Los Popos went to Primos Juventud, an annual award show organized by Univision that honors Hispanic entertainers, including actors, musicians, influencers. There, they ran into each other, but even after all the back and forth on social media, nothing really happened. On August 24th, 2024, however, at artist Neo Garcia's album release party, Chimmy and other members of Los Diablos got into a brawl with Blackini, Slick Lamina, and their people, along with some Los Popos fans, allegedly. The footage is so low res that it's difficult to actually make anything out from the fight, but this would be when Slater would infamously bail out, leaving his friends alone, which was caught on camera. He would be mocked for this to this day. Popo's members would upload tons of Instagram stories showing their trophies and bragging about the aftermath. You can see what allegedly are El Chef sneakers and dreads and Pressure's Cartier watch, which allegedly was worth $380,000. On August 30th, Chimmy and Cito Bleta will release VVS for Life. In the video's intro, we could see Chef, the now Bachete of Lorenz Torres, and Pressure's manager using one of the katanas from Chimmy's chain to stab an octopus, a clear reference to Los Popos and an indication that the war had just begun. Soon after, Hades would upload a preview of Sombra and Chimmy's diss, but it would never be uploaded officially, even though the leaked version would go viral. It was only a matter of time before the two faces of the group would go against each other, fully embracing the war that had been bubbling for months. Just a few days later, on September 11th, Slater would be arrested, accused of Medicare fraud in New York for allegedly posing as a doctor and issuing fake prescriptions. Slater was detained at Luis Muñoz Marin Airport in Carolina while preparing to travel to the Dominican Republic to shoot a music video. He would bail out shortly after.
Las autoridades detuvieron esta tarde a un hombre acusado en el estado de Nueva York de fraude al Medicare. Esto por presuntamente hacerse pasar por médico y hacer recetas falsas. John Williams Santana García fue detenido en el aeropuerto Luis Muñoz Marín de Carolina mientras se disponía a viajar a República Dominicana para la grabación de un vídeo musical.
The waters would calm down for a little, even though they would continue beefing on Instagram. Finally, after a Chimmy verse dissing Hades would leak on Instagram, Hades would dare Chimmy to drop a diss track. And that's how a few days later, on October 15th, 2024, Young Chimmy would drop Real Demon, a 6-minute long song with 2 different beats produced by Echo. The first part, over a Detroit beat, is mostly a normal song full of references to drugs, guns, Los Diablos, to members like Sombra, Pressure, or Elade, and Santeria deities.
Controlamos la calle, la metro Santurce, todas quieren los diablos lloren. Ando modo ninja, diablo como Luisda, pero cazando flow casco. Los Midnight, Later y Precho, cabrones yo nunca me tranco. Decapito gallina, comida de la tierra, no doy pie santo.
And then the beat switches, and this is where Chimmy would start dissing everyone in the Los Popos. He directly mentioned Hades for the first time.
Que los míos corren. A ti se te olvida que estoy yo en torre.
No, conchero, diablo.
Pablo, en Santurce me muevo flow Pablo. El 300 que los deja calvo. Yo soy de Lloren, cabrón, no de Morovi. A de un bobo, cabrón, como Obi.
He also accused Black Any of being gay and goes after his manager, Pepe Quintana, saying he's going to lose his investment with Black Any.
Dieron los diablos en misión, no te cojo en serio, tú eres bugarrón. Black Any está bajo 1 millón, Pepe está borracho con esa visión.
And also mentions for the first time Jamel, who's part of La 7 Records, a faction of Los Popos, connected to Slick Lamina, Black Any, and 7 for Russell in Philly.
Que me mama el bicho a las 7, Gemer, todos esos cabrones dan risa. Cabrón, nos vengaba a tu hermano, cogiste pasaje, tú lo que de risa.
He would also say that they took Hades' chain during the red carpet, to which we have no evidence. Only a couple hours later, Hades would respond with La Última Cena, or The Last Supper, using The Kiss of Judas painting as the song cover. This song is way more straight to the point, and in it, Hades would open with a sample of the Willie Colon and Hector Lavoe song, Tú no puedes conmigo.
Que tú no puedes conmigo.
He didn't call Chimmy a Judas for dissing him, even though they had a cordial relationship and had been working together for years, but also for not doing anything when his friend Pressure and Chef were getting beat up back in August. He finishes his disses towards Los Diablo by mentioning Yeruza, saying he would be embarrassed because instead of keeping his legacy how they're supposed to, they are now known as Corre or Runaway. The fans' response was clear, and most people unanimously declared Hades the winner of this first round. But that was just the beginning of Los Diablos' fall from grace. On November 3rd, 2024, Hades would go back on the offensive, this time releasing Golpe de Estado with Black Any. And then a couple weeks later, once again, Midnight and Dom West would walk into Anubis and La Positiva, Hades' manager back then, at a TikTok event in Miami, and they would brawl once again, leaving a bunch of hilarious images. On November 27th, Chimmy will fulfill his promise he made on Baby Father of bringing his Lambos to Calle Cuatro to celebrate Thanksgiving. Also dropping the song Lucifer. Even though the song has some bars directed to Hades and his gang, I would say this is mostly directed towards Anuel. Fans would still consider Los Popos as the winners in the rap beef for now. Things would change forever for Young Chimmy, as on December 12, 2024, a federal grand jury in the District of Puerto Rico returned an indictment charging Young Chimmy with 2 counts of firearm violations. Chimmy would be arrested at the airport in Puerto Rico. He faces up 10 years in prison for each count. In chats found in Cito Bleto's phone back in 2024, things would make Chimmy's situation even worse. The messages were exchanged with Cito Bleto's manager, who was accused along with 55 others in the indictment. Evidence also includes a video of Young Chimmy firing an automatic pistol out the window of a moving car and a photo of a switch. Despite these charges, Chimmy was not charged with belonging to the gang. Federal authorities highlighted that the gang operated across multiple public housing projects in Puerto Rico, selling drugs, selling guns, etc. They also noted how the gangs reached a peace agreement called La Paz to maintain separate leadership and avoid internal conflict. He had been denied bail twice at this point and is still awaiting federal trial. The FBI would later impound Chimmy's Lambos. Obviously, his arrest would dramatically slow his career down, with Chimmy adding up to the list of Los Diablos members behind bars. Along with Elede and Cito Bleta, only Pressure, Sombra, and Slater would be left to put in work in the music game. They would continue to go back and forth with Los Popos during 2025, even though it looked like the tension would ease over time. But in the streets, it was a different story. In March 2025, Pressure's manager and Los Diablos' current boss in the streets at the moment, El Chef, would be arrested. The motion is sealed, so we don't know the charges at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on the situation. On June 7th, police in Vega Baja, Puerto Rico, identified the victims of a double homicide reported in the Villa Colombo neighborhood. The victims were ID'd as La Eque 27 and his manager. Officers responded to a 911 call and found both men shot dead inside a gray 2018 Honda Accord. On October 1st, Pressure's brother, Panza, was shot 35 times in Kensington while he was riding an e-bike only a couple blocks away from Weymouth. Panza was an important figure for Pressure and Sombra and was frequently seen in their videos. He was buried in Puerto Rico days after his death. Only a few days after that, a well-known member of LFNM and someone close to Young Chimmy would lose his life. Brian Cortillo, aka Mariachi, was a well-known and well-respected man on the streets of Santurce. He died at the age of 33 on October 6, 2025, after being attacked with a sword and arriving severely injured at the hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. Mariachi was very loved in his hood and often mentioned by many artists in their songs. Tons of condolences, love, and well wishes were sent on social media. His death is most likely unrelated, but it's an important piece in the streets of Santurce.
Chimmy, tú me dices, papi, que ando con 40 mariachi, pasamos por ahí, le damos una serenata. Descanso eterno, ya que brille, por siempre, pa' mi hermano el mariachi. Ay, que yo me muera, sé que tendrás que llorar, todos. Pero mariachi te va a tocar toda la guitarra.
And just a few days before this video's recording, social media went crazy over an event that took place at the international airport in San Juan when 2 members of Pressure and Los Diablos de la Weymouth Circle, Child 777 and Ore 47, would allegedly run up on JTLG, who's a part of Los Del Campo, a set tightly associated with Black Any, and who has also been a part of the back and forth dissing Los Diablos.
Yo no ronco, yo si actúo, yo los compro si son puros. Y esta gente quiere ver mi cara pinta en un muro. Los del campo en Cagüey, es de Cagüey, el Southside de Milwaukee. Dime, M, ¿por qué será que toda esta gente nos teme? Ando con todos los nenes grabando y contando los de 100. Me roncan por la red y cuando me ven they keep it walking.
and took his chain along with some other belongings. Ore and Chow would obviously run to Instagram afterwards, showing off the chain and taunting the ops. Just one day after the incident, Chow and Ore would drop La Última Escena Noche de Brujas, the last scene, Night of the Witches. This is a very interesting one for a lot of reasons. In this visualizer type video, we can see a lot of imagery that, when combined with the lyrics, paint a disturbing picture. Chow's intro for this song starts by saying, "It's been like 4 and 2 weeks and you ain't avenged your homies." Then in his verse, he says, Then Ore opens up his verse by telling us a lot of interesting stuff. First, he goes into detail about the situation with the alleged chain snatching at the airport, even showing a video, supposedly, of what happened.
Saliendo del aeropuerto, cabrón, yo te pillo envuelto. Te quito la cadena y te damos contra el cemento. Pidiendo la cadena, suplicando medio tuerto.
Then he said something that caught me totally off guard, that made me start connecting some dots. He talks about someone's wife getting hit by the gang.
Tu mujer preñada, cogiendo cocotazo. Yo no sé si ya te dijo que ese no es tu hijo.
At first, I didn't pay much mind to this bar, but it will be brung back up soon. More importantly, Ore says this. Okay, so this is where the title of the song becomes relevant. The title is both a play of words with the name of Hade's diss to Chimmy, La Última Cena, and also mention Tu Noche de Brujas, or the Night of the Witches, which is, as you've already figured out, Halloween. And why is this important? Well, that when the war starts part would be a generic drill bar if it wasn't for one important piece of information. Hades had been doing pretty well for himself since Jimmy has been in jail, and this upcoming 31st, both Hades 6'6" and Slick Lamina will have a big concert at the Coca-Cola Music Hall, one of the largest concert venues in Puerto Rico. Yes, you've heard it right, on Halloween. And it seems that that's not in Los Diablos' plans. After the hook, there's a short interlude featuring the voice of an unidentified person sending a clear warning.
Cuando bajemos para allá, papi, vamos a bajar con 18 lagartos, ¿oíste? 6 por acá, por cada calle, y cuando lo metemos para allá se va a ir la luz cuando retumbemos. ¿Oíste? Los rifles tienen frío y el cale caliente.
The message is crystal clear, and the visuals with alligators eating some poor, terrified duck is a statement in of itself. We already know what the alligators mean, but why ducks? Why not octopuses?
No le dijiste a tu mujer que te pegaron el SIDA. Por estar clavando patos, estás muerto hace rato. Yo no te he matado porque si te mato, me mato.
As an outro, we can hear a compilation of voice notes from several different members from different affiliated hoods backing up Los Diablos' message. And then we see Ore, Chow, and the gang throwing up G27 and a bike with a mariachi tribute shirt on it. One of the voice notes is particularly intriguing.
Chal, voy a ser preciso. Yo ando fase 4 con la N y el correcamino. Y con el 47 que me dejó el panzón. Esto es de Santurce a las tetas y de las tetas hasta Philly. Tírense atentamente, que en paz descanse cojones, el de los 47, hijueputa.
Mentioning Panza, his AK-47, Santurce, and Philly, right after showing Mariachi's picture at the end of a diss song effectively called Last Seen Halloween. Also, them mentioning the fact that they're being investigated hits different after we got the news that both Seven from Russell and Weymouth are targets of law enforcement right now. We will drop videos dedicated to these topics, as well as videos for a lot of other things mentioned here. In part 2, we'll look at the fall of Los Diablos and the indictment that hit Weymouth Street, which FBI Director Kash Patel is calling the largest drug bust in Philadelphia history. We'll break it all down to see if that's true, so make sure you stay tuned for part 2. I'm gonna leave it there for now. Thanks for watching American Confidential, and until next time, be safe.
We have permanently removed a drug trafficking organization out of the streets of Philadelphia, and they're going to stop pouring guns and chemicals and drugs into our communities.
The feds say the operation revolved around one man, Jose Antonio Morales Nieves, aka Flaco. Prosecutors say he ran a drug network that stretched from Puerto Rico to the Kensington neighborhood of Philadelphia. Nieves controlled several
Just real quick before we start, I know a lot of you have been asking for the Los Diablos video. I'm working hard to make that video extra special for my Spanish-speaking viewers, and I also want to tell the story as thorough as possible. With that being said, the video will be ready for your viewing pleasure by the end of this month of October. Maybe a Halloween treat or something. I don't know. Just know we are working very hard to make it happen. Now that that's out of the way, let's get into today's story.
A deadly drive-by shooting killed a man riding an electric bike. Police say at least 35 shots were fired.
Por eso les campeo por su área tranquilito. Los van a encontrar tieso con la piel llena de mosquito. Tell them slide.
In the YO vs. 7th and Russell video, I introduced you guys to Pressure, a Puerto Rican drill artist that reps Weymouth and Allegheny in Kensington. Pressure has gone mega viral in the Puerto Rican drill scene because of his affiliation with Los Diablos de Llorens, and with hit songs like VVS Switch. In 2017, 13-year-old YO Chi, as he's known, submitted an application to the Philadelphia Mural Arts Program. On the application, Chi writes that he's a rapper from Wyoming Ave and wanted to do a WYO mural. Now, in all seriousness, I'm sure he was just effing around, but one thing he was serious about was wanting to be a rapper. That very same year, he would drop a remix to Tay K's The Race. In that song, he talks about things you wouldn't expect a 13-year-old to be rapping about: guns, money, and selling drugs. He mentioned that his dad went to prison for a while for, quote, messing with them cartels and essays. These sentiments are how we got to where we are today. An innocent-looking 13-year-old Chi will later become embroiled in one of the most bloody and violent street wars that ended up reaching far beyond Philly.
Say 6 people were shot on Russell Street just before 1 a.m. Dozens of shots fired, several bullets in the outside of this home and their front door.
We call the Diablos going popping. We just got the drop, best believe he pulling up with them. Every time we pull up, they be lucky we drop 50.
In Hunting Park, 5 people were shot around 5:30 this morning. It happened at the corner of D Street and Wyoming Avenue.
Big 7 block, big 7. All my niggas active rappers, we be slime by the tree. His dumb ass shit, I hopped up in that Jeep and no more MGP. Smoking on you, man, y'all made that shit, that shit sing. I told go to post some vodka, this I oppa in my drink. Spin that ass so many times, that shit ain't changed the way I think. Blue stack bank rules, when we talk pressure, we apply the move.
Tantos años soñando mi muerte, me tirotearon en Philly 2 veces. El que lo hizo se murió hace meses. Baptize, con los diablos de Lloren, boy. Hablo con Chimmy, los negocios, mis canciones. Te pruebo muerto cada vez que prendo un
It started off extremely promising for Chi. I always get worried when I see young rappers blowing up way too fast. The industry sucks the passion out of these kids and sees them as nothing but a dollar sign, unfortunately. And then they're on to the next, and the cycle continues. I'm only saying this because this actually sounds dope, and I hope that doesn't happen to him. Y'all see where I'm coming from on this one? This comment was made 7 years ago under Chi's best performing song to date.
Rise in teen-involved gun violence is causing concern in Philadelphia.
Police are searching for 2 gunmen who shot 5 people in North Philadelphia.
Gotta get up on my city, it's dark here. Too much people die. I'ma hustle with my team, we all gon' ball. You know, pressure make diamonds, I'ma shine like one. Dying my age, R.I.P. Lil Move. Never got a chance to make it to high school. Why, yo, where I came up? You can ask about my hood, yeah, it get dangerous.
The song Shine was a turning point for Chi. In this video, you can see a kid affected by his environment, but determined to overcome it. His confidence and bravado shine through. You can see a star in the making if things were handled right. Unfortunately, the exact opposite happened.
Fuck a beat, I was trying to get some cake. Now you can't eat if you ain't help me fix my plate. With the dirty shoe like Curry or I'm Clay. cartels and them essays. Hey. I've been dripping sauce on a regular. I'm too saucy, yeah. Keep my dogs around me like Givenchy, yeah. Haters wish you well, I be in Chanel. She think I'm a plug, so she hit myself. That way. Yeah. Whoa. All these people keep on hating and I ain't even make it. Pull up, they don't say nothing. I skirt off in the spaceship. Yeah. You tryna ride away from me? Got your girl on me. Skirt off in the spaceship. Yeah.
Chi took his name from the character from Scarface. They called him Chi Chi. Chi's dad was never around, as I said earlier, and this ties back into what I was saying in my previous video about single mothers.
Got the young up-and-comer YO Chi in the house.
Man, thank you for having me here, bro.
You're 14 years old?
Yeah.
That's what's up, man. So you're from Philly?
Yes.
Okay. You know, when I look at you, are you mixed at all, or?
No, I'm Puerto Rican.
Puerto Rican?
Yeah. Growing up in Philly is like, when I was younger, it was like, it wasn't as much as it is like when I was growing up as a teenager. I don't know if you know, but like there's a lot of like teenagers dying. My recent song I just dropped, like it talk about like kids dying, talk about my city, talk about like you should be like happy just to even like live another day in Philly, cause you never know like.
Okay, now you mentioned your mom. Was your dad around at all?
No, he wasn't around. He was only around for like when I was like 1. It's crazy though, cause like he had hit my mom up like before that. He was saying all this other stuff, and then he just I want him to see me because I'm older now. So I was like, I made the decision. It was up to me because he live in Florida. You want to see him? I was like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, I just see him like just say what's up to him and all that, but like it won't just be the same. He was just talking, but like I really didn't care what he was talking about. Like it was just like you can't just try to get back to my life like that.
Yeah. Well, do you have siblings?
Yeah, I got 2 other brothers.
Same father?
No, we all got different dads.
Okay, so you have your mother raising 3 kids from 3 different fathers.
Yeah.
So you have a single mother, essentially. You know, your father's not around, and your siblings' fathers are in and out of jail.
But I had like my big bros, you know, like your old heads, as you call it, in the streets and stuff. So it was like they was looking out for me and all that. Like they would make sure I was good. They make sure my mom was good. This one old head, like I'm really close. Like they really see me when I was like a baby, like running around in the street. So it's like I call him my pop. Cause like he was there, he did everything for me. Like my mom couldn't do it, like he'd do it for me. And I called one of my other ways, like my uncle, cause like he did the same. They both did the same for me, so like that was my pop and that was my uncle.
Okay.
She left school after 8th grade once his music started to pop off. This would be the first in a string of bad decisions that led Chi to where he is today. He was raised by a single mother, had 2 brothers, each from different fathers, and turned to the streets for answers. The guidance he was looking for took shape in Papi Chino and Young 187, 2 other aspiring rappers from the neighborhood. Papi Chino was well known for his street affairs, but we'll leave that one for another video.
My uncle, the person I call my uncle, his name is Papi Chino. He raps, he's from Philly. He was popping, like YO is like where we from, was a hood.
Mm-hmm.
So he was the first one that really started popping. And he like, I was around him and stuff. And then I had my other OG, his name Young 187, he rapped too. He was like, I was in all his music videos and all that. So like, I was known already like for being in music videos, for being known like being his young boy and all that.
Papi Chino, half Cambodian and half Puerto Rican, was a get money boy from the YO area for years. His street knowledge was legendary and his name rang bells. Chi took after him and looked at him as an uncle/role model.
My uncle was like, yo, let's try to put him in the studio and let's like, we gonna help him out. Like if he need help, like if he need more help, like writing and all that, like we gonna see like what we could do. We just gonna let him do him first and he gonna like play around with it, so.
YO, short for Wyoming Avenue, is a large, mostly Hispanic neighborhood in North Philadelphia that spans from areas like Front in Wyoming, Rising Sun, 5th in Wyoming, B Street Park, and D in Wyoming, covering parts of Hunting Park and Feltonville. Often considered part of the Badlands, it's historically been a wild, high-activity section of the city and still holds weight today, though it was even more notorious in the 90s and early 2000s. Feltonville is a working-class neighborhood in North Philly, bordered by Erie Avenue, Front Street, Roosevelt Boulevard, Tacony Creek, and G Street, and includes the former area known as Rolandville. Originally known as Wyoming Villa in the late 1800s, It was a scenic, high-ground suburb of Philadelphia marked by elegant homes, rolling farms, and limited public transit via the Reading Railroad. Named after the wealthy Felton family, the area saw development led by the Wyoming Land and Improvement Association, with notable landmarks like the Rowell Mansion and the Wyoming branch of the Free Library, completed in 1930 as the last Carnegie-funded library in Philadelphia. The neighborhood also featured small schools such as the original Feltonville School, taught by one teacher for all 12 grades, and included the historic Feltonville School No. 2, which was added to the National Register of Historic Places in 1988. As of the 2010 census, Feltonville is a fairly diverse middle-class neighborhood with a population that is 42.8% Hispanic, 29.7% African American, and includes significant communities of Asian, Caribbean, Central American, and Middle Eastern immigrants, notably a large Palestinian American presence. While internal set versus set beef isn't common in the Puerto Rican sections of Philly, or at least it's kept low-key, YO has an ongoing rivalry with another Puerto Rican hood around 7th Street in the Badlands. This area is also home to Young 187, who I mentioned earlier. 187 was considered one of the hottest coming out of YO, right before YO Chi blew up. YO Chi was popping around 2018 with his breakout hit on World Star called Spaceship. His song Saucy took him to the next level, as No Jumper, DJ Vlad, and Hip Hop 1987 interviews followed shortly after. This put YO on the map as an area in Philly that people outside the city may recognize. In 2019, he was invited to a local middle school as a guest and a positive role model as he danced and sang with kids only a few years younger than him.
We just got the car, man. Shout out to City here, shout out to Philly, shout out to everybody. We're about to turn up for the kids.
The same year, he posted a Wildwood vlog, just him and his friends down the shore, with young fans even recognizing him.
Yo, what y'all say? What y'all say? Who?
Rhino T, right?
Rhino?
No, Rhino T. Yes, Bob. Who's Instagram?
Huh?
Look, whole lot of gangs. You heard?
Fast forward to 2025, and he's the furthest thing from a role model, and this change all went down in only a few years, as often is the case. A kid who had dreams of stardom, facing a challenging environment, armed with an absent father and a single mother, the streets would soon get a chokehold on a young, talented rapper. Young 187 is another rapper associated with YO, as I said, most well known for his song with PNB Rock in 2016 called How It Go.
I just poured up before I'm moving slow. I'm the man now, bitch, better act like you know.
Keep it real with the gang, that's how it goes. Stack that money to the ceiling, that's how it goes.
On May 8th, 2018, Young 187 is seen walking into a 7-Eleven on Delaware Ave. Almost immediately after walking in the store, something outside caught his attention. The footage shows him walking outside and instantly getting into a fistfight in a parking lot. After the commotion settles, Young is seen getting a gun from his car as people scatter to their own vehicles. A car is driving away as Young 187 fires. He was charged with aggravated assault when he was arrested 2 months later.
Also breaking this morning, detectives are reviewing surveillance video that shows a shooting in the parking lot of a 7-Eleven in the city's Fishtown section. A 43-year-old victim was shot on the 1000 block of Delaware Avenue just before 1 a.m. Police are searching for the shooter.
Hot speed in that track, I can't go back. You can't speak about them bodies, you ain't got no hats. Take them Nikes off, replace it with a toe tag. If he on the line, talking about the bros, then he done.
Banging on these niggas, I go hard up in the paint. Smoking on you, man, y'all made this shit, that ship sink.
Russell Street, along with Schiller and Marshall Streets, is a well-known Puerto Rican block off Tioga in North Philadelphia, particularly recognized for its deep ties to the Badlands. YO's main ops in this story come from 7th and Russell, or R Block. The block has seen multiple mass shootings, one in 2019 where 5 people were injured, and a more infamous one in 2022 that left 2 dead, including Fat Boy Chris, someone who had ties to both Marshall and Russell Streets. Despite being somewhat tucked away, the block has a notorious reputation stretching from 6th and Marshall to around 8th Street. In addition to the YO beef, Russell also has ongoing tensions with Weymouth and Kensington, said to have started over a house party dispute. Known as a Get Money block, the beefs that Russell Street found themselves in would see them take several losses. In 2019, the shooting I mentioned that had hurt 4 people is where a 22-year-old man, Pedro Luis Ortiz Gonzalez, was killed and 3 others were injured in a shooting around 3 a.m. on Saturday, October 12th. On West Russell Street and North 8th, Ortiz Gonzalez, or Peter as he was known, was shot in the hip with a bullet traveling to his abdomen. He later died at Temple University Hospital. The other victims included an 18-year-old man who was shot in the leg, a man in his late 40s or early 50s who was shot in the neck and back, who was left in critical condition, and a 54-year-old woman shot multiple times in both legs, currently who's left in stable condition. Police recovered shell casings from 2 different caliber firearms and believe 2 suspects were involved.
Niggas running, niggas ducking, that boy died. Smoking fatbacks, this shit got me fried.
In May of 2022, YO members started to diss 7th and Russell in songs, and for the first time, the public would see these 2 groups were beefing. As these things are first starting to play out, the general public and fans of the music might not know exactly what's being rapped about. But for the artists making the songs and the ops, they know precisely what's being said.
They had to zip his ass up. No hospital game. They zipped his ass up. Caught him loafing on that block, so they blicked his ass up. And we did it masked up, so ain't no getting snatched up. Cooked 2 niggas in one day, damn, and 1. Bought me uniform, made 30 off that Samsung. Ask my old heads, they the ones that got us tootin'. Smoking fat packs, damn, this shit's long. And we in the V, this shit's stolen. Man, this one op, stay typing on the net. When we get that Lulu on his ass, I swear he gonna be next.
In September of 2022, things would take a terrifying turn as the beef would intensify.
The homicide rate in Philadelphia just keeps on climbing following a violent, disturbing holiday weekend.
Police say 6 people were shot on Russell Street just before 1 a.m. Dozens of shots fired, several bullets striking the outside of this home and their front door. Police say a 33-year-old woman and a 19-year-old man died from their injuries.
6 people were shot, 2 fatally, when 2 gunmen in a silver vehicle opened fire on a group of people gathered outside a home on West Russell Street early on a Monday morning. Police say the shooters unleashed over 50 bullets in an ambush around 1 a.m. on Labor Day during a black gathering or party.
Y'all can check the score, we up some more, let's go get with me. Heard they drive 50, what? Let's go get with me.
A 33-year-old woman was shot in the head and died at the scene, while a 19-year-old man died at the hospital hours later. 4 others were injured, including a 23-year-old and a 55-year-old man in critical condition, and a 17-year-old and 31-year-old man who were left in stable condition. Investigators believe that the woman and the older man were innocent bystanders. The house where the shooting occurred showed more than 20 bullet holes, and the yard was filled with livestock, including goats and chickens. The motive remains unknown, and neighbors offered little information. Chris Diaz, who was 19, was killed that night, along with Shakira Scott, who was 33. Chris was the son of a big-timer on the block, and his death would really turn up the heat.
Listen on the grand, that's what got your man hit. He ain't see it coming, that's an NFL blitz. Hit his ass 7 times, baby Mike bet. Glock 19 with a switch, we gon' speed it up. Hop in there, Johnny with the tent, you can't see us. Seen that boy laying on the corner, turn his ass around. Niggas running, niggas ducking, that boy died. Smoking fatbacks, this shit got me fried. We just got some turkey, but can't wait to go and slide. That's a dissing on the live. Niggas know what's up with energy, we send shit to the sky. Niggas dissing on the gram, man, these niggas telling lies. When we pulled up on that block, shots fired.
About a month later, YO would suffer a loss as well. The news article for the incident reads, "A man is dead after police say he became the victim of a shooting that erupted inside an after-hours club in North Philadelphia on Saturday, October 22nd, 2022. Reports of gunshots led police to the showroom an after-hours club on the 4300 block of American Street, where a 26-year-old man was suffering from multiple gunshot wounds to the chest just before 5 a.m.
City's Feltonville neighborhood, a man is dead after being shot inside a building at the corner of American Cuyahoga Streets. The bullets started flying just before this morning. Police say when they got there, they found the victim shot multiple times. He died at the hospital. Officers say they believe there is likely more than one shooter. So far, no arrest.
Boatload Capone, or Juan de Jesus, was the man that was shot that night. On an Instagram post, the mother of Capone rails against what she calls his so-called friends and so-called girlfriend. She says that instead of helping him in the club that night, the girlfriend was worried about recovering bottles and his friends were trying to get their story straight instead of helping her son. Even though Russell apparently had nothing to do with Capone's death, they still mocked him online and kicked over his candlelight memorial. She alludes to the bouncer there shooting him, as well as it being some sort of paid job. Obviously, I can't confirm or deny what she's saying, but that's her side. 3 months after Fat Boy Chris was killed, Yo Glizzy released First 48, a song dissing Russell Street, as well as taking credit for the drill that killed Chris.
Stepped in this bitch like I'm Brian. Yeah, we did that drill last like he on that timeline. Brody hit his wall 100 times, hot box. Little book kept dissing. Now we turn him out rocks. Ooh, he a goner. How the fuck you leaving me in that shit like backdoor?
And we all know where this story is headed from here. The same kind of stories that I've went over time and time again on this channel. The violence followed by the dissing, the mocking, the drill songs, and then more violence. Repeat the cycle over and over again.
Man, that's that new shit, you hear me? Fuck Glizzy and Cheese shit, that shit ass. That's that new shit right here, y'all.
Sevens up, W down, you heard? Man, all my friends is killers that surround me. Y'all was trolling Fat Boy, I ain't even catch his body. Then they turned Big Boatload, the little yachty. We might spend the week black, throw them niggas a little party. Y'all don't really want no smoke, y'all don't post about a tree. Y'all niggas don't come outside me, I ain't trying to be Y'all be trolling on the net, y'all ain't SOIDE. Why y'all young boys talk so much, man, y'all ain't never catch a beat. The majority of y'all niggas pussy, and y'all mad, y'all losing. When we catch Glizzy, he gon' have more fucking confusion. Then I'm sick of shit, I could've caught him in that fusion. Yeah, I could've aired you. And my son's spirit thing, same fucking shit, I could've did the fucking Gary. But I'ma keep it street. Trying hit 187 as release. I just grabbed it out the boatload, got me looking Vietnamese. And then to that.
Smoking on your man, y'all man, this shit, that shit sing. I told bro to post some market, it's a op in my drink. Spin that ass so many times, that shit ain't changed the way I think.
May 28, 2023, 2 men were shot on the 200 block of West Hunton Park Ave. Philadelphia police responded to St. Christopher's Hospital, where they saw a bullet-ridden gray 2002 Toyota Corolla in the emergency bay. Hospital staff there told the officers that the 2 victims came in suffering from multiple gunshot wounds and that they had arrived in the Toyota. Along with 18-year-old Ruben Melendez, who died that night and resided on West Russell Street. There was also a 21-year-old victim who was not named who was shot in both his arms. Not much else is known about this incident.
Why'd you have to go? So many tears so I can't cry no more. You end up in the sky, look up and see you, bro. I'm like, damn, man, I can't believe I'm really writing this shit.
After the death of Fat Boy Chris, it was apparent that Yo was being helped by Weymouth. Weymouth had ties to the notorious Los Diablos, who I first mentioned in my Rondo video. These guys are the Philadelphia branch of a powerful and violent criminal organization that originated in Puerto Rico, known as Los Diablos de Llorens. Most of its members claim affiliation with the Grupo 27 prison gang, which they frequently reference. They're also believed to have ties with the guerrilla narco-terrorist group known as Las FARC, short for Fuerzas Armadas Revolucionarias de Cantera. There's a long-standing Puerto Rican migration link between Philadelphia and the island. Many families moved between the two over generations, especially from San Juan, Ponce, and Mayagüez to North Philly. Some elements like drug distribution networks have been reported to coordinate between Philly and Puerto Rico. Although rare, but this is usually through family or cartel affiliations rather than structured national gangs like MS-13s or the Bloods. The international ties behind Los Diablos run deep. This story stretches from Puerto Rico to New York to Philly and even Milwaukee. There's a lot more to uncover. If y'all want a deep dive into this international organization that's allegedly under federal investigation with over 20 bodies linked, hit that like button and drop a comment. Let me know if you're ready to move outside of Philly. Weymouth and Los Diablos have heavy ties. Pressure is one of the most popular Puerto Rican drill artists, with his videos regularly getting hundreds of thousands and many times millions of views. His life in Philly would be that of chaos. Born in Puerto Rico, he moved to Philly a few years ago and linked with Sombra. The first song Sombra and Pressure made hit 10 million views.
Si me pasan el ticket, cabrón, cojo tu contrato. Salimos a cazar, está vestido de tecato. Haciendo los kayaking, estamos imposibles. Tengo un palo hueputa que el gatillo está sensible. 300 en la cara y obligado que era invisible. Que nosotros mandamos, cabrón, eso está visible. Si me pasan el ticket, cabrón, cojo tu contrato. Te salimos a cazar, está vestido de tecato. Saben que Precho llama, yo bajo y prendo el spray. La furia es doble tono esperando que algún mistake. Rojo 27, me canto si caigo preso, ey, ey. El año pasado me llevo unos cuantos. El padre soltó el ticket y 2 carros le hicimos canto.
In 2021, he met Chimmy through a mutual friend, Gringo. Chimmy is the main glue here that ties Philly, Puerto Rico, Sombra, Pressure, and the drill music all together. Remember Young Chimmy for later. Pressure and Sombra together released Mob Ties, Cayamano, Rojo, and more recently, Deadpool. Sitting at more than 20 million views collectively, the duo found instant success. In 2023, Pressure released the viral VVS Switches, which sits at almost 60 million views as of May 2025.
Where you at? Viví en todos los switches, maniga estamos a switches. Kayaking sin guante esperando que no me fichen. Regando con muerto, bañándome con su sangre.
YO and Weymouth have connection for years through family and the island. Sombra was born in Philly, and his link to Los Diablos is more direct. We'll get more into Los Diablos in a dedicated video. The incident Sombra is most well known for took place in December of 2023. As Sombra sat in the barber's chair finishing his haircut, 3 gunmen approached the side door of the shop at the Los Brothers Barbershop on North 5th Street.
We also have new video tonight from the shooting at that barbershop in North Philadelphia we've been following since this afternoon. In the video, you can see 2 men get out of a car, walk up to the side of the building on 5th Street and open fire. 2 men were shot, but police tell us they are stable at the hospital. Police have made no arrests in either of these shootings or given any possible motives.
Sombra was on point and immediately peeped what was happening and shot 2 of the would-be assailants. He immediately made a video dissing the people he shot.
Mira, Slick, tú vives cagado, tú no entras para Milwaukee. Y Anando, si se sigue poniendo bruto, lo voy a secuestrar. Y la M me mama el bicho, cabrón, ¿qué quiere? ¿Que le robe las cadenas?
The 2 people hit that day were a 19-year-old and a 25-year-old. 4 months later, he could be heard rapping about a hair.
Chino La Fe. Where you at? Fallaron los tiros en plena barber party, les mandé. Ya vieron las noticias, se baja, nunca hacen nada. No dieron un tiro, les mando y desaparecen. Ya todo filibioso y un diablo, no hay miedo a nada. Por las 7 yo les paso y les doy fuerte. Si soy yo el que hace que se pongan las sketches.
2 months before the barbershop incident with Sombra, a Weymouth member was killed. Joseph Angel Garcia Andino was found inside of a crashed Ford pickup truck on a 500 block of West Pike Street on Sunday, October 1st, 2023. At 5:52 p.m., Philadelphia police responded to the scene and located Joseph, or Trippy as he was known, inside of the truck. His body was found a few blocks away from 7th and Russell, possibly sliding, but mystery floats around the circumstances of Trippy's death. Sombra mentions Trippy in songs often.
Trippy respondió, tu primo murió bien pendejo. No le dimos play ni de sacar la 4-0. Que pan descanse Trippy, fíjate el cabrón del minor. Mataron al brother
cuando yo los pille les voy a dar 70.
Pressure has mentioned getting shot a few times in his songs as well.
Están tirando y no me dan cuántas balas están gastando. Yo se las voy a costear de estar barquillando. Las balas jalo no penetran carro. Llevan 2 años soñando mi muerte. Me tirotearon en Philly 2 veces. El que lo hizo se murió hace meses.
Another incident I haven't mentioned yet was in January of 2023, a horrific quadruple shooting in Mayfair that left 3 men dead and 1 critically injured. The entire incident was captured on surveillance video. The incident occurred around 10 p.m. on Guilford Street near Roosevelt Mall as 4 men were crossing the street and were suddenly ambushed by gunfire. Police say roughly 50 shots were fired and that they believe the victims were targeted. The shocking footage shows 3 victims collapsing immediately while a 4th runs for his life after being shot. The suspected shooter's vehicle then appears to drive over at least 2 of the victims before fleeing the scene. One of the wounded men tried to take cover in a nearby home, but later died.
I saw it, John.
The victims were identified as Christopher Batista, 18, Miguel Delgado, 19, and Miguel Santos, 24. A 28-year-old man survived but was hospitalized in critical condition. Authorities arrested 24-year-old Edwin Vargas in connection with the shooting. Vargas was already in custody for a separate firearm incident and has since been charged with multiple counts of murder and attempted murder. Investigators also linked him to a prior homicide on January 3rd and 2 separate shootings targeting his ex-girlfriend's residence in late December and early January.
Yeah, so they all knew each other. These 4 young people, all in their teens or early 20s, were shot last night in Northeast Philadelphia, a quadruple shooting. Police believe this was likely targeted, leaving 3 people dead and adding to the city's homicide numbers just days into the new year. Happened last night around 10 p.m. in the city's Mayfair neighborhood. This is near Guilford Street and Roland Avenue. 2 of the victims were told died on scene. They still haven't been identified, listed as John Doe's. A 3rd victim was rushed to the hospital and died there, while a 4th actually ran to a nearby house for help after being shot. He was taken to the hospital and is still alive this morning. Police say all 4 were hanging out together and went shopping earlier in the day. They came back to this typically quiet neighborhood in Northeast Philadelphia. That's when somebody began firing.
We have new details tonight about the 24-year-old multiple murder suspect. He's accused in a deadly ambush shooting that happened in Mayfair, where this situation, it left 3 people killed and it terrorized the neighborhood. Now police say this suspect is connected to even more crimes, including another murder.
This is 24-year-old Edwin Vargas. Police arrested him on January 18th. He's accused of the quadruple shooting that left 3 people dead on the 7300 block of Roland Street in Mayfair on January 9th.
On the 7300 block of Roland Street, there was a shooting incident that resulted in 4 males being shot. 3 of those males succumbed to their injuries.
Police say Vargas was one of 4 shooters seen in this disturbing surveillance video ambushing the victims as they walked home. Vargas was also charged with the city's first homicide of the year on January 3rd. A 25-year-old man was shot and killed in a car at the intersection of 9th Street and Hunting Park Avenue. And now today we learned he was charged for shooting up a home on a romantic partner on December 30th and again on January 4th. Court documents show he even left a message on the victim's voicemail that said, said, "Yeah, I'm the one who shot your mom's house up this morning." Vargas is now facing terroristic threat charges and others in that incident. Today, Police Commissioner Danielle Outlaw talked about crime in the city.
Violent criminals have to be taken into custody. There have to be consequences. They must be held accountable, and that's exactly what we're announcing today.
Outlaw talked about how the new pinpoint strategy placing more patrols in high crime areas and how it's working to get criminals off the streets.
It's a very small percentage of individuals, of trigger pullers, that are responsible and are driving the largest proportion of crime, violent crime, here in our city.
Now, Vargas has a lengthy criminal history. In fact, the DA's office issued warrants for Vargas on January 5th for violating parole on prior assault and weapons case.
4 men who had just come back from a trip to the mall. 18, 19, 24, and 28 years old.
Weymouth and YO's affiliation became crystal clear when in February of 2024, YO Glizzy, Chi, and Sombra released a song called Up the Score, which sees them shouting out Los Diablos and dissing 7th and Russell.
Energy to mob, none of them niggas want this work, Sliding in them cats, we put them turkey butts to work. Man, they know just what it is, they say our name, we put in work.
El diablo está en mi oído, está pidiendo que lo parta, que me pare en las 7 y me le mea eso en la cara. Cabrón, estás cagado, no sale sin chaleco de bala. Cae con el chaleco que te voy a quemar las patas. Le regalo queso porque ustedes todos son ratas. Los diablos en la doble con todos los nenes de guayo.
Ain't trying to slide, we call the diablos gon' pop it, We just got the drop, best believe he pulling up with them. Mix the W with the W, got them niggas looking hurt. Heard they talking crazy, we put in work. We the ones that's tapping heads, we be making headstones. See the thirst up on the net, they ain't get back, y'all man gone.
Dime patroncito, cabrón, estás bien cagado. Te vas a matar como matamos a tu hijo, cabrón. Aquí los chavos no ganan guerra, cabrón.
De Wayman a Wyoming, switch estamos mandando. Lo más diablo le affiliate, bitch, yo lo está mamando. Cruise through the 7-9, left 200 rounds. They know what it is, they say our name, we coming round.
Ustedes no ganan guerra, hasta las puertas dejan vivo. Nosotros no fallamos, si no crees mira a tu hijo.
Violín le mete con el palo, yo en el piso lo restrayo. Los diablos de Llorén, los de la Weymouth, los de Guayo.
Los Diablos are known by their branding of Megatron. Young Chimi's first manager was a PR bigwig currently in prison whose nickname was Megatron. Another nickname for him was LD.
Sé que en algún momento escuchaste mencionar a LD por parte de Young Chimi o alguno de los Diablos de Llorens, pero ¿sabes quién realmente es LD? Luis Daniel García Hernández, o también conocido como LD, el Enano o el Megatron, es el manager de Young Chimi, o bueno, era porque en este momento está en prisión y es básicamente quien empezó todo esto. LD fue quien dio esos primeros pasos para llevar la Glizzy Gang y la Moneyway a donde están hoy en día, consiguiéndole a Young Chimi colaboraciones tipo Anuel AA, Ozuna, Mora, Arcángel, Mike Towers, entre otros. Pero lamentablemente, el 25 de mayo de 2022, cayó preso junto a otras 40 personas que hacían parte de su pandilla. Su libertad bajo fianza fue negada y pues si bien a día de hoy su sentencia final no ha sido dictaminada, las cosas no se ven nada fácil para él. Y es que el Megatron enfrenta cargos de tráfico de drogas y uso ilegal de armas. Y si bien su caso todavía no ha sido comprobado, enfrenta una pena entre 10 años y cadena perpetua.
Detrás del artista están la gente que está invirtiendo, están la gente que creyó en el artista y que sus chavos son de la calle, son un quilero, un narco, un esto, un lo otro. Y si tú tienes algún tipo de situación con ese artista, la estás teniendo con el hombre de la calle, ¿me entiendes? O sea, el género por lo menos urbano de Puerto Rico lo creó la calle, es la realidad, ¿me entiendes? Lo creó la calle, ¿me entiendes?
On the other side of the beat from the island, aligned with 7th and Russell, is a set called La Siete, or Los Pulpos, or the Octopuses. Black Any and Slick Lamina, seen here with 7th and Russell, are part of that set. Black Any has ties to New York, and Slick Lamina, who is from Milwaukee, both have ties to the island. Now the beef between these two Puerto Rican gangs literally started over music before it migrated to street and gang wars that you see back here in Philadelphia. You can hear the beef playing out over Puerto Rican drill songs.
Patroncito, patroncito, va muertito. Te pato la cara con mi Draco y lo repito.
Cabrón, somos la mafia más cabrón de Puerto Rico. Mandamos en fila y las 7 me mama el bicho.
Cabrón, yo estaba tranquilo y revolcaste la avispero.
Está fácil, tal inventor un antojo. Pues si el patroncito dice hoy vamos a arrancarte los ojos. Pero el ticket no te hace a prueba de plomo.
Black ni el real diga, cabrón, esto no es maná. Si le di en la cara al jefe tuyo, aquí no va a hacer nada. Este cabrón le dimos break, estos cabrones son fake. De los diablos de Lloren, cabrón a los corre güey. El file dice que ninguno corra como corre Slay. Y cabrón, yo no fallo como Steph. A que sabe mi derecha, pues pregúntele al chef. Que hasta las tenis dejó tirar y le quitamos los dreads. Slater corre el maratón, ese hueputa si son locos. Y Chimi estaba en una esquina, está comiéndose los mocos. Ustedes estaban bien prendidos y yo les apago el foco. Cabrón.
¿Dónde están? ¿Dónde están? Estoy loco, secuestrado a un cantante. Ya,
Vale y brujería, tengo un AK, está soldado. Estoy buscando a Jade por Tocagua, está asustado. Entramos pa' Morovi, parle fuletazo con la 40, pa' que tiren puya en las stories. Mira, oye, si mi mamá me el bicho, cabrón, ya yo estoy probado. En Lloren estoy sonando, estoy pegado hasta en tu canto. Chimi parece una puta en la historia mayor. Gritan Blackiri, el hijo de puta, y que lo raja. Los diablos que todavía corren con tu ventaja. Tripando con Jati con 2 AK pa' que nos busquen en Cagua. Y Chimi que me mame el bicho con tu brujería. Que yo soy el culpable de estrellar su compañía. El bofeta y una pata te voy a romper por la mitad. Chimi está bien flaco, parece un tecato de kraut. Y el diablo tiene que mamarme el bicho, cabrón. Si lo invoco, tú que eres problemático, cabrón, pues te provoco.
Que los míos corren, a ti se te olvida que estoy Lloren Torres. Los últimos 2 que faltaron la cara les borre. Que me mama el bicho a las 7, Gemer, todos esos cabrones dan risa. Cabrón, nos vengaba a tu hermano, cogiste pasaje, tú lo que de risa.
se va para el baúl, es Rolando el hijo de en un blon. Los brothers llamando desde la prisión, que quieren más muerte y matemos a todos.
Weymouth would take a major loss when drug kingpin Fellow was killed. Now there's contradicting stories coming out of this incident. Some say 7th and Russell were responsible, and some say it's other beef from the island. Some say it was an inside job. Much like Rondo, info on this is few and far between. Police are investigating after officials said a man was shot and killed around lunchtime in Northeast Philly on Wednesday, November 6, 2024. The news article about his death reads that, according to police, the incident happened around 12:38 at a location along the 2100 block of Tyson Ave in Northeast Philly. Officers responding to the reported shooting found a 29-year-old man who officials said had suffered gunshot wounds to the left side of his neck and chest. He was taken to a nearby hospital where officials said he was pronounced dead at about 1:01 p.m. Officials did not immediately provide further info on the victim, although he was later revealed to be Fellow. Officials recovered a firearm, but no arrests were made. One thing is for sure, is things will only get worse from here. A 23-year-old man was killed and 4 others were injured in a quintuple shooting early on a Saturday morning in December of 2024 in Feltonville. The shooting occurred around 5:30 a.m. near the intersection of East Wyoming and D Street. Responding officers found numerous shell casings, both on the sidewalk and inside a small upstairs bar located at the corner, where investigators believe most of the gunfire took place. All 5 victims, Hispanic men ranging in age from 23 to 45, were shot inside the bar. The youngest victim was pronounced dead at Temple University Hospital. 3 others, ages 28, 35, and 45, suffered multiple gunshot wounds and would remain hospitalized for a few days at Temple Hospital. Also, a 40-year-old man was shot once and released from the hospital soon after.
These headlines for you that we are following on this Sunday night. 6 people were hurt and 2 killed in 2 separate shootings, and now police are searching for the shooters responsible. In Hunting Park, 5 people were shot around 5:30 this morning. Police say 1 victim is dead and 4 others are still recovering in local hospitals. It happened at the corner of D Street and Wyoming Avenue, and now an investigation into the shooting is beginning. Anyone with information is being asked to contact Philadelphia Police's homicide unit.
So much violence, so much bloodshed, and so much pain has come from this situation. The families of the victims are traumatized forever, while the rappers try to profit off the misery. The world continues to spin and the music keeps coming out. Some say the violence will never end. There is so much more that we didn't mention in this video, like the death of Bebo from YO and John from 7th and Russell. Those are just 2 examples, but so many more incidents happened that we just couldn't get to. As for YO Chi, his last video barely reached 10,000 views, and the wasted potential is nothing short of sad. Some speculate it was because he had the help of a ghostwriter when he first started, as well as the young teen demographic to boost his numbers. But whatever the case, the dramatic fall off has been undeniably tragic to witness. A full documentary on Los Diablos, and in turn, through their beef, La Siete, will be coming soon. Los Diablos, Young Chimmy, Megatron, Las Fart, and everything going on in Puerto Rico is wild, and the video will be a guaranteed fun watch. Please stay tuned for that. If you're interested, join my Patreon for ad-free, uncut videos. From time to time, I will release Patreon exclusives as an additional perk. There's also channel memberships if you want to support that way. But the biggest way to help non-monetarily is to like, subscribe, and comment. It helps the channel more than you know. I'm gonna leave it there for now. Thanks for watching American Confidential, and until next time, be safe.
In 2004, Andre 3000 was the most famous rapper in America. Today, he's a monk, hiding from the
Brody said the whole summer he just snatched souls. Damn, that's my whole life goal.
I'm a real savage, just like 21 for my birthday. My brought me a new gun. They said they like my car, I'm like, which one? My pockets, they
bit tight, so when I dump it, that shit ain't even got no kick. Come here.
I'm with Young Skrilla, that's my doggy dog.
The beginning, me and Kwani was cool, but like, Kwani alright though, bro, but Kwani not, Kwani just a bro. Really? Yeah, Kwani a that's just what it is, bro. He cool and all though, bro, but he just do little that do though, like, you feel me? Like, Kwani just like, but he cool though, bro. I don't want to put no dirt in his name, no, like, and all that shit, though, cause I'm around with the same. Matter of fact, Kwani just a bro.
Skrilla and Kwani have been said by many to be on the list for the next to blow up by the Philly. I first noticed Skrilla in 2018, but I thought he sounded a little too much like Future on the first listen, and I didn't go back to him for a while. At the time, I was looking for Philly artists with unique and different sounds, and Skrilla wasn't that at the time. Skrilla himself had come to a similar assessment of the situation, so he went away for a couple of years, and when he came back with his mixtape Cutthroat, his music had a much different tone.
Once you throw your setup, you consider gang. I was eat up when I bought my chain, yeah. Serving cutties got the block high. I've been trapping out the crib, I'm in this bitch like Pop. Uncle Sam.
It was more dark and violent with haunting beat and menacing vibe. But Skrilla wasn't done with his transformation into the animal sacrificing Kensington zombie we know him as today. But the seeds were planted and he saw a major response to his new persona.
I get geeky up. Percocet up in my tank, Xanax bars up in my drink. I get booted, what you think? Zombie walking my stank. I go hard up in that paint like waka fly. Cut the chicken head off, I had to cry. I hit the bot like I'm a roster. Red Hellcat like a lobster. Red Robin Hood, yum. Get on the beat and I can hum. Cause I'm hottest in this bitch. Devil didn't gave me the dash, but I think that he a bit.
Meanwhile, Kwani started bubbling around 2020. Along with NR Boar and sometimes Lil Nah, their group No Regrets started popping on their YouTube channel with songs like Virgil.
We send him up like hydraulics. He was real tough, name running like Sonic. We put the Glock to his head like a bind.
IDK.
Trying to stuff 20 in my skinny jeans, it won't fit in it.
And Hit 'Em Up. Even though Kwani had been rapping for years before that, he's finally started to get the recognition he felt he deserved.
You want to hear pain?
Man, we want to hear some pain, nigga. We from Wilmington, Delaware. We don't give a fuck about no bars.
I'm on the block, I'm in the trap.
About how much money niggas got.
I'm smoking weed with what's her name? Forgot her name. She taking pics, I cut her off, she got a fade. She talking to her, she told her friends, she acting strange. A puppet master in my city, I pull strings. The youngest love me on my block, I give them game. The cops grab her, won't say a name. Extended clip is sticking out, this bitch too pressed, she getting out. She talk about here, she tripping out. Now I'm hot, they on my line, smoking public, I paid a fine, lost your respect, you dropped a dime. I ain't trying to talk, I'm trying to get laid, go check the stats, they know my name. Took a pill, I'm trying to blaze. Spent the diamonds, time to save. Watch your mouth, I get you sprayed. Strap my paper, shit, I'm brave. I was just sleeping in the cage, niggas got stabbed over spades. I should be working on my tape, I'm with this bitch, staying up late. I lost my mind, I ain't think, you want smoke, we can link. I don't know why niggas hate me, my name Glue in the field, Drew Brees. Oh, you like bullets, take these.
OT7 Kwani really started to pick up steam around the end of 2021. That's also around the same time he started releasing more solo videos, and his style and flow and subject matter started to change. Even though he always mentioned hustling and getting money in his songs, with the release of Write a Book, Kwani has stamped himself as someone to watch in the rap game in Philly.
I just put a 3+1 in the fango. Lord Broski in the back strap like Django.
During those days, he decided to go a different route than trying to impress people with his lyrics. Instead, Kwani built himself a distinct image and separated himself from other, quote, drill rappers to distinguish himself from his peers. Both Skrilla and Kwani had distinctly different sounds in 2022 from when they started their musical journeys. Skrilla was using producer Mamba for some of his tracks, including Art of War. Kwani was using a producer by the name of Quasquiano, who he'd been working with since 2020. Between these two producers is where the distinct, haunting, eerie beats that you hear so many rappers in Philly today come from.
If I'm ghost with the ghost, then I'm going fed. We got pounds in the trunk, blicks on our... Let's do this, let's do this.
Yes, good, yes, good.
In October of 2022, the aforementioned mixtape Cutthroat was released, and on it was the song Art of War by Skrilla, which introduced us to Mamba as his producer from Italy.
Ghetto baby, hood raised me, I'm about this shit. If you gon' pull up where your dog got hit about this bitch.
In 2022, Kwani released Dog Talk, produced by Quasquiano.
Bitch, I'm in the field, calling plays like the Columbine. I saw my son birth certificate with all dollar signs.
Now, neither of these songs really sound similar to me, except for the fact that they both have heavy bass. In 2023, Kwani and Skrilla collabed on the song together, and everything seemed like it was going to be fine between the two. But things would change very quickly. So now, down to the question of why they started beefing in the first place, and why Skrilla said what he said on a No Jumper interview. What you first have to remember is that the drill rap scene involves sides, and it's team sports a lot of the times. With these groups, either you're with them or against them, and there's very little room for interpretation. And if you play the middle for too long, people are going to start to not trust you. Skrilla's first couple of releases on YouTube with the Kensington Zombie feel, Block Hot, he was rapping by himself without any apparent affiliation. But as time went on, you started to see Skrilla with any and everyone in the city, including rappers from different sides. Hood Tally, Kwani, Pound Side Pop, YPC Duel, Hop Out Blick. He even had a song with Lil Uzi that was taken down for legal reasons officially. Sometimes Skrilla would play into what was, at the time, a meme. You would get comments like, Skrilla's gonna single-handedly stop the violence in Philly, or Skrilla is our last hope to get Bucks and YBC Duel on the same song. He hammed it up to the point where he released a music video with Pound Side Pop and Lil Bucks called Hood Hopper. Then he kept trying to play into the meme by recording a song with YBC Duel and then adding Lil Bucks to the track later without either of their permission.
With
With Bucks and Pound Side?
He nutty as shit for that, bro.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, how y'all feel about that? Like Skrilla, you know, making music with like, other people.
That shit. No, he can make music with whoever he want, but that song he got where it was him, Dude, and Bucks, that was none of that shit. I don't condone that.
How do you do the song?
Oh yeah,
me and him did a song, bro. Me and him did a song first, bro. Me and him did a song first with each other. Then he took the rest of the song and put Bucks on the end.
Bro, I swear to God, I've never seen this. What?
You
combined it? It's on YouTube.
Bro, me and him made a song together, bro. It was just me and Skrilla on the song, bro. The next time I heard it, when I heard the song, when it was done, it was just me and Skrilla. Next time I heard it, it was me, Skrilla, and Bucks on it.
How you feel about that, though?
But I ain't gonna lie, though. Skrilla asked me, did I want to do that shit? I told him, no. He was trying to get me to shoot a video to that joint and all. I'm like, bro, no, bro. Like, what?
He trying kumbaya, bro. Bring everybody together.
Nah, bro, that shit not cool, bro. Cause
Try to have a campfire.
Like niggas already letting him get a pass for doing that shit. So once you start taking shit too far, yeah, you can't. Like, you feel me, bro?
Y'all have conversations like that though? Like,
come on, bro. YBC do it, bro.
That made both Bucks and Duel get mad at Skrilla at the time. For the first few months of 2023, it was cool until the incident happened in April where a gun swap turned into a slime situation. Hop Out Blick, BD, and FA from the Tortures were all charged in this case. This event caused a huge ripple effect where basically it was mandatory that sides were chosen. Pentown members and PNB/Torture members started to go back and forth.
We don't roll no chills, you know. We don't roll no chills, you know. Fucking lazy drop out, we like the chase. I try to catch up with a chaser, rearrange the nigga face. They on that Porsche, we bustin' men out, but they won't escape. Switch his ass, got put the rest, I smoky Mary Day. We don't roll no chills, we call it blitz and hit your block. Walk up, hit that corner, now he shot. Catch a nigga flag and hit his chest and watch him drop. Gotta drop my thumbs on with little sparks to make it hot.
Don't walk the same, don't play with no chills, they the torture game. We pull up on a block, really a mess.
If that's my brother, go out chopping like Wayne did. I jump in front of every bullet like Kane did. The fully chopper started banging like hang hair. You keep shooting at his face to an ain't there. 60K extra drivers, we got blood in. If you want me part of us, drop blood in.
Leaky got left on the sidewalk, he ain't getting up. We got two new Vicks, we call him double L for line leaky. Nigga, we throw L's down for them and L's up for leafy. Still, I should've shot his gun, but he ain't get to squeeze it. And Leaky just was in the way, so they had left him leaking. We said the new chair was gonna tell, cause he was fucking screaming. But you would've thought that nigga died the way that he was bleeding. Them niggas said something about my twin, and they said they don't mean it. He said he wanna die, I grinned his wish like I'm a fucking genie.
And as usual, there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes and internal politics that I'm not aware of, and also things that I really can't talk about on the channel. But everything seemed to be cool for the moment with Skrilla and Kwani in particular. But anyone who knows Philly, or any city for that matter, knows you can't play both sides of a war. On November 17th, the Bound for Greatness podcast did an interview with Skrilla.
Find a beat and I just go on that bitch. Yeah. I be looking for some different shit though, like that dark shit though. Like I started that shit though. Ain't nobody was on that type shit. Them beats that I be doing, ain't nobody do that shit. I used to look at Tyler the Creator type beats for real.
Well, he different.
Yeah, I used to look at like Tyler the Creator and Kanye West and shit like that. Then I ran by the nigga, my producer, the nigga Mambo. That's the nigga that be making all them beats that everybody using now. That's my producer. He from Rome. Once I heard that nigga shit though, like that shit was a rap though. You heard I ain't never heard no shit like that before though. So after I heard that shit was up after that.
A few days later, Kwani took to Instagram. Skrilla, you ain't starting nothing. Stop lying in them interviews. Used to go in the stoop and look up OT7 Kwani type beats. I'm tired of you lying. Stop bluffing. He continued. Skrilla, your producer stole my man Quasciano's whole sound. When Skrilla saw this, he responded with a simple, OT7 Kwani, why you start hating so early in the morning? Kwani continued by saying, Skrilla won't drop because I made him look terrible on his own song. Skrilla responded, young boy, you don't rap nothing like this. Kwani, you study me. I know what go down in them vehicles. It's 9 in the morning, Kwani. What made you wake up and be mad about the way I popped it? A few weeks before this Instagram back and forth with Skrilla and Kwani, the people around him started to bark more at each other online and in real life.
Yo, y'all chills about to be extinct. Extinct, nigga. They ain't no chills, nigga. Y'all niggas no cheese, nigga.
Y'all condone rats.
Y'all niggas condone rats, nigga. Y'all rats.
Them no chills rats, nigga.
Stop recording. And we on whatever y'all want.
Niggas ain't on when I'm on. Y'all know when I'm on. Y'all ain't on there. Like, you niggas are straight. Who leave choke? Leave choke, BD jazz. I was on the phone, he asked the nigga, he said, bro, did he choke me out, bro? Nigga said, he told me, bro, you would get it, bro, you didn't know what happened. This is what you call for confirmation, though. The nigga you called to stamp it, he gonna tell you what happened, so he chokes you out, you got mad at him. Now say I'm lying.
Skrilla banging, putting belt to air like.
By the way, No Chill is associated with Pentown and Zoo Gang. Skrilla was being seen more and more with Zoo Gang's ops, and it was making things tense.
You play, you lay. Doughboy fresh home itching, geeked up for a body. Cooked us off the heart like black belt, no karate. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, he saving mine's the devil probably. Bro beat that body and came home and called a body. Bitch, I with Big Zoo, where the camper, CCKO to the 4. In a tank, I'm with the bag chasers, what the fuck you think? Brody out here buying souls, I'm out here snatching them. Interception where I receive, we out here catching them.
Kwani stayed pretty quiet on the situation. He posted, "Me and Skrilla not beefing. We wanted to show y'all how much the internet can impact the situation and how y'all run with things. That's my real homie. We trolling. We about to drop a video. Y'all not even smart enough to see the marketing. Hashtag stop the violence. We getting money." Nobody believed what Kwani said except for the most gullible. They unfollowed each other on Instagram, and that's not typical of someone you're about to quote, drop a video with, and get money together. Then, on April 18th, 2024, No Jumper released a nearly 2-hour interview. In the interview, they talked about a number of topics, including drug addiction, living in Kensington, religion, Skrilla's unique style, and his future plans. One of the most talked about moments was, of course, the controversy.
I noticed that you were saying that you invented the dark music in Philly, and was that was the origin of you guys having issues with each other, right? Was that he was claiming it?
Yeah. Look, well, I don't even really like to talk about this shit though with me and Kwani though, cause like it's just a lot of little nut shit though. But like my entourage and his entourage, you know what I'm saying?
Street shit, yeah.
But at the beginning, me and Kwani was cool, but like Kwani alright though, bro. But Kwani not Kwani just a bitch, bro.
Really?
Yeah, Kwani a bitch. That's just what it is, bro. He cool and all though, bro, but he just do little shit that bitches do though. Like, you feel me? Like Kwani just like, but he cool though, bro. I don't want to put no dumb in his name though, like and all that shit though, cause I'm around with the same. Matter of fact, Kwani's just a bitch, bro.
I keep
Kwani's
thinking you're gonna try to clean it up here, but
yeah, I ain't want to pull his card though, but Kwani, bro, Kwani ain't never took no piss. Kwani ain't never do that. Kwani's a bitch, bro. That's that. I don't even want to talk about it no more though, bro.
Damn,
he's just a. That's just what it is.
Music,
and I ain't never even stamped it now, but it's stamped now though. Dude, that's what it is.
Oh Jesus Christ, his music's dope though. I never really like met him or anything. I think he's mad at me.
Bro, he's just a he do little shit that do, bro. Like he's just a.
Because we were supposed to do an interview, and then like instead of like organizing it with the lady that you were talking to, Laura, in terms of like figuring out a date and stuff,
yeah,
he would just call me randomly and be like, "I'm at your store. Let's do the interview." And I'd be like, "Bro, I got a whole schedule. Like I gotta."
Yeah, I ain't even about to waste my time on here talking about another man, bro. Cause I'm a gangster, bro. Like I really run around, really like that, bro. I get fried and all that shit, bro. Niggas say all like little type shit though, bro. I get fried and all that shit, bro. But I stand on business, bro. Like I really run around. I really run out, ready to bang it out with. I really run it out. I'm ready to throw my life away, bro. I ain't got no rap, bro. Like really, like I run around like that, bro. But Kwani not really like one of them, no, bro. Kwani really like, I bet you, matter of fact, didn't he just sign his deal? Yeah. I doubt he gonna be in Philly, bro. I like he should move from out of Philly, bro. I doubt he's gonna be out in Philly, bro. But I with certain people that be around him, bro. But Kwani know he not like that, bro. And the people that's around him know he's not like that, bro. He's a rapper. He a rapper. Kwani's a rapper.
He said that you started rapping on OT7 Kwani type beats.
Bro, me and him are nothing alike, bro. Bro, my videographer, I feel with Ish though. He cool and all that though. But my videographer listens to all my unreleased music and he goes back and tells him, yo, bro, Skrilla did this type beat. Yo, you should try to do this. You should try to do this. He start trying to rap like me.
Oh shit.
He's doing all the same type beats. He's starting to find all the producers. Yo, I ain't even one of them though, bro. Next question, bro. I ain't even one of them though, bro.
What did you mean when you said I know what go on in them vehicles?
I know what going on in the vehicles, bro. Like, let's not talk about that though, bro. Cause I ain't one of them, bro. I ain't even.
Getting a little too police right there.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about. Nothing like that.
If you know what's going on in the vehicles, let me know in the comments.
Kwani really a bitch. What the fuck? Oh my God, bro. Damn, I wish I could see him when it's just me and him one-on-one, bro. Like, I wish I could see it, bro.
You think you could have a fade and then be cool again?
He's not gonna want to have no fade with me, bro.
What's up? He said that he wants me to set up a boxing match.
Bro, if you said one-on-one, and I don't even know how to fight, but I will beat his ass, bro. I don't need, we doing extra shit for him though, bro. That's drawn though, cause he not even one of them, bro. I'm about to pass him real fast, bro. Like, bro, I would beat that little nigga ass, bro. He a whole turkey, bro.
Oh, dude, Lord, where did I start? Okay.
What the fuck? Damn. Yeah, next question, bro.
Okay. Shit, I feel like that's pretty much like all the questions I had, honestly.
That's it.
Pretty much.
All right, well, I got some questions for you.
Oh, Lord. Here we go. Here we go.
How you feel like when you, how did you feel when you put them Speedos on, bro?
Anyone paying attention saw this coming a mile away. As much as we would love a kumbaya rapper who brought all the ops together to make music, it would be foolish for Skrilla to think he would be the person to make that happen. He flirted with the idea for a minute, but quickly realized that that was not the best course of action. In terms of the style and sound controversy, Kwani is not going to win many people over with that. He doesn't put out enough music to claim a sound, in my opinion. Since 2022, Kwani has released a bunch of singles. Meanwhile, Skrilla has released 4 full-length mixtapes. Now, some people are saying that Kwani is jealous that Skrilla caught up to him numbers-wise in a very short amount of time. The good news is, there's more than enough of a market in Philly for both of these popular artists, especially if more of these rappers would work together instead of beefing. If Skrilla, Duel, and Bucks actually start releasing music, the underground scene in Philly would explode. But, as we all know, that will never happen. In the past few months, I've had the idea of releasing individual Skrilla and OT7 Kwani videos, sort of like the Rise or Come Up type videos. If anybody's interested in seeing that, please comment down below and let me know. I'm gonna leave it there for now. Thanks for watching American Confidential, and until next time, be safe.
Beat that game, then I cut her off. Child who, yeah, he a fraud. We can spark it out. After the size of a missile, he run up and blowing his organs out. Thought we was busting, he ran up, the news gonna have to report him now. So just stay in your lane now. I'ma have chocolate and make you a stain now. Should be water with 30s and beans now. When the beef turned up, y'all crowd for help, we bought equipment. Running to a op, what happened, we're going all attention. You hit Blizz all in his legs and you was right behind him. When I catch you, I'ma show you how to pipe somebody. Like somebody. You went so soon, your homie got body.
Game time, walking down like I'm Bron. Pound blast, now you trending on that timeline. We been spinning since my man died. No cap, that's a fact. We gon' get him back. All black, we attack. We got hella gas.
We done turned the city up ever since Zoo died. Every time we drop a up, we do the cha-cha slide.
His head was in his lap, his eyes was rolling down the street. He tried to run, he heard that. You know, at the end of the day, when it's said and done, who's standing up? I can't argue with you who keep getting plucked off. Help your man get up. I'm from the trenches where it ain't no hold back. I can't be going to war with no ghost. You lit candles when you broke, I smoked that.
It ain't the glizzy, you know what I'm told now.
Sheem and Sil were two brothers who fought like brothers and loved each other like brothers. Sheem, or Chai Glizzy, as the public knows him, only put out 2 songs when he was alive. Actually, he was featured in one, and the second one wasn't even finished or released when he died, but he was well known in the city for other reasons. Philadelphia become what I would argue is the most dissed person in Philly history. How did he become the most searched person on the Philly Reddit? How did his name become synonymous with drill and street culture without even being a rapper? Nor is he even around in 2021 when drill music had its peak in Philly. To find out, we're gonna look at who Rasheem Rockwell or Chai Glizzy is and who he bumped heads with along his journey within Philly to try and get an answer to the question of why his name is so well known and why he was dissed and disrespected so much by so many people over the last 3 years since his passing. Before we get into that, I want to take 20 seconds to tell you about my channel memberships. Channel memberships give you access and privileges that aren't available to everyone. When you sign up as a member, for as little as $2.99, you'll get access to member-only videos like my most recent video about Tasker Street members getting 20 years. In addition, some videos will be released for members 2 days before the public release. Also, you get a guaranteed response when you leave comments. Enough self-promotion, let's get here for the story of the man, the myth, the legend, Sheem, or as you're familiar with him, Chai Glizzy.
My man got the banana. Oh, come on, nigga.
Alright, go ahead.
Alright. They call me Sil. Sil and it's Mills. I don't really real, but oh.
It's my turn, yo.
No, nigga, I'm myself.
Yo, you drunk. Yo, you drunk. Alright, check, look, I said.
I said peanut live.
Yo, come on, check, look, I said. It's your boy Sheem. I ride in between. Look, check, I said. I be in your girl, yeah, girl being me. She riding it, yeah, she giving it to me. I said, check, I be in the block trapping hard with my boy. Yo, you drunk. Alright, check, come on. Alright, real rap battle, right there.
You get on my face. I'm gonna beat you up.
Yo, you drunk. Yo, come on.
Alright,
come on. Alright, come on. I be in the block.
Come on, get soft, nigga.
Alright.
Alright. They call me Young Sil. With no pics. I don't really care. Cause I got a stick. And smack you in the face.
Yeah, with my dick. check, I said, running back. I said, it's your boy Sheem. I ride in between, got my man Sil right behind me. Yeah, we ride to the lean. I said, check. I said, you know where I'm from? I'm from the Psalm up. Throw your Psalms up. I said, check. I said, Sil, what I say? Sil? I said, I'll ride from the gate.
No.
Nah, I know my ways.
Okay, so today we're diving into a Philly beef that's had and still has the streets buzzing, a clash that made rappers all across the city take sides. The main players here are Trap Street Sadi of Zoo Gang, repping North Philly. Zoo Gang's no simple crew. It's spread all over North Philly and things get intricate. We've also got Chai Glizzy and his brother NLB Sil, holding it down with NLB/7200 in Uptown. NLB has ties with Richard Allen and the Black Flag and blocks all across Uptown. Richard Allen and the Black Flags are also from North Philly, and both are entrenched in bloody wars with Zoo Gang. They are like mortal enemies. And then we got the wild card, Leaf Ward, a talented rapper holding it down, originally from West Philly around 52nd and Larchwood Ave. They call it Five Land, named after a fallen member. Five Land is locked in with the 44th Street Projects, PMB, and Tasker Street. The tensions in this story are real, and it had the whole city watching. Take it back to 2014, a time when these guys were still under the radar. When it comes to Chai, he had his brother Sil by his side. Chai and Sil went to Pennypack. His mom died during his adolescence. I'm not exactly sure of the date on that. Not sure where his father was either. I was told, but I'm not positive, that dad wasn't around and that the grandparents raised him and Sil. Someone could correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. After Chai passed, Sil posted on Instagram, "I had your ass blocked for a month, dog. We beefed so hard, bro. Right now, I'm 100% sober. This shit from the heart. You were my big brother, dad, and protector. My everything, bro. When mommy died, I lost my heart. Now I feel like I lost control, bro. You let me down, bro. These niggas was terrified of you, and it shows. And we got the same blood. We slept in the same bed. We had 2 different rooms, and you always wanted to bring the fan in when I had the AC on. I hated that cracking the up. It had me sick like a dickhead, cracking the up. I remember we tried to jump a nigga in 6th grade. We were like 7 or 8. He whooped our ass, and I remember everything, bro. We know the price for this. Everybody gotta pay someday, but damn, I know you would kill the world for me. You know I feel the same. Love you." Any other details about his family are pretty hush-hush. What we do know is that he spent most of his time in West Oak Lane in Mount Airy on Rugby Street near 72nd and Ogun. Chai's school days had him at King High before going to Delaware Valley Charter High School. It's like a glimpse into the past before they became the name on everyone's lips. And Delaware Valley Charter is where we will begin our story.
Police have identified Rasheem Rockwell as the 17-year-old who turned himself in after Friday's Philadelphia school shooting. Rockwell was charged as an adult with aggravated assault. Bail has been set at $500,000. Some of his neighbors say the charge may be too harsh.
It's a child, and it's just a whole sad situation on both ends.
It's scary, but I don't know him.
The shooting happened Friday afternoon inside the gym at Delaware Valley Charter High School. 2 students were hospitalized with gunshot wounds, but their injuries were not life-threatening.
News now on Fox News Channel. This coming to us from Philadelphia, where police tell our local station there has been a shooting there, and that shooting has happened at Delaware Valley Charter High School. 2 shot, 1 male, 1 female, shot in the gym at the school.
Gunshots hit a 15-year-old boy and girl in the gymnasium of the Delaware Valley Charter High School in Philadelphia. Their injuries are not life-threatening. The school immediately went into lockdown.
We were just in the bathroom, and our friend, she just came in the bathroom saying that her arm, and it just was a lot of blood gushing out. And she just was saying she heard a loud boom in the gym room, and when she looked up, her and her boyfriend's arm had been hit.
A boy was taken into custody but later cleared. A 2nd student turned himself in and a 3rd was still being sought by police. Some reports suggest the shooting may have been an accident.
Dante Walker, 18, faced charges related to weapons offenses and conspiracy following a January 17, 2014 incident at Delaware Valley Charter High School where 2 students were wounded by gunfire. Allegedly, additional video footage reveals a transaction involving a black handgun exchanged for cash, with Walker identified as the former student involved as the seller of the gun. Rashid Jarman was the alleged purchaser, who then passed the gun to Ja in the gym. Investigators suggest Walker concealed the weapon, entering the school without passing metal detectors. The motive appears to be a planned assault on Chai after school.
The injured students were treated and released from Albert Einstein Medical Center. Walker, who had returned as a guest speaker, signed in, spoke with classes, and left, and later returned with a gun through an unlocked door. The school was previously trusting with its guests. It has now re-implemented searches for guests. The charter school has nearly 600 to 700 students from across the city. Chai had apparently been jumped the day before on his way home from school. Security footage from inside the gym shows Chai pulling a handgun from his book bag and it accidentally going off. Chai took a guilty plea and was sentenced to 2 years in juvie. No, Chai got sent to Glen Mills for a period of time because there are articles of him playing football for them in 2015. Glen Mills was closed in 2019 after all of the abuse that was going on there came to light. Hundreds of boys came forward telling their stories of getting hit, kicked, spit on, slammed, and much, much worse. It had been going on for 40 plus years, and after the Inquirer did a story, finally city officials stepped in and closed it down. They are facing a class action lawsuit at the moment. After graduating from that environment, it was back to the streets for a 19-year-old Chai Glizzy. The whole reason Chai even jumped into this beef was to be frontline for his circle of friends. Chai was a hothead sometimes, so he ended up getting in a lot of fights uptown. Plus, Chai always dressed fly and got the girls. So the girls would fight over him and the dudes would get jealous. Chai was the type of dude who was always overprotective of his little brother Sil and would often get in fights for Sil, and vice versa. But Chai was big bro, so he usually was the one Sil went to get if something happened. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying at all that Sil is the reason Chai hopped in this. Uptown and North Philly all kinda hopped into this off of the arguments of maybe 2 or 3 people. As a matter of fact, it was another boy, Bari, who really got Chai pulled into the Uptown versus North Philly beef. Samir Fortune, who was called Sadi, always wanted to rap. The high school senior loved listening to Meek Mill, and that led him to try writing hip-hop music himself. When Samir first started out, Mom Dukes was skeptical. That soon changed after she actually heard him rap.
I'm already a legend and ain't nobody with me, man. I do this for squat, man. I do this for mine. If a take my life, I swear to God he gon' die. I know Cav gon' side, I know Rock gon' side, I know Heem gon' side and let them choppers go back. I was up in that cell when
Trap Street Sadi, man. It's your boy Trap Street Sadi.
every day I'm rolling with my niggas, rolling. Every day.
18 from Cumberland, North Philly. Wait.
Every way a nigga gotta get it. Every day I'm
It's crazy, man. Shit like growing up in Philly, period, crazy. The trenches down north, that's all basically.
every day a nigga.
Everyone around him told him how talented they felt he was, and so at 17, he decided to start going and taking his rap seriously. Under the stage name Trap Street Sadi, Samir began releasing music that went viral in the underground mixtape world, including one called Maji World Part 1, which features 6 songs. Hip-hop fans across Philly and beyond took notice, and he developed a deep underground following. I didn't believe him at first, his mom said. He'd be like, "Mom, listen to this song." And I'd be like, "Okay, Sadi, I'll listen to it." When I actually listened to it, I thought, he's got a nice voice on him. And when you listen to the words, he was telling the truth. He was telling what's on his mind, and he wouldn't sugarcoat anything. Samir asked for Mom Dukes to buy him some studio time so he could record his music, and she agreed. I felt as though I needed to get him studio time to get him occupied, to keep him from getting in trouble. He knew I always wanted the best for him, his mom said. Whatever I could do to keep my son on the right track, I was going to do it, she said. But within a few months of releasing his mixtape, Samir's life was cut short. On the night of February 9th, 2017, he was home alone and sitting on the couch in his family's West Oak Lane house when bullets tore through the front window. A few days after his murder, Samir's idol Meek Mill, who was from Burke Streets in North Philly, gave him a shout out during a concert, which is something Saadi would have loved. He was 18 years old and had so much life ahead of him, his mom said. He wanted to become someone, and I'm now the voice for Samir. Samir was born October 6, 1998 and raised at 18th and Cumberland in North Philly. He had an older sister who was now 22. In addition to music, Samir also loved football. He played for the North Philly Hurricanes as well as the Aztecs, and he even attended the Sean Jackson's youth football camp when he was younger. There was a street side to Saadi as well. His raps will often reflect how he felt about his life in the hood, how getting out was imperative. His goal was to be a famous rapper by the time he was 21.
I'm gonna change on my dog. All my dogs held me down when I was locked behind bars. Stand tall, never fall, screaming fuck the law. Me and Mirazilla really jumping out of car. Jeez, that's my brother, that's my nigga from the start. The other day the studio really got it up. I just copped the automatic. Curry in it, that's a ladder. I don't be feeling these rappers. These niggas really is backwards. Talking about how they was trapping. These throwing, I'm laughing. Putting in the casket. I know my homie gon' blast it. I let a nigga have it. I'm a street nigga, I ain't no rapper.
As I said, Saadi was from North and Chai was from Uptown. So the connection here is a Constitution basketball game that Mir Gotti was playing in. Word is, a fight broke out between Chai, Bari, and some other people from Uptown. Saadi was with some of his people, including Team Low, and a bunch of other people from North. North Philly, known as TNN at the time, got the better that day. Now that you gotta understand that at the time, North Philly had this image of Uptown, which was, Uptown was sweet and they really wasn't doing nothing, wasn't nobody active up there. And Uptown always had a chip on their shoulder, like they had to prove themselves. And that's where a lot of the tension came from. You see it all the time between Uptown people and people from North Philly. It's always a little tension there. People from Uptown got a chip on their shoulder, you know what I mean? So some of that stems from that.
Also breaking, an 18-year-old man was shot and killed while sitting inside his house. It happened on the 6700 block of North 15th Street in the West Oak Lane section at 11:45 last night. Police say the gunman fired 13 shots through the windows and the front door. The victim ran to a neighbor's house and then collapsed. Police rushed him to the hospital where the young man died. Police say that victim was under house arrest.
Saadi died on February 7, 2017. After Saadi's death, a line was drawn in the sand. Saadi was cool with people from all over the city, from South Philly and Tiffy Bay, who has a lot of say on the streets, all the way to Uptown to PNB Rock, who was one of the city's biggest stars at the time. Meek Mill had Poundside Pop in Saadi's back at the time. He even mentioned Saadi's passing at one of his shows. Saadi had major connections throughout the city. After his passing, rumors began to swirl about who the hitmen were that night. What we know for certain is that Zoo Gang blamed Chai and his people from Uptown. Chai and his people from Uptown did not deny it. In fact, they definitely claimed it.
till we had a chance to say he ain't wanna listen. No guns on, now he all over answer, he ain't wanna listen. Yeah, we gon' make sure that they miss. He ain't wanna listen till we had a chance to say he ain't wanna listen.
Walking down like I'm Brian. You gon' see that nigga scrolling on your timeline. He hates about ganging his history. He disrespect me, your memory, put in the coffin. I thought he was walking down like Brian. None of my niggas on the timeline. I keep a 40, I start through your block, and I had niggas run like a combine.
If you went so soon, your homie got body. Ain't the same when one of us get hit up with pop hollows.
The streets confirmed what we already knew when bodies from both sides started to drop. Apparently, a lot of things went into motion after the passing of Saadi. Trap Street and Zoo Gang members were moving fast and recklessly for Saadi, as his death was a big deal for the neighborhood. People took the news hard. Members took vengeance into their own hands. Almost everyone who was accused of being there the night Saadi was killed has been targeted, either shot at or killed. Saadi was the first in this back and forth, but he definitely wouldn't be the last.
Philadelphia police are trying to find the gunman who shot a man in Albany.
Philadelphia's 1st Judicial District started the live streaming of its first homicide trial in 2020 for its case against Zakeem Brown, who is charged with the murder in the 2019 shooting death of Marquise Chandler, or Kesey, from Albany. Kesey and Cha were cool, and in fact, in 2018, allegedly, Cha shot at Zine. Kesey was a supposed driver on that attempted drill. Kesey was allegedly killed by Zine in retaliation. On a Thursday night in 2019, 24-year-old Marquise Chandler was fatally shot 4 times in Albany on West Welland Street. The incident occurred just before 6:15 p.m. and Kesey was transported to Einstein Medical Center, where he was pronounced dead at 6:29 p.m. In the petition filed by the DA, which directly asked the court to intervene because of the extraordinary circumstances, the district attorney argues if a recording was made, it could re-traumatize victims, dissuade witnesses from cooperating or testifying, or create a permanent video record, even for those who were found not guilty. Back in 2020, the city was going to go ahead and live stream trials on YouTube, starting with this trial. This decision drew major criticism from defense attorneys, activists, and the DA even agreed. His petition was eventually granted, and the courts nixed the idea of live streaming trials over the internet. On June 7th, 2018, officers responding to a call for a shooting on the 3100 block of Custer Street at about 6:20 p.m. found Jalil Mitchell with multiple bullet wounds to the torso in a store on the 3000 block of Potter Street. Police took him to Temple University Hospital, but Mitchell of the 3200 block of Potter Street was pronounced dead at 7:29 p.m. A preliminary investigation indicated that Mitchell was shot on the corner of Custer and Clearfield and ran to the store before collapsing, police said. Based on witness and video, police said they were looking for one gunman in the shooting. That gunman was later found and revealed to be NLB Zai, who is currently serving time for this murder. Jalil Mitchell, or Poppy, is not in this beef, and the story goes he was shot by an NLB crash out who saw someone with a Saudi World hoodie and let him pass on the street. He ended up coming up from behind Jai and shot him. We, Brandon Vincent, or BV, and many others would die or get shot at between 2017 when Saadi died and 2020 when Cha was killed. This was around the point in time in 2017, 2018, and 2019 when the songs and social media were really starting to add an extra layer of instigation to the already emotion-led beefs.
Killed your homie and you ran. Now we spin it back, cause that wasn't part of the plan. We got them choppers, we stay with 50. Do the dash no law, cause you know we filthy. Got a check on my head, but I beef a rookie. And my bitch to the left, and she rolling cookies. We catch them in traffic, you know they freeze. Got them choppers with titties, them double D's. It's stuck, what's this up? Ain't no copping, please. Get bitch for the drop, got what I need. It's up there. Y'all know it's still up. Niggas keep talking about bodies. I put the zoo on the map. I put my gang on my back. No child in power and rap.
I put this on the map.
After NLB started taking credit for the death of Sadi and rapping about it heavy, they basically put a target on their back as long as they live.
Forever solid, my nigga forever on it. And they took Sadi out the game, so I'm forever on it. The f***ers who did it should be forever worried. And every time we get the drop, no we gon' spin up on them. And ain't no shooting from afar, no we.
A lot of this back and forth happened over the Instagram and Twitter. A lot of the stories and posts dissing each other haven't been archived, but there is music from both sides from around 2018 and 2019 with NLB and Zoo Gang going back and forth. Sil probably could have chilled and might not have been a bigger target if he never really said anything. Then again, maybe not, because these young boys don't care anymore. Because even though Sil wasn't there the night Sadi was killed, his brother allegedly was. And when people are hurting, it seems like your whole family is fair game these days. The night Sadi was killed, I can only confirm that Cha and BV's white van was there. This made anyone who even mentioned Sadi disrespectfully on the plate, according to Zoo Gang. NLB Sil was the most talented rapper from the bunch from NLB. When I say that I'm dead serious, Sil really could spit. But he was raw and unpolished.
And them Glocks, I'm like Bonnie and Clyde with it. To the end, that's my bitch, I'ma ride with it. Delivery truck for the butcher, come sliding, and she get to me and I'm out with it. Back with the junkies, you know that they vibe with me. Mike Jack, they dates as soon as we dropping it. You bring the brakes to the trap, tryna flock with it. We got a chamber, we plotting. My brother need a lawyer. I told her I got him, time to put the mask on. The losses can't afford him. You reach your hip on my mind, you get tagged on. I'm in the trap with baking soda. Order whip to it like pay the block to the crack on. Just ask on, we finna slide or a stick up. Boy, you a featherweight, ain't shit to get plucked. Ops in the heaven gates, never did it tough. 40 don't segregate, rep and get hit up. They hesitate, then they get drenched up. Slime, we tryna put niggas in ditches. Ain't none of my niggas like Lido. In other words, niggas ain't cool with them stitches. We try hop out and delete one. Ain't with the internet, that's what reporters for. They say it all, we don't tweet none. Pull up the video, seen all the glizzies, and she see the drawing I need. The pass off like I'm raging. I feel like Elsa when I'm in the trenches. They know we keep stats like that. Ain't for that petty change, I want that double up. Run for them blues like Saquon. 40 a compact, but it came with the kick like I got it from Shanghai. I do this. I'm sorry, I don't need a missus. Count it out from the beginning and then we start winning. I feel like the Sixers. He can talk, but I know he wanna tip me. My trigger finger, it be itching. Ain't with the scamming, I'm more in the janky. And all my life, I've been the risker. I watch the girl make it killing out the kitchen. I turn to a whipping.
Today, people like to bid on Sil. And a lot of that has to do with the aftermath of this beef and the constant dissing of his brother Cha. Zoo Gang is one of the more popular groups in the city, with big rappers like Poundside Pop and OT7 Kwani. So that plays a lot into the hate that Sil gets. And also, Sil has been caught like 2 or 3 times on camera getting beat up, with him getting rolled on by Zoo members on a couple occasions. Somehow there are like 4 or 5 interactions caught on camera between NLB and Zoo Gang. You got that fight at the Cheltenham Mall. You got Sil catching Diamond Street Keem down the boardwalk, but he didn't really do anything except for record him, which is a good thing actually. Not for his street credit though. It got worse for Sil when a camera caught Zoo strolling on Sil at the Red Terminal.
They finish, but we gon' spec them cases cause we innocent. Hood Louis V's done ran me 7 Timberlands. I push that button, watch my youngin' go collect them Benjamins. We treat us as we comfortable and driving cause we being cats. If he a rat, I play him how I play him till I see the facts. We put all the pups under that pressure, see how he react. Chrome heart with crosses and we don't even believe it.
Leaf Ward comes from West Philly, 52nd Street around Osage or Larchwood. He's really born on 42nd Street, but moved to 52nd Street later in life. Leaf has been considered the best underground rapper by a lot of people for years now. The reason I said this beef had the streets divided is because it forced a lot of rappers to have to pick a side, even if they didn't want to or weren't directly involved in this beef. The whole reason Leaf even entered into this is because when it came time to pick a side, he rolled with Tasker Street, which was in opposition to NLB by proxy. He picked Tasker because he already had ties with some of them from school. Tasker Street had heavy beef with King Lord and 27th Street. King Lord was cool with a dude named Shy Glizzy from Frankfurt. And after Glizzy lost his life, King Lord became closer with some of Glizzy's friends, like Cha and Tally. They both respected each other's hand and were similar in personalities. King Lord was cool with people from all across the city. If you weren't his enemy, he was a very likable guy. Same with Leaf Ward. Leaf Ward was also cool with P&B from Uptown. P&B and NLB never really got along. Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. Especially since P&B Rock and Sadi were tight. P&B Rock bailed Leaf Ward out of jail, and that's why they became friends.
How'd you link up with P&B Rock at first?
It's crazy, bro. That's my brother, bro. No bullshit. I got locked up, bro. I don't know if it was 2018 or 2017. I ain't know him yet, bro. They came and got me out of jail, got me a defense, bro, brought me right home, bro. I'm like, I don't even know these. Like, what the f y'all want in return? You feel me? They ain't want nothing in return, bro. They said, just do you. Like, then that got deeper, you feel me? That got deeper, you feel me? Deeper than rap.
When Rock bailed Leaf out, it was a case of Rock looking out because he knew Leaf had potential and felt he was thorough. A lot of Leaf's clout and buzz is based on his undeniable ability as a rapper. However, the fact that he was in the middle of and rapping a lot, and I mean a lot, about two of the most talked about block wars in the city helped his buzz tremendously. As his buzz was taking off, Leaf ended up getting shot in his hand by a block unaffiliated with this story. But Chai took this opportunity to diss Leaf in his now infamous song, No Lack.
So you know we not tripping, get him back. I got shot in his hand. If I was a part of the plan and wasn't making it back, you want me, Lord, that's a fact. Cause ain't no time frame for that. Why you keep talking about gas? Just rap. Either way you turn to a pack, just act. I'm smoking zoo, we can match, no lack. I just show on my ass, relax. I just been chasing them racks, I'm back. And I can still put on our block.
I'm through 14 shots, only hit me once in my hand. Them was missing. They know they f***ed up, they supposed to walk me down. They did.
Sleepy told me he got hit up in his hand. That shit was like a niggas got the drop and could've walked down and took his life.
The actual intricacies I don't have, but that's just the gist of how Chai and Leaf Ward started sniping at each other. So, as the heat turns up and the dissing on social media continues, emotion from everyone were on go mode. Neither side thought to hit the brakes. On March 31st, 2020, King Lord was gunned down due to the South Philly beef I mentioned earlier. Chai and King Lord were tweeting at each other about Pilar the week before Lord died. The day he died, Chai sent his condolences.
Stick work, flip the switch, let this glick work. I'm a blick first, tell your folks run a big hearse.
Don't get tagged. If he make it through, he get his bag. Big bag. Pop, I got him big man.
On May 20th, 2020, Chai Glizzy and King Lord's close friend SB dropped the song Up the Score, with Chai dissing Zoo Gang and Leaf Ward, and SB dissing Leaf Ward and Tasker Street.
Game time, walk him down like I'm Bron. Pound blast, now you trending on that time. He a camper, he ain't on he just a rapper.
Within 2 months of this video's release, both Chai and SB will be dead. 6 days after the release of Up the Score, Chai posts on his Instagram a snippet of the yet-to-be-released song, No Lag. Chai wasn't a rapper really, it was Sil who was the better rapper. But Chai had the actual rank in the street. See, in the year or two leading up to his demise, Chai would become somewhat of a hitman. He collected money on 2 different occasions to kill someone and completed the mission both times. Some people know, but most people don't realize that Chai was a little dangerous out here. I mean, he wasn't the toughest boy to ever walk the streets of Philly, but he was building up a formidable reputation for himself. But all that will come to an end as the expectant first-time father was gunned down in West Philly on June 7th, 2020.
A 25-year-old man was shot and killed in the Mantua section of the city this afternoon. Chopper 3 over 39th and Brown around 1:30. Police say the victim was shot outside. There's no word on what led to the shooting. There have been no arrests.
With at least 3 people on the drill that day, Chai was set up, or someone saw him down there and called the people seen in the white car in the video.
Head was in his lap, his eyes was rolling down the street. He tried to run, he heard that click clack. He wasn't fast enough on his feet. You heard that sound.
A little over a month later, on July 16, 2020, SB was killed in an unrelated incident in West Philly. The day Chai was killed, Poundside Pop posted Sadi, which anyone who pays attention to those things knows what that means. Also, Sadi's brother Rashay would do his best King Von impersonation and tweet about the murders in the days following the incident. People in the streets already knew who Chai was, but the rest of the world was about to find out who he was, because anyone and everyone who had a problem with Chai, Sil, or NLB was about to diss him from that day, still to this day.
Shout out to the zoo.
Bro, you ain't the...
Sure, yo, what's up, bro? Shout out to the zoo. I want to be interviewed, bro. Bro, when you interview me, bro, don't ask me no Vlad, you mean? Self-incriminating shit, bro. Yo, don't start talking about Broski right now. Leave Broski out of it, bro. You know the answer to that question, bro. We ain't talking about Broski right now. That, you hear me? We on different vibes. We ain't speaking on them ass niggas. Them niggas got they shine.
Hey bro, Chai ever got up? See your brother, I go to his grave and take a look. Stand on business when they killed your brother with his jack. Wood got murdered, Raj got murdered. Raj got murdered, Chai deserved it.
Spoken on Chai cause he ain't get up. Duh. Disrespect the Z, that shit gon' get you hit up. When a nigga troll me, and that's when a nigga die. Still got smacked up, Chai got wrapped up. Playing with them droppers that get you clapped up. Smoking Chai runs off my shot, I'm about to murder that.
That Chai is a pack, he ain't never coming back.
Hey bro, Chai ever got up? Order me some cha-cha.
I ain't been killing for free. Catch up, I'ma do my nigga.
Bro, you broke ass. Get that for Chai. You ain't doing nothing, bro. I'm dying. You know we got that fool, bro, so get that for Chai.
Man, smoking Chai runs to that your boy a has been. His name and disrespect dead. One day you gotta die. Said that roll his Chai runs up. That shit got me fried.
Hey, get some shot nuggets, yo.
Shot sliders.
Yo, nigga, sick, bro. Hey, yo, chill, bro. Chill. We dry. Chill. You hear me? Hey, yo, no, go to Burger King, Lord. You hear me? Hey, yo, chill.
Warm me up the top.
Leaf Ward, Poundside Pop, PNB Rock, OT7 Kwani, 25th Street Bill, and even more recently, Lil Bucks have all taken shots of him, among many others, on songs and on social media. That, coupled with the incessant posting about him on the Philly Wiki subreddit, he has become somewhat of a hood legend, mythologized, and synonymous with the dead being dissed in drill songs. It will be useless to go through every single song, video, and post that was said back and forth, because in the end, it doesn't really matter. Hundreds of black men and teenagers are killed every single year in the city, and for what? It amounts to nothing. So many people have died or gone to jail behind this beef. It probably seemed like the biggest deal in the world at the time. A fight happens and blood is shed. Sometimes someone disrespects you or your gang on a song or on the gram, and it seems like the same story playing out over and over. These are some of the reasons all this violence happens over and over again. Lives are lost and people are hurt. You retaliate, we retaliate. It's a never-ending cycle. Both NLB Sill and Leaf Ward, as of October 14th, 2023, are incarcerated on gun charges and are awaiting the outcomes of their cases. I mentioned Cha was an expectant father when he was killed. King Lord, SB, and Kesey, as far as I know, who were all mentioned in this video, are fathers as well. The gang wars affect a lot more than just the people involved. It affects the family and friends of the loved ones as well. The trauma and the damage it does are not fully known yet, but anyone who has been through losing a loved one knows it is a devastating and soul-crushing event. Rest in peace to all those mentioned in this video. Until next time, this has been American Confidential. Be safe.
Rest in peace, Shotty, and rest in peace, bro. I'm my nigga, yeah, I'm my nigga. That's my dog, yeah, my dog. Upgrading my life, none of these niggas hating. A young poppin', I see they hating. I came up from nothing, I picture my struggle, I seen all this shit. I'm just living in it. I pray for my fellas, we all in the trenches. Life ain't no joke, I just pray for some hope and I cherish my folks.
All this pain that I'm fighting, wonder when it's gonna get better. 2014 when you said I was the realest in your letter. I wish I would've kept it in your secret, I'ma keep them. How you let them do you like that? Really, bro, I can't believe you still need time to grieve for me. I miss bro, rest in peace. When I got that call from school, I ain't know what else to think. All them guns that we had, we was young, just living fast. Ain't really trying to be out here sad, you knew better, that's why. It's another of a law, I guess God got a plan. Cause I know you knew better, that's why I don't understand. I still got weed on my mind, they never thought it would be child. But we all got a day, save me a spot for when I die. Your heart was bigger than your pride. I knew everything you stood for, your route was made out. Ever since that we was little boys, I always wanted best for you. Some money and no stress for you, and here I can't be next to you.
You never know, bro, you never know when just up and leave you, feel me? Like, it seems like every time a mother be trying to get my attention, I ain't gonna say every time, but like it's like the second time. Like my young boy Saudi, he was trying to get with me for a minute. Like he kept trying to hit me up, Link up. It wasn't that I was ignoring him, but I was doing shit, I was busy. And I could've got back with him, you feel me? I just always think like that he's still gonna be around, like I could get back with him like tomorrow, or maybe the next day, you feel me? But like, nobody, you never know when you're gonna lose your folks, you feel me? Like you never know in that split second what happens. So I'm just, everybody, man, cherish your brothers, cherish your friends, cherish everybody, bro. You never know, bro. Like, shit to be real. Like the day my brother got killed, nigga, he was trying to chill me that whole day, nigga. He was trying to vibe with me, come out of New York, come to the studio, but I was on some nut shit, I was on some weirdo shit. I'm like, bro, I was with you. Like, I'm gonna see you later on the day, bro. Like, just on some nut shit, you feel me? But just not knowing that I would never see my brother again, you feel me? It's just like, I just want everybody, man, cheers to everybody that you with, everybody that's in your corner, you feel me? Like, you never know, bro. Like, this should be crazy, bro. I'm sick right now.
I forget, why did the guy shoot you 9 times?
He was paid to do it.
Who would want to
Why
shoot
were
you?
you targeted?
You're such a good guy.
It's my past. It's karma. Well, he was paid because someone, felt like that I would potentially do something to them if they kept going in the direction that they were going.
Man, you are tough.
Where were you shot? Which part of the body? Where did the bullet
Oh, man, I got shot in my hand. My thumb came out of my hand. My face.
Shot in the face?
Yeah.
Where did that come out?
Like the two.
Wow, oh my goodness, there's a hole there.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm surprised the bullet went through there, but it's alarming.
Yeah, it kind of changed my voice too, and this is the voice that sells 8 million records, so I think everything happens for a reason.
Did you ever find out who did it?
Yeah, I knew who did it shortly after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they are now where?
Oh, the guy who actually shot me is dead.
50 Cent is one of the most legendary rappers to ever touch a mic. In the 2000s, he was a mixtape machine, a marketing prodigy, and arguably the hottest rapper in the game. He knew how to turn controversy into currency, and his plan was simple: get rich or die trying. And on May 24, 2000, that's exactly what almost happened. That afternoon, 50 was visiting his grandmother's house on the south side of Jamaica, Queens, New York. And this was a routine visit, but a visit that would end in the worst of ways. While leaving his grandmother's house, a car eased up outside, a man jumped out and unloaded 9 shots into 50. 50 was hit in the hand, arm, hip, both legs, his chest, and finally, 50 was shot in the face before the shooter ran back to his car and sped away.
Right behind me is my grandmother's home. I came out like 12 o'clock in the afternoon, May 24th. She was bent over, actually planting flowers in the garden, and I walked over here to sit in the actual vehicle that my friend was waiting for me in, and the car pulled up. On the side of us, a guy got out the passenger seat of that car, came around behind it, and shot through the actual car.
50 was left lying on the ground, struggling to maintain consciousness and fighting for his life, but miraculously, he survived the incident with none of the rounds hitting vital organs. It took days for doctors to stabilize his condition, and after 13 days, he was released from the hospital to continue his recovery at home. But the incident had changed 50. He was more aggressive, more intolerant, and ready for revenge.
I could just tell you everything was real. Like, after he got hit, riding around Mac 10 by himself, looking for niggas, looking for cream, it was real. I seen it with my own 2 eyes.
After almost the half a year it took for 50 to fully recover, he came back bigger and better than ever. He name-dropped the man that most people believe was responsible in his song Many Men's. Hamo's real name was Daryl Baum, and he was a close friend of Mike Tyson's and even briefly worked as Tyson's bodyguard, and he was, in fact, killed about 3 weeks after the incident outside of 50 Cent's grandmother's house.
I dedicate this fight to my brother, Daryl Baum, who died. I'll be there to see you. I love you with all my heart.
Mike, is it frustrating to train like you did and then have this in 7 or 8 seconds?
For this fight, I only trained probably 2 weeks or 3 weeks for this fight. I had to bury my best friend. And I dedicated this fight. I wasn't going to fight. I dedicated this fight to him.
But after more than 25 years, some still aren't convinced that Daryl was the real shooter, with more suspects being named during court proceedings tied to a man that was indicted and later convicted on RICO and murder for hire charges named Kenneth Supreme McGriff. He's the man who allegedly put the hit out on 50 Cent and was the person responsible, although he was never charged over the 2000 shooting incident himself. During his trial, it was revealed that 2 other men may have been responsible for this shooting instead of Hamo.
Son and God B. So Son comes up to the car and opens fire.
Right.
They say that 50 thought it was Hamo.
Yeah, Darryl Baum. Yeah.
Yeah.
Real tough guy, but not a killer. You know, not a shooter. In the beginning of the investigation, I thought it was Hamo. When we started to get cooperators in the case, we found out differently.
Till this day, the truth remains a mystery about who really shot 50 Cent and why. Today, we're going to take a deep dive into this entire situation because there was a whole rap/street beef that led up to all of this that has a very thick history, a ton of moving pieces, and the story is absolutely insane. This is the beef that got 50 Cent shot 9 times. 50 Cent, real name Curtis Jackson III, was born on July 6, 1975 in South Jamaica, Queens, New York, an environment that either teaches you to grow up fast or get you swallowed whole. His mother, Sabrina Jackson, had him when she was only 15 years old, and instead of relying on welfare, she took a different route and started hustling in the streets of New York, dealing drugs and building a reputation. Because of that, 50 barely saw his mother and lived full-time with his grandparents. His father wasn't in the picture.
I never knew my father. You know, I never actually met him.
Wonder what he thinks now.
Yeah. You know, some people have that thing where they actually want that parent that they haven't had in their lives for a long time. Nah, I have no interest in it. You know, the mistakes that I made early on, Larry, he could have been there to help me not make those mistakes.
Damn right.
He had a rough start that was made worse by the fact that his grandparents' house was crowded. His grandmother had 9 children of her own and was now raising multiple grandkids as well, while the family lived off of his grandfather's single income.
I had to live with them full time, and I went and stayed with them, and it was like we was living on my grandfather's income. So he was real old-fashioned. He's representation of tradition for me. So he would just come and give my grandmother his check. And I never understood that growing up. I was like, you just gonna give her the whole check? He's like, yeah, what's wrong with you? Like, and then later, like as an adult, he'll tell me, he said, you couldn't see it and you won't understand it because you was a baby. But when I gave your mama the check, he said, when I gave your mama the check, it stopped her from looking at things I couldn't give her.
Eventually, the street life caught up with his mother, and when 50 was just 8 years old, she was killed.
My mother passed when I was like 8 years old. I went to live with my grandparents. And she had me when she was 15, so, you know, back then it wasn't as common as the young girls have children at 15, a little more now than they did then. So at that point, she started hustling to be able to provide for me at that point. And she got killed when I was like 8 years old.
So when you say hustling, she was involved with what? She was...
Yeah, selling drugs.
Selling drugs?
Yeah.
Okay, and she was killed as a result of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
After his mother was killed, 50's survival instincts kicked in. He had to start moving like a man, even though he was still just a kid. By 11, he was in the boxing gym on the regular, doing jump ropes, hitting a heavy bag, sparring. He was learning that if nobody in the world could protect him, at least he could. On top of that, he felt uncomfortable asking his grandparents for anything. Money was tight, so he decided to follow in his mother's footsteps and made his way outside into the streets.
It felt like the only real option would be to actually hustle at that point from her, I believe. I don't think she would agree with me going in that direction to hustle. I don't think she wanted that for me. My grandparents grew up in a time where their kids' shoes cost $10. You know, it's a big difference now. You know, the shoes cost like $100 for the new Jordans and stuff like that. So it wasn't that they wouldn't do things for me, but I was uncomfortable asking them to do it. So I asked the people that I felt had it to give. You know, the people that I seen that had the jewelry, the nice cars and things that they got from hustling.
Okay. And so how old were you when you got involved in selling drugs yourself?
Around 12.
12 years old, man.
Yeah.
That's really difficult for someone from my background to understand.
Yeah.
You know, it just seems like such an alien concept.
Even at 12, you know, you still have to live by your parents' rules.
Yeah.
So there's, you know, you can't just be out hustling.
50 had to be 2 separate people. His grandmother's baby at home and a certified hustler in the streets. By 12, 50 says he was cooking crack at his friend's house, stashing it in his room, and learning how the business worked, the measurements, how much a gram cost, an eighth, a quarter, an ounce, a kilo. And while most kids were at home playing video games, 50 was trying to pave a way for a better life, even if he was doing it in the worst of ways.
I associated everything good with my mom. And when she went away, all the nice things went away. You know, and the only people that I've seen that had things that spoke to the lifestyle that I had prior to her her, dying was people from that life. So I would see, a guy, the nice cars, clothes, jewelry, and different things, and they would appear to have everything from my perspective at that point. And it kind of led me into the same lifestyle that she was actually in. Because they'd ask, like, what's the matter with your shoes? And not realize that there's no one there to buy those shoes anymore.
Right.
And they buy your shoes the first time, and then when they get tired of feeding you fish, because after we eat the fish, we're hungry again. They give you a paw.
It didn't take long for 50 to fully jump out into the streets because school just couldn't compete with profit, which by his own accounts was anywhere between $500 to $1,000 a day. In his book, From Pieces to Weight, he wrote, "Nothing I was told in middle school made sense to my reality. I could break down a kilogram of coke into ounces, grams, or any combination of the two. That's how I learned my fractions and decimals, through real life application." He looked up to local hustlers like Lorenzo Fat Cat Nichols, one of the godfathers of a notorious New York operation in the 80s, and Kenneth Supreme McGriff, the leader of the Supreme team, which dominated the market in South Jamaica, Queens, running out of the Baisley Park project houses a few miles away from where 50 grew up. The Supreme team had roughly 200 murder, and the figure that 50 chose to depict as responsible for his mother's death was majestic in that movie. Whether it's true in real life, who knows? What we do know is that when 50 decided to hustle, he didn't do what most people would have done, which was join the team that already had the streets on lock. Instead, he hustled for himself and avoided doing any business with Supreme and eating into the Supreme team's market share. Most people were scared of Preem, but 50 wasn't.
But when a nigga like 50, there's only 4 niggas that I know personally in Queens that wasn't scared of Preem. 50, E-Money Bags, Homo, and Big Nose Troy. So like Queens, you had them 3 niggas between Big Nose Troy, Homo, E-Money. Them niggas had terrorized the whole Queens. I remember Preem coming to the block one day, and a nigga tried to like sun 50 and rub his head, and 50 rubbed his head. And Preem, and that was the day I know Preem didn't like 50. And the whole block was like, ooh.
50 was making his own way in the game, and ironically, the police helped shape his come up. In 1998, a rookie NYPD officer named Edward Byron was murdered in South Jamaica while guarding a witness. It became national news, and overnight, cops swept the neighborhood, hunting down the hitmen responsible for it that were tied to Fat Cat Nichols. The open-air drug market was shut down, and hustlers adapted. They started tightening their systems, changing how they sold their work, and 50 wrote in his book, "If the hood was cocaine, then the rookie cop's murder was like baking soda, and an angry police force was the fire that cooked up new hustlers like me." As 50 gained market share, Supreme's disdain started to grow, but 50 fell into the same trap that many hustlers do, getting arrested and facing the music. First, he was caught at school with work that he had stashed in his shoe.
Who did you go to? I went to Andrew Jackson. I got kicked out of Andrew Jackson High School.
Well, what you do, look under a girl's skirt?
Nah, I got arrested in Andrew Jackson High School. Like at that point, I was hustling, so I had my pieces, my drugs from my grandmother, and I had it in a pair of gym shoes, and I picked up the wrong gym shoes. At our high school, we had metal detectors. So when we went through the metal detection at the high school, they found the pieces, and they locked me up. I went through a whole few weeks out of school because they thought that I was selling drugs in the school.
Were you?
Nah.
He told MTV, "I was embarrassed that I got arrested like that. That's the worst way to get arrested, but after I got arrested, I stopped hiding it. I was telling my grandmother openly, I sell drugs." For that incident, 50 was sentenced to 2 months in a youth rehabilitation program. It didn't change much. When he got out, he went right back to the streets, and within weeks, he was arrested again for selling 4 vials of coke to an undercover police officer. 3 weeks later, they raided his house and found roughly 10 ounces of crack, a starter pistol, and some heroin. A judge handed down a 3 to 9 year prison sentence, but because he was only 18, he caught a break. The judge showed him leniency, and after he completed 6 months in a shock-style boot camp and earned his GED, the rest of the sentence was suspended. Out of lockup early, 50 tried to keep his hands clean, but also still had needs, and being legit just wasn't cutting it. So he went back to hustling, but on a smaller scale, just enough to keep things flowing.
Yeah, I went back to hustling at that point, and I didn't make a lot of money. It was just enough to keep a income flow.
So, it's, you know, even if you, at the end of you actually selling what you bought, you had enough to buy that again, you lived off of the money that came in during that time period. So I was just functioning. I didn't have a lot of money during that time period.
At this point, life started to change for 50 in major ways. One of the biggest was meeting a woman named Shaniqua Tompkins, who soon became pregnant with 50's first child, Marquise.
I was actually taking care of myself, my son, mom, and the baby was on the way.
And really focusing on the music as
Right.
really making that happen.
So that time period, I didn't spend hustling or paying attention to what was going on there because I was developing as a writer.
From there, it leaves an aura around me that they understand, like they know for a fact that I stopped doing that to rap. My son's mother was, got pregnant, and it kind of was like I had to make like a little small transition because I know I can't do that and provide for him.
Knowing that he had a kid on the way gave him his first real reason to consider walking away from the streets. 50 said that he didn't want to keep hustling just to end up in prison. He wanted something better for his family, so he started to shift his energy towards music. At first, it was small scale. He was just writing rhymes and recording in his friend's basement studios. And while none of these early tracks were breakout hits, this decision to start rapping would end up changing 50 Cent's life completely.
Wait, for 21 years I've been sober, slinging dope from crack. 1 year I've been down with rap, son, and I fucking relapse. Hydro and hash, I'm twisting the cash, I'm getting it. Crystal, I'm sipping it. Hot shit, I'm spitting it.
The turning point came one night when he ran into Jam Master Jay outside of Bentley's nightclub in New York. Jay was already a legend, known as the DJ of Run DMC throughout the 80s and 90s. By 1996, he was running his own label, JMJ Records, and according to later police reports, he was also linked to a large-scale cocaine distribution operation. Their meeting happened by chance. Jam Master Jay spotted 50's car, which was a Mercedes 400 SE, and mistook it for his friend Kenny Anderson's, an NBA player who drove the same model. Thinking that it was Anderson, Jay banged on the hood of the car as a joke, but when the driver stepped out, it wasn't Anderson, it was 50. And after the confusion cleared, the two started talking. 50 realized who Jay was, and the two hit it off. Jay ended up bringing 50 Cent into the club with him that night, and from there, they became close friends. That friendship would change 50's trajectory forever because Jay became a mentor, teaching him the fundamentals of song structure, bars, and what it really took to become a superstar.
I mean, did Jam Master Jay really work with 50 to kind of help him structure his raps and everything?
Jam Master Jay taught 50 song
structure.
How did you get into this game, man? I got in the game. I met Jam Master Jay a while, like 3 years ago. Yeah? Yeah, and I was signed to JMJ Records for like a year. He kind of he taught me how to write in song format. Okay.
I didn't actually know how to count bars when I met Jay. So I would write a verse and it'd be 12 bars, sometimes 14, sometimes 18. Anything but 16 bars, you know what I mean? And he kind of trained me to write the chorus. And he was like, he'd make me write the chorus to the record 3 or 4 times before I started. And this is why sometimes I have habits based on that. And sometimes I'll put more than one melody on the actual record. So, for example, in PIMP, I'll start off and go, I'm a PIMP. Mm-hmm. I don't know what you heard about me. And then there's a point on the record where I'm going, I'm about my money, you see. You can holler at me if you with me. So it's a bridge area almost on the record. And I learned to do those different things under Jay's coolest.
Yo, some is be on some fly shit, be on some high shit. We on that thug shit, that fucking do or die shit is on. 50 Cent, JMJ, baby. Yo, I got all the coke you want, just have my cash on delivery. Try some funny shit, I put your ass out your misery. I hate to leave you like your moms, I hate to lose you. But when I say I touch you, I mean I do more than bruise you. In my days, I done gave dirty like showers. Shit I've been down for, I could control a trade pound. Proud, my arm jerk, my shit is hurt. Spam's got blood on his shirt, I done did mad dirt. Put in word, watch your mouth, it'll make me run to you. Put the gun to you, how your ass on feel done to you. Explaining what the I done to you. In the street, saying I'm son of you, I smoke you, and they up under you.
When I brought the music back, it was like run-on rhymes. It just went on and on and on. So he was like, he didn't understand, he realized I didn't have any idea of the song structure. Like I heard songs before, but where the chorus was like 3 bars long, and then it went back to me rapping again. So he was like, yo, what's the hook? Like on the actual song. And then we went through it where he cut it and paste like the verse where it would start, the parts that he thought were cool. Like he liked what I was rapping about. He just didn't like the actually way it was set up as a song. So he moved things around and then let me write the actual chorus. So a lot of people don't know this, but he made me write the chorus of the song 3 times before I could actually start writing the actual rap that went with the actual song. And he would pick out of those 3 which one he thought was the better one. He's probably the first really strong impression on me creatively.
Over the next few years, 50 owned his craft, learning the structure of hit records and finally putting out music for the public to consume. By 1999, he was ready to take things to the next level. With Jay's Run DMC schedule keeping him busy, 50 decided he wanted to part ways and linked up with Corey Rooney, an executive at Sony Music. Rooney passed along 50's mixtape to the Trackmasters production duo, which eventually led to 50 getting a record deal with Columbia Records.
How did you get put on? How did you get down with the game?
I was signed to Jam Master Jay at JMJ Records. I was there for like 2 years, and I didn't really see myself going any further from like in that situation, so I pursued the Trackmasters, Columbia, and I got involved through Corey Rooney. Like, he's from around my way. He introduced me to him. He made that happen, and now I signed with the Trackmasters.
When his touring schedule with Run DMC kind of consumed him, I had to move forward, and I was blessed with the opportunity of running into Corey Rooney. And Corey was from, I knew his father before I actually met him. We used to call his father Swatch. He was in the neighborhood. He was like a guy who previously had hit records himself, his father. And Corey at the time was right under Tommy Mottola at Sony. And he heard of me from guys at the actual barbershop, I believe. And then they had him there. I came and met him. I remember him and Marky D from the Fat Boys. They was like in a car. They had this like drop top Mercedes-Benz at the time. It was chilling. And I gave him my tape. He put it in, he playing it. And the phone rung and he was on the telephone. And then Marky was like not paying attention. He was doing what he was doing. And then he asked me, he's like, yo, what you think? He was like, nah, I think it's cool. I give him my tape, man. Y'all niggas mad old school. He looked at me like, what's the matter with him? Like, Ned, the guy from the actual barbershop, he called. He got the number, he called me. And he called in the middle of the night. And he was like, yo, I want you to call me upstate. We're going to Bearsville. And where I'm from, if somebody called you in the middle of the night, that you told they was mad old school, you might not want to go get in the car with them. You know, you take your ass somewhere, you don't come back. But I said, I'll go in the morning. And the next morning, we rode out. And that's when I met Tony Pope on the Trackmasters. And at that time, they had a factory. Like, Bearsville was like, it was Tone Pope, Kurt Gowdy, LES, Al West. It's like 5-6 producers in there, and they was all producing music up to standard. So I made at least 2 records every day. I did, I think, 36 songs in 18 days. I got $65,000 in advance from Columbia. $50,000 went to Jam Master Jay to negotiate the release from JMJ Records. $10,000 went to the attorney that drew the contracts up between me and Columbia and the release between me and Jam Master Jay. They left me with $5,000, and I was out there for over a year before the record came out. So I was back selling crack. How else you gonna provide? How else will I provide for myself and then be on call and able to be in the studio whenever the company called me to actually be there?
Even while still hustling on the side, 50 now had his foot in the industry. With Columbia behind him, he was gearing up to release his debut album, Power of the Dollar. But there was a problem. He didn't feel like there was any real buzz building around his project. So in true 50 fashion, he came up with his own marketing tactic, one guaranteed to grab attention. That plan came in the form of a track titled How to Rob. On it, 50 painted out fictional scenarios of robbing some of the biggest names in hip hop, poking fun at everyone from Diddy to Big Pun, with bars like, "I'll snatch Kim and tell Puff you wanna see her again, dance your ass down to the nearest ATM, and I'll rob Pun without a gun, snatch his piece then run, that dude weighs 400 pounds, how he gonna catch me, son?" The record stirred up controversy immediately, which was exactly what 50 wanted.
I was playing it at the time. I'm on Columbia Records. I got a release date coming, and there's no buzz surrounding the record. When you're in my situation, there's no plan B. You know, it's music or we sell crack, because that's what we did before we did music. You understand what I mean? And in that environment, it may seem harsh, even when I say exactly what it is, you know, but that's what it is. But at that particular time, that was what was provided for us to provide for ourselves in that environment. So that's what we did. When you don't have an option, it absolutely has to work. How to Rob. When I was on Columbia Records and I wrote How to Rob, it was an interesting time period for me. I found myself in a building full of executives and people in the music business that had no idea who I was or what I wanted to do creatively, and a release date coming up. Like, so, you know, a lot of the major record companies have put the records out for billing. And I was aware of that, so I felt myself going out without having anything that separated me from the pack or identified with my actual character in any way. So the How to Rob record was something I wrote out of desperation. After Biggie and Tupac, artists were talking about each other because the competitive nature of hip hop as an art form will absolutely force the actual artists to compete on some levels. They will be competing with each other, but from a subliminal perspective and standpoint. So I said everyone's name on the actual record, which was the actual opposite of what the climate of the music was. And it was enough to make the real heavy hitters aware of me at that actual time period and make mention to it. So it probably was the most effective marketing you could actually pull. And then you had people's egos that wouldn't allow them to not respond to what you were saying. So whether it was in a negative way or a positive way, they was creating an awareness.
Around this time, while 50 was building his name in the industry, another figure reemerged onto the scene, Kenneth Supreme McGriff. Supreme had been in and out of prison throughout the 80s and 90s, but when he got out on parole this time, he wanted to find a way to make legit money he could actually pay taxes on. So he linked up with Irv Gotti with the idea of producing a movie based on Donald Goines' Kenyatta crime novels. The project never came together, but the relationship stuck, and Supreme and Irv kept doing business together.
You know, it was all when the first day he met Irv, that day, that video, Cash Money Click, Get the Fortune, Fuck the Fame, was the first day Irv met Supreme. Mm-hmm. I didn't meet him yet. What did he ask Irv? Can you shoot a movie? First day. He didn't talk no street shit or this and that. He asked, "Oh, you shooting a video? You know, I'm trying to do a movie. You think you can shoot a movie?" That was the first day.
What would Irv say?
No. He said, "I barely know how to shoot a video."
Real talk.
Yeah, kept it 100.
Irv himself had been making a name since the mid-90s, starting as a DJ in the 1980s, then moving into an A&R position at TVT Records and later at Def Jam. By 1999, Gotti's resume already included finding and helping brand artists like DMX, Ashanti, and Ja Rule. At one point in 1997, 50 even tried to get a record deal through Irv via Jam Master Jay, but Gotti turned 50 down, later saying that 50 sounded too generic, like he was trying to copy Jay-Z. By the late 90s, Irv's rise was undeniable. Lear Cohen, the president of Def Jam, gave Irv and his brother Chris $3 million to start their own subsidiary under Def Jam, a record label that they called Murder Incorporated. Once the label was formed, Supreme made his way deeper into the music business, and Ja Rule became its flagship star.
I'm a nigga Preem in the house. What up, nigga? You know, whole brother ain't family in this motherfucker.
For both sides, this arrangement worked. Supreme got legitimate income and a pathway into the industry, while Murder Inc. got the backing and protection of someone with Supreme's reputation in the streets. But relationships like this always come with a price, and eventually things went left. In 1999, Ja Rule was robbed for his chain by a guy named Big Nose Troy.
A dude that I knew, that I fucked with from Southside, came home from jail. Came on my block one night, seen me on my block one night, came to see me, rolled up on me. He was like, yo, Drew, what up? You know, whatever. They called me Left back then. He was like, yo, Left, what up? Let me holler at you for a minute. I'm like, yo, Troy, what up, my nigga? Jumps out, car, we go walk up the block, we kicking it. He pulls out the burner on me. So now I'm shocked, you know what I'm saying? Because I know I know him, I fucks with him. So now I'm shocked. So he pulls the burner on me. He's like, yo, you holding, you strapped? I'm like, nah, I ain't got nothing on me right now. He pat me, whatever. So he's like, yo, you was fucking my girl while I was up north. This, that, and the third. And I'm like, nigga, what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, I wasn't fucking your girl. You know what I'm saying? And if that was your girl and I didn't know that was your girl, that's a different situation. I said, but if I'd have known that's your girl, nigga, me and you cool. Like, I'm not gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not a slime ball, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a creep and shit. That's what that was about.
Okay.
So he proceeds to say, yo, give me your chain. But he was like emotionally torn. He was having an emotional moment. He was emotional, you know what I'm saying?
So you gave him the chain?
Of course. I said, yeah.
There's a gun in your face?
They got a gun on you, nigga. The nigga with the gun, you know what I'm saying, is the winner, nigga. Yeah. Hands down. The guy with the gun won. You know what I'm saying? All right, yeah. You got the gun out here, nigga. Take that, hold on to that, nigga. Okay. Not a problem. You know what I'm saying?
All good.
So now he runs off down the block. So now I'm like, yo, we gonna go over there and, you know what I'm saying, go see these niggas over there on the south side. So before I goes over there, I puts in a call to Black Just and Preem, like, cause that's they little nigga too. So I'm like, yo, where's this stupid nigga at? You know what I'm saying? Like, this nigga just came over here and fucking, you know, so this is how this went down. Preem was like, yo, hold on, let me handle this. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, it's not a big deal. This nigga's, you know what I'm saying? He's in his feelings or whatever. Let me handle it, boo whoops. Before you and your little niggas come over here and acting crazy. No problem. Preem calls me back 15, 20 minutes later. He's like, yeah, I got the nigga. He's over here right now with me. You know what I'm saying? I got your chain. He just came back on the block. I took your chain from him. I got your chain, nigga. Right. And that was that.
Not long after, Ja was on Jamaica Avenue in Queens shooting a music video for his single Murder for Life. 50 Cent decided to show up to the shoot, and you can even see him in the music video at about the 1 minute and 57 second mark. By his own account, 50 wasn't there to start any trouble. He said he was just showing up to show love since everyone was from the same neighborhood, but it didn't go how he expected. He later recalled feeling like an outsider at this music video shoot and saying that he felt like people weren't really interested in welcoming him. That same night, at the after party for the music video shoot, both 50 and Ja ended up in the same club. Also there was Big Nose Troy, the same man who had robbed Ja Rule. According to 50, him and Troy were talking, and this is where things really started to turn sour.
A friend of mine's robbed Ja Rule. And I'm in a club, and I see the nigga, I'm like, hey, what's up? You know, chilling. He see me kicking it with the nigga that robbed him, and he feel like, oh shit, I shouldn't speak to this dude, because I know the kid robbed him, but I know this kid, I grew up with him.
But like all stories, there are two sides. Ja Rule has always said that the issue wasn't about Troy. He claims that 50 was simply jealous of how much love he was getting at his music video shoot, boiling it down to 50 being upset that Ja was the bigger artist at the time.
His story is, I seen him with Troy out and about, and I got mad at him. Like, nigga, you had nothing to do with it. Why would I get mad at the guy next to the guy?
50 Cent. It's like, his whole situation came about when I was shooting my second video for my first album on Murder for Life. You know, I was doing a video on Jamaica Avenue or whatever. And I've heard something, this is what I've heard. I've heard it has something to do with that. I didn't say what's up to him or something like that. Like he came running up to me like, yo, what up, bro? And I was like, yo, what up? And he hates me because of that. This is what I gotta deal with, man. This is what the fuck I gotta deal with, man.
Even 50 himself later hinted that he may have taken it personally. In a XXL interview, he described the situation like this, saying, quote, "They were supposed to mess with me because they know I'm authentic, period. Any move I decided to make, they were supposed to roll with me because I'm actually cut from the same cloth. I'm a distant cousin. I'm from down the road. I went to see my homie on the Coliseum block. John and them was shooting a music video there. My homie called me from the barbershop and told me that they was there shooting. I walked up to see what was up and he was acting real funny. So I went and got the pistol. I went back on the motorcycle because I wanted to see what it's about. Jai and them seen me. They had the mailbox joint right across the street, the post office box. Supreme seen me from across the street walking down towards the video shoot and says, "Hey, come here. Don't even do it." In 50's eyes, Jai wasn't just being distant. He was being extorted and protected under Supreme's wing. And that, to 50, explained why Supreme was backing Ja Rule and not him, because Ja was feeding Supreme.
Supreme would make reference to him as his food. So he's like, y'all I'm eating off that. That's my food, leave him alone. You know what I'm saying? So he had became a part of a circle that they're from my environment. They're from my neighborhood. Like, I'm from South Jamaica. He's not. They look at me like I'm one of theirs.
Yeah, because the streets looked at it like Ja Rule was getting extorted by Preem. Let's keep it real. Like, you know, like 50 wasn't getting extorted. Like, back then, come on, the extortion game was crazy. You know, a nigga like Haitian Jack come put his arm around you. You know, you might give up some jewelry or something. Like, you know what I mean? Or certain niggas come put that arm around you. Preem put his arm around Ja Rule. That's $500,000. 50 ain't doing that. 50 ain't doing that, brother.
With that, 50 decided to take matters into his own hands. He went back to his hood and started recording, and on these songs, he began dissing Ja Rule and everybody tied to Murder Inc.
I'll tell you personally, the Murder Inc., the people that you see like Irv, Ja, or people that are involved in the business aspect are bitches. Like, these niggas don't got no hood in them. I can't even see how a kid can look at Ja Rule and want to be like, this nigga want to be Tupac Shakur. This nigga doing duets, but you call yourself a murderer the whole time. That shit is crazy. I really don't like that guy.
At the same time, he was working on his Columbia Records debut, The Power of the Dollar. On the album was a track titled Your Life's on the Line, and this song wasn't a subliminal diss. 50 took direct shots at Ja Rule, even referencing the robbery where Big Nose Troy snatched Ja Rule's chain.
Why you get jokes in your own hood? Why niggas who rob you walk around like it's all good? Damn. Why you ran the Preem to get your shit back?
But it didn't stop there. 50 also dissed Mr. Cheeks of the Lost Boys, Jay-Z, Nas, and even name dropped Supreme himself. The label hated it. Columbia worried that all this name dropping would end badly for 50 Cent. So they made 50 re-record the track, scrubbing some of the more direct lines off of it, but cleaning it up didn't really solve the problem. Anyone listening could tell exactly who 50 Cent was talking about. And it wasn't just on wax. According to Black Child, one of Ja's Murder Inc. affiliates, 50 was already spitting those bars in the streets long before the record ever came out. Black Child even claims that he bumped into 50 Cent at one point and warned him not to release it.
He went back to the hood and, you know, he wrote a song, that Murder, I Don't Believe You. See, the thing is, a lot of people don't know, like Swing, this was this kid Swing from the hood, and I guess, you know, when niggas is in the hood and they write a new verse, they spit it for people in the hood. It's a little different now because you got social media, so they might be catch an in-studio recording. So he was spitting the verses to a few people in the hood, and niggas told me he had a song early before he recorded it. So I ran into him after the ad, we did the video, and I'm like, yo, Swing told me you got a song. If it's a problem, I'm fucking with Ja. I'm eating, man. Let's just leave that alone. Let's just get money. That's what level I was on from the gate. You know what I mean? And he was like, nah, I ain't got no song. And then a few weeks later, that Murder, I Don't Believe You came out.
Despite that, the record came out and the damage was done.
He had made 2 records at the time. One was called How to Rob, and he was talking about how he's gonna rob all the rappers in the industry. It was a jokey kind of record, but a lot of people took offense to it. My name wasn't mentioned in that record. It was another record that he made called Murder, I Don't Believe You, or something like that, that set my whole thing spinning. And when we had a chance to see each other, it was immediate brawl, confrontation, because we just don't like each other.
By the fall of 1999, the tension had exploded. A promoter had booked both Ja Rule and 50 Cent to perform at the same venue on the same night in Atlanta. When they arrived, Chaz Slim Williams, 50 Cent's manager at the time, saw Ja and the Murder Inc. crew outside of the hotel. Slim thought maybe he could squash the whole thing before it spiraled out of control, so he approached Ja Rule asking if he would be open to talking with 50, and Ja Rule agreed. Slim then went back to 50, who also agreed to meet with Ja Rule face to face. But the peace talk didn't last long. Both men later told their versions of the story, Ja in his book Unruly and 50 in his book From Pieces to Weight. Here's what they actually agreed on. 50 approached Ja Rule outside and the conversation turned heated almost immediately. In the middle of it, 50 decided to punch Ja in the face. He later claimed he did it because Ja had a bat in his hand and was swinging it around while yelling, so he struck Ja before Ja could use the bat on him. After that, Ja Rule's crew jumped in and started beating 50.
Again, he's not an artist yet, really. He's trying to get in. This is, and then we see him in Atlanta. We're probably about 20, 25 people. Right there, there's a hotel, Swiss Hotel. I don't think it's the Swiss anymore, but it was right there in Buckhead. And he's with Chaz. Chaz was managing him at the time, Black Hand.
Yep, little Chaz.
And Chaz was managing him. He sees us, Chaz's family comes over. Yo, I want you guys to fix this. Can we work it out? For Chaz, let's do it. Fix it. Ja and 50 walk off talking. You know, Rule got that big voice. You hear him, I don't know you. You know what I'm saying? Why are you making these records? 50 snuffs him.
Okay, so that part's real.
Absolutely. It's like, you will never get no lie out of me. It doesn't make sense to lie. If a real is real, that's the bottom line. He snuffs him. You want to hear the real story? Ja took the snuff, takes him, has his shirt over his head, hitting him right back. He gets out of his shirt and starts running. We're all on the way because once we seen him snuff Ja, we're all going over it. He runs into the hotel, feeling boom, gets away.
So what happened was, I see him in Atlanta, you know what I'm saying? A mutual friend of ours named Chaz. He sees me.
Black Hand Chaz.
Black Hand Chaz.
Queen.
Uncle Chaz, yes. He sees me outside of the hotel before 50 rolled up. And he's like, yo, Ja, 50 just want to talk to you about the whole situation that's going on. Will you talk to him? I was like, Chaz, I ain't got no problem talking to homeboy. You know what I'm saying? When I see him, we'll talk. So he pulls up a little bit later. Now, I had a little bat and some gloves, and that was whatever. So I see him, he pulls up. So we get to talking, and the talk got heated because I got mad and I started screaming at him and telling him that, he was a bitch and this, that, and the third.
So we get to talking, I get to call him all types of niggas because that's what he is. You know what I'm saying? And the nigga, he felt threatened a little bit. I understand that, so I have a big voice.
And so he swings at me, you know what I'm saying? He caught me a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But I dipped it and then hit him with the bat, boom. So now we start tussling, we tussling. Now my niggas is there, he got a few niggas with him there. Me and my niggas proceed to whoop his ass while his niggas did nothing. They sat back and watched the whole shit.
I hit the nigga with the baseball bat, took care of him. My niggas jumped on him. We jumped this nigga. We beat him up. I don't go. That's right. That's how we get down the game, nigga. Ain't no one-on-ones, nigga. You getting jumped, nigga. That's how I go. We whooped his ass right there. His mans was there. They ain't do nothing. So it could have been a fair one, but them niggas was. So it is what it is.
Now Chaz and my nigga BJ's there. They break the shit up. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. So they breaks it up. I'm letting the nigga know, listen, it is what it is. He's like, it is what it is. We had to fight, whatever. I'm like, don't come to the show tonight, nigga, because it's going to be a real problem for you. You come to that show tonight.
Ja Rule and his camp claimed that after that fight, 50 ran away and never showed up to the performance that night, painting 50 as being scared to face him again. But Slim 50's manager at the time, has since done interviews telling a different story. According to him, 50 Cent did show up to the venue that night, but the promoter refused to let him perform. Because after the altercation, 50 went straight to the radio and announced it to the world that he had just punched Ja Rule in the face, and the promoter didn't want to risk a full-on brawl or something else if he let them both in the club.
But what happened when we pulled up, Ja was standing outside the hotel, and he had like this little Louisville Slugger in his hand, a short Louisville Slugger. And, you know, he was standing there with, you know, a lot of Murder Inc. people and artists and his manager. And so.
And you were cool with all
right, yeah, I was cool with everybody. So I was like, you know, so when they said, yo, man, what's up with 50? I said, yo, they supposed to talk. Y'all supposed to talk. You know what I mean? So he said, all right. So when I went back to 50 and Yayo, I said to 50, I said, ain't you supposed to talk? Oh, boy. So he said, yeah. I said, so he was acting like he didn't really want to do it, you know. And I said, well, when are you going to do it? I said, you might as well get it over with now. And so, you know, I knew he was a little reluctant about doing it, but he said, all right, you know, no fear or nothing. I just knew that he wasn't feeling any kind of peace accord, you know. But, you know, he said, okay. And when he went to pull Ja to the side, pull him, you know, away from the guys to talk to him, Ja walked over there with the bat in his hand. And, you know, 50, as they talking, you know, how people sometimes talk and they gesture with their hands or whatever. He may have gestured with the bat as he's talking. And, you know, I think, you know, he raised his voice or something. And then 50 swung on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went to the show that night. You know, 50 had went to radio with a Columbia rep, and we went to the show that night. Yeah, we went to the show, but we didn't, the promoter, you know, he had heard what happened, and basically he was trying to back down on the second half, and so we like, nah, we ain't, you know, either second half or it ain't happening, we ain't performing, you know what I mean? So, you know, he was trying to claim that the show was ruined, because 50 went to the radio station and basically said that he snuffed Ja. So when he mentioned what happened, the promoter's trying to say that caused him to lose money on the show. So, but we were there to do the show. But basically, when he wasn't trying to come up with that second half, we just took the first half and kept it moving.
Yeah, I had an altercation with Ja in Atlanta, and I hit him. But I hit him because what he was saying in conversation was telling me to hit him. He didn't realize that his body language, he was moving when he was talking to me, and that you don't talk to me like that. Like I'm just conditioned for something different. But for the chain, yeah, I took the chain in that altercation.
At the end there, you can hear 50 claim that he snatched Ja Rule's chain during this scuffle, something that Ja has completely denied in his book. According to Ja, the chain simply fell off of his neck in the chaos and 50 picked it up, or one of 50's homies picked it up. Either way, the rumors spread fast, and 50 passed the chain around the neighborhood, letting everyone and their mama wear it, and even flaunted it in the Your Life's on the Line music video that he shot after this. Ja Rule claims that 50 didn't snatch his chain and wasn't wearing his chain in that music video, but that part has been confirmed by other people like Bangum Smurf, one of 50's childhood friends, and Tony Yayo.
Yeah, he told me about the incident. Ja did have a little bat in his hand, buddy. You know what I mean? Ja was getting all hype out of control. So, you know, 50 is like a calm nigga. He ain't really the type of nigga to argue with face to face. So he punched the nigga now. I know Ja had a black eye because he couldn't do interviews or none of that. That's known fact. And he had the nigga chain. So how you get beat up? How you beat a nigga up? You got a black eye, ain't got your chain took. Then the nigga 50 walked off like they ain't even try to get the chain back. Brought it back to the hood he was wearing. He also had it on in one of his music videos. He was wearing it in the murder video. Scream murder, I don't believe you. When he was still on Columbia. And I don't even like things, so ain't no reason for me to front.
And then it popped. When I ran outside, Ja Rule, I was black already. His shit was like this. 50 caught him already. His shit was like this already, nigga. Like this, right here. You see? Look, camera got it? You got it, Kim? You got my man from overseas? That shit was like this. 50 a boxer caught Ja Rule already. And then I guess the chain pop, he snuffed him in, you know, Southside nigga. And had the chain. Go in the hotel, he showed me the chain. Marquise had it, everybody, his son had it, everybody.
Ja Rule's chain.
Yeah, it was just getting passed around in the hood.
After the incident, 50 apparently reached out to the Supreme team directly, and the two supposedly struck a deal. 50 would return Ja Rule's chain, and in exchange, Supreme would give him 2 luxury watches.
This is my little boy Wayne's, and we got Nas. Nas we don't even cool with each other. He'll tell you that he saw that chain on my little boy's neck, and I took it off his neck, and they end up giving me 2 watches to wear it in order to get the chain back.
After the conflict in Atlanta, Murder Inc. decided to do everything in their power to blackball 50 Cent from the music industry. Irv Gotti, in particular, threatened to cut ties with anyone who worked with 50. Ironically, this move backfired, and instead of being forced into a label that Gotti could manipulate, 50 eventually landed the deal of a lifetime, signing with Eminem and Dr. Dre, 2 people who weren't controlled by Irv Gotti, a move that would completely change 50 Cent's trajectory.
I feel like, 50 was a genius because we could have signed with other deals, and bitch ass Irv Gotti was trying to block us in the Universal system. So we had deals on the table, $2 million, but 50 was like, nah, Irv is gonna block us because Ja Rule was still, what would I be without you? The Cookie Monster was still on top a little bit, you know what I mean? So with that being said, like 50 waited for the right deal, and Eminem and Dr. Dre, we came to the West Coast. You know?
Thing that I would probably tell a young DJ Irv is, let Atlantic Records sign 50 Cent. Because I blocked the nigga till he fell into M and Dre's lap.
Damn. Are you serious?
Yeah, labels would call me, and I was so hot I was just the hottest thing. So I'd be like, yo, if you fuck with him, I ain't fucking with you. And they were like, we ain't fucking with him then, Gotti, forget it.
But at this time, the beef wasn't just music. It was starting to interfere with the business for everybody involved. 50's manager, Slim, reached out to Supreme to set up a meeting to squash this beef once and for all, but when the time came, 50 backed out. He later wrote in his book that he felt like it was a setup, and so he decided not to show up.
Duly note, we did try to eradicate this whole situation. We tried to, pull it together through the hood, because here we are, we figure, we're all street guys. So let's police ourselves. Let's call, the heads of whatever street, the ghettos, and then, people that can bring us together, mutual people that could bring us together, and we'll sit down and we'll talk. We all showed up for the meeting. He never showed up for the meeting.
After the failed peace attempt, Slim decided to part ways with 50 altogether. Years later, 50 would reference this on his song Many Men, saying, Then came March 24, 2000. 50 Cent and Ja Rule crossed paths once again, this time at the Hit Factory recording studio in Manhattan. Both camps, 50 and his crew and Ja Rule with Murder Inc., had sessions booked that night. When Ja found out that 50 was in the same building, he allegedly lost it and started demanding that his crew go confront 50 Cent. Like most things in this story, there are 2 completely different versions of what went down, but what we know for a fact is that 50 Cent and multiple other people, including the studio DJ who was just there to be an engineer, ended up getting stabbed. According to reports, Irv Gotti and his brother Chris and a Murder Inc. affiliate named Blackchild were part of the group that confronted 50 Cent. Ja Rule claims that he was there too, despite being on crutches at the time from a jet ski injury, but he says that he was there and even says that he beat 50 with his crutch.
Rule was in the studio. Me and Irv, we weren't there yet, right? When we walk into the studio, we hear Rule going crazy. He's yelling and screaming, and what happened? And mind you, we have about 40, 50 guys with us in the studio. We had the big room, the number 1 room is in the Hit Factory, a huge room. And Rule's like, he's here. He's here. Rule had crutches. He was on MTV. I think he did something on jet skis and messed his ankle up. So he had crutches. His ankle's messed up. And he's like, who's here? He's like, 50. He's here. He's in the building. He's like, and I want to get him. Let's get him now. This is Rule. The end of the day, we're sitting there, I'm trying to keep, Irv is doing the talking with Rule, and he's trying to keep a level head with Rule. Like, what are you worried about? Let's do what we do. Fuck that. And then it hit him like he asked Irv a question. The question was, you not riding with me? And you riding with me? You ain't riding with me? Yeah. And that's when all I seen Irv do was unbuckle his watch. And I knew what that was, so that was it. And then we went looking for him in the studio.
You know what's crazy is they was so scared. It was terrifying me after that Hit Factor. Yeah. There always some suckers, B. Let me tell you, the door was super narrow, right? We in the hallway upstairs in Hit Factory, them little rooms they got upstairs. It's super narrow, right? They came
was dumb small
and closed the door. The door that they was in my jacket is in their room. Look, there's 2 doors right here, right? My jacket is in this one. The hallway's narrow enough for us to walk through. That's it. They come close this door. They in there. They just let them close the door. My gun is in the jacket in that room. So we got to go through the scrapping on this side. The boy gets stabbed in the chest. Yeah. The DJ. The whole situation was bugged out. But they got my fucking pistol in the other room. Sitting there. I'm knocking pull after these niggas don't run down. I can't even get my pistol. I want to shoot a nigga going down the steps.
That pistol was in that.
It would have been all right if I did that. It would have been self-defense still. Because all that many people came in it. Whole different thing.
If that pistol
I would have changed everything.
Oh my shit.
Better I'd have let the swim me off in there with a bunch of these 2. Bang, like 2 of these get hit by 1 bullet. Then I didn't even go to the hospital. The scratch I had only was with 3 stitches.
Yeah, that.
I didn't go to I went home. And I'm in the radio hearing I went to the hospital. So they had me, I was like, all right. That's when it is Revolver the day after.
You know what I mean? Birthday and right there. Some scratches. That's all bitch ass niggas could do. You know what I mean?
How that?
They always make it bigger than it is.
New York City. And again, we're in the Hit Factory, and I hear from a mutual friend that he's upstairs in a studio upstairs. And it got a little violent, a couple of people were stabbed. Hurt severe, a little bit, some severe injuries.
Was he severely hurt?
No, I think he took like a laceration to the stomach. He got a few stitches or whatever. He up there, found him in this room, turned off the lights, put a boot, you know what I'm saying? Gave nigga the business. Nigga stabbed him. We did what we had to do to him. He's up. My man Black Child put in that work. What up, Black? You know what I'm saying? That's what it is, nigga. I had a crutch. I was going across the nigga head with a crutch, real crazy. But anyway, he was curled up in the corner like a little, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Niggas just dropping speakers on his head, all type of shit.
Over the years, Black Child has done numerous interviews where he's admitted that he was the one who pulled out the knife, saying that he thought 50 or someone in 50's crew was reaching for a gun, so he struck first.
What's beef? Know what I mean? Beef is when you see a nigga in the studio or wherever, and the nigga want to talk, and niggas was like, nah, ain't nothing to talk about, right? It's like 5 of us and 5 of them, and niggas is getting it on and fighting and bang. Some way, somehow, the lights got hit off, and niggas was getting it on in the dark. It wasn't like nobody hit the snitch like niggas is gangster and niggas hit the switch. Know what I mean? But I felt the gap was in the area and niggas was reaching for. Know what I mean? And I wasn't letting nobody get to their gun to pop me. Know what I mean? So I started poking niggas straight up and down. And that's the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. We seen them, they seen us, it popped off, and one of them started reaching for a gun. Yeah, I stabbed him, know what I mean? But he was reaching for his gun and I poked him straight up and down.
After the fight, 50 stumbled downstairs and out of the building. Across the street from the Hit Factory was the office of the Source magazine that was ran by Benzino at the time. They had a car service for artists, and 50 asked Benzino for a car to drive home in. Once home, his grandmother cleaned his wounds, and the next day, worried about an infection, 50 decided to go to the hospital. Irv Gotti and his brother were arrested in connection with the stabbing, but ultimately no one was convicted. Years later, both Irv and Ja went to Hot 97, claiming that they had paperwork proving that 50 Cent had gave a statement to the police, which they used to brand 50 as a snitch. The truth was, the paperwork that they had was an order of protection, barring Irv and Chris from making any contact with 50 Cent or any of the other victims.
And what I'm holding in my hand, I'm gonna leave with you, man.
is an order of protection. An order of protection for Irving Lorenzo to stay away from Curtis Jackson. That's 50, y'all. AKA 50, AKA 50, AKA informant, AKA I'm telling.
Lawyers let us know. I mean, niggas was pressing charges. Niggas said that I stabbed them and then I stabbed a few people and all that. They gave a statement on me. That's the statement that's floating around that some people don't think is a real document, but it's a real document.
What Murder Inc. left out was that 50 himself actually hadn't filed for this order of protection. The paperwork came from the DJ who was stabbed that night in the studio, a guy with no ties to either crew and who was just there to do his job and wanted help covering his medical bills.
Fool, at this time, I ain't got no money. I'm not paying it. How am I supposed to control what he does after that? He's looking at it like it's payday. Oh, they're gonna pay for this.
Yeah.
They feeling like I'm I'm doing it.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Like I'm telling them to do that. So you know how the old heads deal with everything. You know what I mean? So that's why I go down when we go down. But
You never got arrested.
What were you charged with?
I don't remember all the charges. Honestly, I don't remember
Okay.
all the charges.
But you didn't end up getting convicted or anything else?
No, I got thrown away.
Why?
Because he didn't show up.
Oh, he didn't show up to
You
court?
got to do it. You got to go through the motions. We paid doctor bills.
How much was it? Do you remember?
Yeah, about 50,000 a head
50,000
each.
You had to pay 50,000.
To each of the people because there's multiple people that got stabbed and beat up that day.
Okay, so you guys had to cough up 100,000,
More than that.
200,000,
It's probably about 250.
$250,000, and that was so it wouldn't go to court essentially.
Well, it was paying their doctor bills, and then a court was just separate because, again, you get arrested for everything, and then you got to have someone that's saying you did it. If no one shows up to say that, but then that's business, right? He didn't put Ja Rule on the order of protection. He just put me and Irv on the order of protection.
Oh,
Ja wasn't on the order of protection. It was me and Irv.
They felt like I was sending the people that were around me to the cops because I couldn't actually control these people. They didn't realize I didn't have finances. So when they didn't actually, they're like, he don't have no money. But how you don't have no money? You just did the deal. And then when the DJ goes and is his, like he actually got stabbed in his chest and had to go through some different, a different type of situation. And he didn't know nobody in that situation. He just DJing. So I wasn't paying him enough for him to get stabbed in the chest and be all right with it. And he was looking to actually sue them to get what he can actually get out of it. And they thinking I'm putting him up to go do that because they know it didn't bother me, the altercation at all. In fact, as soon as they came in, we just started fighting. Like, it didn't matter to me that we was having an altercation right there.
Nobody was ever prosecuted because 50 decided not to pursue the order of protection, which makes sense if he really wasn't the one who filed it. Either way, Murder Inc. seized the opportunity to label 50 a snitch, which only made things worse when an unreleased track of his leaked online called Ghetto Quran. The song became one of 50's most infamous early releases, with many believing it's what almost cost him his life. Unlike How to Rob, which had playful, tongue-in-cheek disses at rappers, Ghetto Quran was dead serious, and it painted a vivid picture of New York's drug underworld, directly naming legendary kingpins and crime figures who control